This video was made thanks to this awesome request. Thank you for the title suggestion, and happy watching.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome back to Curikens. If you're a fan of My Hero Academia, especially awesome fanfiction stories all about Deku, you're definitely in the right place. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with your fellow anime fans, and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, if you have an awesome idea or title for the next fanfiction video, drop it in the comment below. I'd love to read your suggestions. And hey, if you want to support the channel even more and keep me extra motivated to create awesome content, consider joining our channel membership. By becoming a member, you'll unlock cool perks like exclusive loyalty badges and custom stickers you can use in the comments. If you've already joined, thank you so much. Your support truly means the world to me and helps keep this channel going. Alright, let's get right into the story.
The last thing Izuku Midoriya remembered was rain. It had been falling steadily outside his apartment window, tapping against the glass while he sat at his desk with an open notebook in front of him. Pages filled with hero analysis covered nearly every inch of the desk. Izuku had been writing about combat strategies when exhaustion finally caught up with him. His eyes became heavy. The pen slipped from his fingers. He barely had enough time to close the notebook before his head rested against the desk. Then everything went dark. Izuku opened his eyes. He wasn't in his room anymore. He was standing inside a massive circle covered with glowing symbols. Strange light surrounded his feet. The air smelled like incense and burning herbs. Izuku blinked several times. "Where am I?" His voice echoed through the enormous hall. Dozens of people stood around the magic circle. Most wore armor. Some carried swords. Others held staffs or spears. All of them were staring directly at him. Izuku looked around nervously. "Why are there so many people?" A voice shouted from somewhere behind the crowd. The summoning succeeded. Another voice answered. "There are 4. Izuku frowned. 4. He looked to his sides. 3 other people stood on the same platform. One held a sword. Another carried a spear. The third had a bow. Izuku looked down. His right hand was empty. Wait. Something appeared around his wrist. A dark metallic chain wrapped around his arm. At the end of it hung a strange weapon. A dagger. Its blade was black with a faint crimson glow running through the center. Izuku stared at it. "What is this?" The dagger moved on its own. A metallic click sounded. Then a translucent window appeared in front of him. Summoned hero. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Hero class: Dagger hero. Weapon: Vassal dagger. Race: Dragon Demi-Human. Level: 1. Status: Stable. Izuku's eyes widened. Dragon Demi-Human. Another notification appeared. Racial adaptation complete. His body suddenly became warm. Izuku grabbed his chest. What? His heart beat faster. Thump, thump, thump. A strange pressure spread through his arms and legs. His vision blurred. He dropped to one knee. The people surrounding the magic circle stepped backward. Someone shouted, "What is happening?" Izuku couldn't answer. His fingers trembled. Something hard pressed against the back of his neck. Then his ears caught a strange sound. Crack. Izuku touched the side of his head. Small scales had appeared along his cheek. He stared at his fingers. Greenish scales covered the backs of them. What? His breathing became heavier. Another sharp sensation appeared near his forehead. 2 small horns slowly emerged from his hair. Izuku reached up and touched them. They were real. This can't be happening. His teeth began to ache. He opened his mouth. 2 small fangs were visible among his teeth. His eyes changed next. The pupils narrowed. The round human pupils became vertical slits. The entire hall became clearer. Izuku could suddenly see details that had been invisible moments earlier. He could hear armor shifting several meters away. He could even smell the metal in the weapons surrounding him. Then something moved behind him. Izuku turned instantly. A long tail had emerged from the base of his spine. He froze. I have a tail. The tail moved when he moved. Izuku slowly turned his body. The people around him looked increasingly frightened. One knight raised his sword. Stay back. Izuku immediately raised both hands. Wait, I'm not going to attack anyone. His tail accidentally struck the floor. Crack. The stone beneath him fractured. Izuku stared at the damage. I didn't mean to do that. The hall became silent. Then an elderly man wearing an elaborate crown stepped forward. He was surrounded by guards and several nobles. His expression was difficult to read. You are the summoned dagger hero. Izuku looked at him. I suppose so. The king frowned. You are a demi-human. Izuku glanced at his scaled hands. Apparently, a nobleman whispered something to another. Izuku's enhanced hearing caught it immediately. Why would the summoning bring a demi-human? Another answered quietly. Perhaps the ritual malfunctioned. Izuku's expression changed. He hadn't missed the disgust in their voices. He looked around. Some knights were watching him with suspicion. Others were staring at his horns. A few nobles had already turned their faces away. Izuku swallowed. Could someone explain what's going on? The king raised his hand. The murmuring stopped. You have been summoned to Melromarc. Izuku looked around. Melromarc. This is another world. Izuku stared at him. Another world. The words sounded absurd. Yet the magic circle beneath his feet was still glowing. His altered body was proof enough that something impossible had happened. Why was I summoned? The king's expression became serious. This world is threatened by waves of calamity. Legendary heroes are summoned from other worlds to protect it. Izuku glanced at the three other heroes. The sword hero, the spear hero, the bow hero. Then he looked at his dagger. And I'm the fourth. The king hesitated. You are not one of the four holy heroes. Izuku blinked. Then what am I? Your weapon is a vassal weapon. The dagger pulsed. A faint red light moved along the blade. You have been summoned as the dagger hero. Izuku looked at it again. A dagger. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved or worried. The king continued. Your role is to assist the holy heroes when the waves appear. Izuku nodded slowly. I understand. Then another window appeared. Main quest activated. Survive in the world of Melromarc. Objective. Prepare for the first wave. Reward. Unknown. Izuku stared at the panel. You have got to be kidding. The spear hero glanced toward him. What? Izuku pointed at the floating window. Can you see this? The others looked confused. See what? Izuku waved his hand through the panel. His fingers passed through it. Never mind. The dagger suddenly moved. Izuku felt a strange sensation in his palm. The weapon was trying to guide his hand. He held it carefully. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, another notification appeared. Vassal dagger acquired. Binding complete. Weapon cannot be removed. Weapon evolution system unlocked. Izuku stared. Cannot be removed. He pulled. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. Great. The dagger remained firmly attached to his hand. The king looked toward him. Do not worry. The weapon will guide you. Izuku glanced at the dagger. I hope it comes with instructions. The blade responded with a faint glow. Izuku sighed. A priest approached. He held a crystal staff. We must determine the hero's compatibility with their weapons. He raised the staff. Light spread across the four heroes. The sword hero's weapon glowed blue. The spear glowed red. The bow glowed green. When the light reached Izuku, it turned black. Then purple. Then gold. The priest immediately stepped backward. What? The crystal cracked. Crack. Everyone stared. The priest looked at the broken crystal. That shouldn't happen. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? The priest didn't answer. The dagger began glowing again. A strange pattern appeared around its blade. The priest's face became pale. There is another energy inside him. The king frowned. Another energy. The priest looked directly at Izuku. Dragon mana. Izuku blinked. Dragon mana. The scales on his arms shimmered. The dagger responded with another pulse. A faint green aura appeared around his body. The floor beneath his feet cracked again. Crack. Izuku immediately stepped backward. Okay. I'm going to stop moving. A noblewoman approached. She looked at Izuku with open hostility. Dragon Demi-Human. Izuku looked toward her. Yes. Where did you come from? Japan. She frowned. That is not a country I recognize. Because it's in another world. The woman stared at him. Izuku realized that his answer had made things worse. She stepped away. How disgusting. Izuku's expression tightened. He didn't respond. The sword hero glanced toward him. Don't worry about it. Izuku looked at him. About what? The demi-human thing. The spear hero laughed. You should be more worried about that tail. Izuku's tail twitched. He looked down. I'm still getting used to it. The bow hero looked toward the dagger. At least you got something interesting. Izuku examined the blade. You think so? Better than a shield. The four heroes suddenly looked toward the doorway. A man was standing there. He wore simple clothes and had a shield attached to his arm. His expression was tired. He looked at the four heroes. Then at Izuku. Then at the dagger. So you're the dagger hero? Izuku nodded. Yes. The man looked at his horns. And you're a demi-human. Apparently. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Then we're probably going to have problems. Izuku tilted his head. Why? The man glanced toward the nobles. Because this kingdom doesn't exactly like demi-humans. Izuku looked around. That explained the whispers. The suspicious looks. The disgust. He turned toward the shield hero. What's your name? Naofumi. Izuku. Naofumi nodded. Nice to meet you. Izuku smiled faintly. Same. The ceremony continued. The king explained the waves. The heroes were expected to train separately. Each would receive funding, equipment, and companions. Izuku listened carefully. He didn't like the idea of being controlled by the kingdom. He especially didn't like how some nobles kept staring at his horns. After the explanation ended, the heroes were led toward another chamber. Several adventurers and nobles waited there. They were supposed to choose companions. Izuku watched as people approached the other heroes. The sword hero quickly gained attention. The spear hero attracted several adventurers. The bow hero also received offers. When Izuku stepped forward, the crowd became silent. One adventurer whispered, "Dragon demi-human." Another laughed, "I wouldn't work with one." Izuku lowered his eyes. Then someone stepped forward. A young woman wearing a red cloak approached him. "I'll join." Izuku looked surprised. "Really?" She smiled. The dagger hero needs someone who can keep up with him. Izuku didn't notice the subtle look she exchanged with one of the nobles. "Thank you." The woman extended her hand. "My name is..." Izuku suddenly heard another sound. Beep. His status panel appeared. Warning. Hostile intent detected. Target nearby. Probability of betrayal. 92%. Izuku's eyes widened. He looked at the woman. She was still smiling. But the system had already warned him. Izuku slowly pulled his hand back. Actually, the woman blinked. "Yes. He can probably manage without you." A strange silence followed. The woman frowned. "What?" Izuku turned away. "I'll find my own way." The king looked surprised. The nobles began whispering again. Izuku ignored them. He walked toward the massive doors. His tail swayed behind him. The guards opened the way. Sunlight entered the hall. Izuku stopped for a moment. He had no idea where he was. He had no money. He had no friends. He had a weapon he couldn't remove. He had the body of a dragon demi-human. And somewhere in this world, An unknown disaster was approaching. Izuku tightened his grip on the dagger. All right. He stepped outside. First, he needed information. Behind him, Naofumi watched him leave. After a moment, the shield hero followed. The streets of Melromarc were crowded. Merchants shouted from stalls. Carriages passed through the roads. Adventurers walked between shops. Izuku tried to take everything in. His dragon senses made the city almost overwhelming. He could smell food from several streets away. He could hear conversations through walls. He could even sense faint traces of magic in the air. Then he noticed something else. People were staring. Some pointed at his horns. Others whispered. A small demi-human child walked past with an older woman. The child looked at Izuku. Their eyes met. The child smiled. Izuku smiled back. The woman immediately pulled the child away. Izuku's smile faded. Naofumi walked beside him. Now you understand. Izuku looked at him. Understand what? Why I said we'd have problems. Izuku looked back at the palace. Yeah. He tightened his grip on the dagger. I think I do. The dagger pulsed again. A new notification appeared. Skill unlocked. Dragon Instinct. Effect. Enhanced perception of hostile intent, magical energy, and nearby lifeforms. Izuku stared at the message. That could be useful. Naofumi looked at him. What? Izuku shook his head. Nothing. He continued walking. The scales along his arms caught the sunlight. His horns were impossible to hide. His tail followed every step. And the dagger remained firmly attached to his hand. Izuku didn't know what awaited him beyond the city. But he had already decided one thing. He wasn't going to let anyone decide what kind of hero he would become. Somewhere far beyond Melromarc, the first wave was approaching. And the dagger hero had just begun his journey. The next morning, Izuku woke up in a room he didn't recognize. He opened his eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. For several seconds, he didn't move. Then he remembered. The summoning. The dagger. The horns. The scales. The tail. Izuku slowly sat up. Right. His tail slid across the bed. He looked at it. It still hadn't disappeared. I really am in another world. He touched one of the small scales along his forearm. The scales were smooth and firm. They didn't hurt. His fingers moved toward his teeth. The fangs were still there too. Izuku sighed and got out of bed. His feet touched the floor. The moment he stood, his balance shifted because of the tail behind him. He nearly fell. Whoa. He caught himself against the wall. The wall didn't move. Fortunately, Izuku looked down at his feet. I need to learn how to walk with this thing. His tail moved from side to side. And apparently it has a mind of its own. A knock came from the door. Izuku immediately turned. Come in. A royal servant entered. He stopped when he saw Izuku. His eyes went directly toward the horns. Then the tail. The servant lowered his head. The king requests your presence. Izuku nodded. All right. The servant turned around. Then hesitated. Please keep your hood up when walking through the palace. Izuku frowned. Why? The servant didn't answer. Izuku already knew. He pulled the hood over his head. The throne room was crowded. The other summoned heroes were already there. The sword hero was speaking with several knights. The spear hero was surrounded by nobles. The bow hero was examining a map. Naofumi stood alone near one of the pillars. Izuku entered. The conversations immediately became quieter. He walked toward the center of the room. The king sat on the throne. Beside him were several nobles and priests. One of them looked at Izuku. The demi-human has arrived. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. The king raised his hand. Today, the heroes will be assigned resources and companions. Izuku looked toward the nobles. One by one, adventurers stepped forward. The sword hero selected several skilled warriors. The spear hero chose a group of adventurers. The bow hero received several offers. When Izuku's turn came, nobody moved. Silence. Izuku waited. Nothing. He glanced toward the king. Does anyone want to join? No response. A nobleman coughed. Perhaps the dagger hero would be better suited to working alone. Izuku looked at him. Because of my weapon. The nobleman hesitated. Because of your condition. Izuku's eyes narrowed. My condition. The nobleman's gaze moved toward his horns. Your race. There it was. Izuku understood. The dagger in his hand gave a faint pulse. His fingers tightened around the handle. Naofumi noticed. He walked over. Don't bother. Izuku looked at him. What? They already decided what they think about you. Izuku glanced toward the nobles. I noticed. Naofumi crossed his arms. We have something in common. Izuku looked at the shield. Because of your weapon. Naofumi's expression darkened. Because I'm the shield hero. Izuku didn't ask further. He could already tell there was more to the story. The king stood. The heroes must remain within Melromarc's territory. Izuku raised his hand. For how long? Until the waves are defeated. And if I want to leave? The room became silent. The king stared at him. You cannot. Izuku frowned. Why not? You were summoned for a purpose. I understand that. Izuku stepped forward. But being summoned doesn't mean I'm your prisoner. Several guards immediately moved. Metal armor clattered. Clink. Izuku's eyes shifted toward them. His dragon instinct activated. Hostile intent detected. The notification appeared in his vision. Izuku counted. 6 guards. 2 priests. 3 nobles. The king himself wasn't hostile. At least not yet. Izuku relaxed his hand. I'm not trying to cause trouble. The king's expression hardened. Then obey the rules. Izuku stared at him. I'll fight the waves. He pointed toward the dagger. That's what this weapon was given to me for. Then he pointed toward the door. But I'm not going to sit inside this palace waiting for someone to tell me what to do. The king slammed his hand against the armrest. You are a summoned hero. Izuku didn't flinch. And I'm still a person. Silence. Naofumi looked at him. A faint smile appeared on his face. A priest suddenly stepped forward. The dagger hero is displaying rebellious behavior. Izuku looked at him. Rebellious. You refuse the authority of the crown. Number. Izuku shook his head. I refuse to be treated like property. The priest's expression changed. You are a demi-human. Izuku's eyes became cold. And. The priest hesitated. Izuku stepped closer. Does being a demi-human mean I can't think? No answer. Does it mean I can't choose where I go? Still nothing. Does it mean I can't protect people? The priest looked away. Izuku nodded. That's what I thought. The king finally spoke. You may leave the palace. Everyone turned toward him. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Really? You will receive a small amount of gold and basic equipment. The king's tone was clearly displeased. But you will remain responsible for fighting the waves. Izuku nodded. That's fair. He turned around. Naofumi followed. The two walked toward the exit. As they reached the doors, Izuku stopped. He looked back at the throne. One more thing. The king stared at him. What? Izuku pointed toward the other heroes. They need accurate information about this world. The king frowned. What are you implying? If we're expected to fight monsters, we need maps, information about the waves, monster classifications, and the history of the previous waves. Izuku looked at the other heroes. Otherwise we're just 4 people carrying weapons. The sword hero nodded. He has a point. The bow hero agreed. We should at least receive proper data. The spear hero shrugged. As long as I get strong opponents. Izuku sighed. That wasn't exactly what he meant. Outside the palace, Izuku finally removed his hood. Sunlight touched his face. His green hair had become slightly darker after the transformation. His reptilian eyes reflected the sunlight. People on the street noticed immediately. Some stepped aside. Others whispered. Dragon Demi-Human. Why is one of them wearing the hero's weapon? That's the Dagger hero. Seriously. Izuku kept walking. His tail remained behind him. Naofumi walked beside him. You handled that better than I expected. Izuku looked at him. What did you expect? Anger. Izuku shrugged. I'm angry. Naofumi looked surprised. You don't look angry. I've been trying not to make things worse. Naofumi nodded. Good. Izuku glanced at him. What happened to you? Naofumi's expression immediately changed. Nothing. Izuku noticed. That's clearly not nothing. Naofumi continued walking. You'll find out soon enough. Izuku didn't press him. They reached the Adventurers Guild. Inside, people were eating, drinking, and talking. The moment Izuku entered, the room became quieter. A dragon demi-human with a legendary weapon was impossible to ignore. The receptionist looked nervous. Welcome. Izuku smiled politely. Hello. She looked at his dagger. Then his horns. Then his tail. Are you the Dagger hero? Yes. She immediately stood. Please wait. She disappeared into another room. Izuku looked at Naofumi. Did I do something wrong? Probably not. That's reassuring. A few minutes later, the receptionist returned with a stack of documents. These contain information about nearby towns, monsters, dungeon locations, and the waves. Izuku's eyes lit up. Perfect. He took the documents. Then another notification appeared. World information acquired. Map data unlocked. Monster encyclopedia unlocked. Wave information partially unlocked. Izuku stared. This system really does make things convenient. Naofumi looked at him. What system? Izuku closed the window. Nothing. They spent several hours gathering information. Izuku read everything. Monster habits, weaknesses, terrain, magic, weapons, leveling, adventurer ranks, demi-human biology, and most importantly, the waves. Izuku placed several papers across the table. The waves don't seem random. Naofumi looked over. What do you mean? Izuku pointed at the map. Look. He marked several locations. The previous waves appeared near areas with high magical activity. Naofumi leaned closer. So, if that's true, the next wave might appear near one of these regions. Izuku marked another location. This village. Naofumi frowned. You're guessing. Yes. Izuku nodded. But it's an educated guess. The dagger pulsed. Wave prediction probability. 71%. Izuku's eyes widened. That helps. Naofumi looked at him. What? Izuku pointed at the map. We should go there. Before they could leave, a loud voice came from the entrance. Naofumi. Naofumi turned. A man wearing royal armor entered the guild. He pointed toward the shield hero. You have been summoned back to the palace. Naofumi's expression darkened. Why? There is an accusation against you. Izuku immediately looked toward the man. His dragon instinct activated. Hostile intent detected. Izuku's expression became serious. What accusation? The knight ignored him. The shield hero must come immediately. Naofumi didn't move. What accusation? The knight finally answered. An accusation involving the princess. The guild became silent. Naofumi's face turned pale. Izuku looked at him. What happened? Naofumi didn't answer. The knight stepped forward. You were ordered to come with us. Izuku stepped between them. He's not going anywhere until someone explains. The knight frowned. Stay out of this, demi-human. Izuku's eyes narrowed. His tail moved behind him. The scales along his arms became slightly darker. The dagger emitted a faint red glow. Naofumi looked at him. Izuku. Yeah, don't. Izuku looked toward the knight. Then back at Naofumi. He lowered his dagger. Fine. The knight smirked. Wise choice. Izuku stared at him. I didn't say I agreed. Naofumi eventually followed the knights. Izuku remained outside the guild. He watched them disappear into the street. His system immediately displayed another warning. Quest update. Event detected. Shield hero persecution. Recommended action. Investigate. Izuku stared at the message. You really don't know how to leave me alone. He closed the window. Then he looked toward the palace. Something was wrong. He didn't know what yet. But he could already tell that the accusation against Naofumi wasn't going to end well. Izuku adjusted his cloak. His dagger remained firmly attached to his hand. The scales along his arms caught the sunlight. He started walking. Not toward the palace. Toward the Adventurers Guild's western gate. He had already chosen his next destination. The village from his prediction. If the next wave really was coming there, he needed to prepare. And if Naofumi needed help, Izuku would return. He wasn't going to abandon another summoned hero simply because the kingdom had decided he was inconvenient. Far above the city, a faint red light appeared in the sky. Then disappeared. The first wave was getting closer. The western gate of Melromarc disappeared behind Izuku as he continued down the road. He carried a small pack over his shoulder, the dagger resting at his waist. The weapon looked ordinary at first glance, but every time his fingers touched the hilt, he could feel a faint pulse traveling through his arm. He had already tested it several times. The dagger responded to his thoughts. Not perfectly, but enough. Izuku stopped beside a large tree and pulled the weapon from its sheath. The blade was short, slightly curved, and covered with faint markings that glowed whenever he held it. So you're really my weapon. The dagger pulsed. Izuku tilted his head. Does that mean you can evolve? Another pulse. I'll take that as a yes. He turned toward a fallen tree. Izuku lowered his stance. His eyes focused on the trunk. He had spent years analyzing heroes back in his old world. Now he had something entirely different. A legendary weapon, a dragon demi-human body, and a strange system that constantly appeared in front of his eyes. He needed to understand all three. Izuku took a step, then another. His body suddenly moved faster than expected. Whoosh! He appeared beside the tree. His dagger passed through the trunk. Crack! The upper half of the tree slid sideways and fell. Izuku stared. That was faster than I expected. He looked at his arm. There was no pain, no strain, nothing. His body simply obeyed. Izuku crouched and touched the ground. My acceleration is completely different from before. He stood again. My muscles are stronger, my balance is better, and my reaction speed. He suddenly heard something behind him. Rustle. Izuku spun around. A wolf-like monster emerged from the bushes. Its body was covered with dark fur. The monster snarled. Roar. Izuku immediately reached for his dagger. A system window appeared. Monster detected. Species. Fanged wolf. Threat level. Low. Recommended strategy. Close range attack. Izuku smiled nervously. Thanks. The wolf charged. Izuku moved. He didn't think. His body simply reacted. Step. Turn. Slash. The dagger struck the monster's side. The wolf rolled across the ground and stopped. Izuku blinked. I didn't even use my full strength. The wolf tried to stand. Izuku approached carefully. The monster growled. Izuku raised the dagger. I'm sorry. One quick strike ended the fight. The system appeared again. Monster defeated. Experience gained. Dagger proficiency increased. Dragon demi-human combat synchronization increased. Izuku stared at the final line. Combat synchronization. The system displayed another window. Dragon demi-human. Physical strength. High. Speed. High. Defense. High. Fire resistance. High. Dragon vein. Dormant. Special trait. Enhanced senses. Izuku's eyes widened. Dragon vein. He had heard about magic from the Adventurers Guild. But this was different. He closed his eyes. He tried to feel the energy inside his body. Nothing happened. He concentrated harder. Still nothing. Izuku scratched his cheek. Maybe I need training. The dagger suddenly glowed. A small stream of red energy traveled from the hilt to the blade. Izuku froze. What? The glow intensified. The energy surrounded the dagger. Then disappeared. Izuku stared at the weapon. Did you just activate my dragon vein? The dagger pulsed. Izuku's expression became excited. Let's try again. The next several hours were spent experimenting. Izuku discovered that the dagger could absorb energy from defeated monsters. He also discovered that the weapon could change depending on what it absorbed. After defeating several small monsters, the blade developed a faint red glow. When Izuku concentrated, flames appeared along its edge. Whoosh! He immediately pulled his hand back. Fire! The flame disappeared. Izuku tried again. Whoosh! The dagger ignited. Dragon Flame Dagger. He smiled. That sounds appropriate. The system appeared. New skill acquired. Dragon Flame Dagger. Description: channels dragon vein energy through the dagger. Effect: increases cutting power and grants fire attribute. Izuku stared at the skill. This is going to be useful. He continued walking. The road became narrower. The forest around him grew thicker. Birds flew away whenever he passed. His senses were constantly picking up sounds that would have been impossible for his old human ears to notice. Branches moving. Small animals underground. Wind passing through distant trees. And something else. Izuku stopped. His pupils narrowed. Someone's nearby. He looked toward the forest. Voices. Several people. Then he heard a cry. Help! Izuku immediately ran. The forest opened into a small clearing. 3 adventurers were fighting several monsters. One of them was already on the ground. Another was desperately holding a sword. The monsters surrounded them. Izuku didn't hesitate. He jumped over the bushes. Get down. The adventurers looked up. A monster turned toward him. Izuku landed. The dagger ignited. Whoosh! Slash! The monster was knocked backward. Another charged from the side. Izuku ducked. The claws passed above his head. He spun. Slash! The dagger cut across the monster's side. The creature fell. 2 more attacked simultaneously. Izuku's dragon instincts activated. His reptilian eyes tracked both movements. Left, right, above. He stepped between them. His tail shifted his balance. His dagger moved twice. Slash, slash. Both monsters collapsed. The remaining creature stopped. Izuku stared at it. The monster growled. Roar. Izuku raised the dagger. You can run. The monster immediately fled. One of the adventurers stared at Izuku. What are you? Izuku looked down at himself. That's complicated. The injured adventurer slowly stood. You're a demi-human. Izuku nodded. Yes. But that dagger. Izuku looked at the weapon. I'm the dagger hero. The 3 adventurers froze. The dagger hero. Izuku nodded. I was summoned yesterday. The adventurers exchanged glances. One of them immediately bowed. Forgive us. Izuku became confused. Why? We didn't realize. Izuku shook his head. You don't need to bow. The adventurer looked at him. But you're a hero. Izuku smiled awkwardly. I'm still just Izuku. They explained that they were traveling toward a nearby village. The village had recently reported an increase in monster activity. Izuku immediately became interested. What kind of monsters? Wolves, boars, and something larger. How large? The adventurer spread his arms. About this big. Izuku frowned. That's too vague. What? Did it leave footprints? Yes. How many? 4. Claw marks. Large ones. Izuku crouched. Then it's probably not a normal beast. He looked toward the village. When did the attacks start? 3 days ago. Izuku's expression changed. 3 days. The system's previous prediction suddenly came back to him. Wave prediction probability. 71%. Izuku stood. We need to get there quickly. The village appeared before sunset. It was small, wooden houses surrounded by farmland. A few guards stood near the entrance. When they saw Izuku, they immediately raised their weapons. "Stop." Izuku stopped. "I'm not an enemy." One guard pointed his spear at him. Demi-Human. The word carried obvious hostility. Izuku's expression became serious. The adventurers stepped forward. "He saved us." The guards lowered their weapons slightly. "Who is he?" Izuku answered himself. "The Dagger hero." The guards froze. One immediately ran toward the village. A few minutes later, the village elder arrived. He was an old man carrying a wooden staff. "You were one of the summoned heroes." Izuku nodded. "Yes. Why have you come here?" "Monster attacks." The elder looked surprised. "How did you know?" "I saw the reports." Izuku pointed toward the forest. "Something is driving the monsters toward this village." The elder's expression became worried. "We suspected the same." Izuku looked around. "How many people live here?" 200. "How many guards?" 20. Izuku frowned. "That's not enough." The elder lowered his head. "We have no choice." Izuku looked toward the villagers. Children were being taken inside. Farmers were locking their doors. People were afraid. Izuku tightened his grip around his dagger. "Then I'll help." The elder stared at him. "Even though we're demi-human territory." Izuku looked confused. "Why wouldn't I?" The elder didn't answer. Izuku turned toward the forest. His dragon senses detected something. A low vibration. Distant. But getting closer. Boom. The ground trembled. Everyone froze. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Another sound followed. Boom. This time it was closer. The system appeared. Emergency warning. Multiple hostile entities approaching. Estimated threat. Moderate. Wave-related activity detected. Izuku's expression became serious. Everyone inside the village. The guards looked at him. "What? Move." His voice was calm but firm. "Don't fight them in the open." He pulled his dagger free. The blade immediately ignited. Whoosh. Red flames surrounded the edge. The villagers stared. Izuku stepped toward the forest alone. A low growl echoed between the trees. Roar. Then another. Roar. Dozens of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Izuku counted them. 10, 20, 30. More. He lowered his stance. "That's a lot." His tail moved behind him. His eyes became sharp. The system displayed one final message. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 12%. New technique available. Dragon Dash. Izuku smiled. "Let's see what this can do." The monsters charged. Izuku vanished. Whoosh. A red streak crossed the forest. Slash. 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 3 monsters fell. Izuku appeared behind them. He looked at his dagger. The flames burned brighter. Dragon Dash. The monsters surrounded him. Izuku raised the blade. "Come on." The entire forest erupted into motion. And somewhere beyond the trees, something much larger opened its eyes. The forest exploded into motion. Izuku disappeared between the trees, his body propelled forward by Dragon Dash. Whoosh. A fanged wolf lunged from his left. Izuku twisted his body sideways. The claws passed within centimeters of his face. He planted one foot against the creature's shoulder and pushed himself backward. His tail swung behind him, helping him maintain balance. The dagger flashed. Slash. The wolf crashed into the ground. Another monster attacked from behind. Izuku heard it before he saw it. His reptilian eyes snapped toward the movement. He ducked. The creature passed over him. Izuku spun underneath it and struck upward with the flaming dagger. Whoosh. The monster was thrown backward. 27. Izuku glanced around. More creatures were coming. 28. Another pair emerged. 30. He sighed. This is getting ridiculous. The monsters rushed him simultaneously. Izuku tightened his grip. Dragon Dash. Whoosh. His body became a blur. He moved between the monsters rather than fighting them head-on. 1 slash. 2. 3. 4. The flames on his dagger left short red trails through the darkness. The monsters fell one after another. But the system continued counting. Hostile entities remaining. 31. Hostile entities remaining. 29. Hostile entities remaining. 25. Izuku stopped. There are more. A deep vibration traveled through the ground. Boom. The trees shook. Izuku looked toward the deeper part of the forest. That's not one of these wolves. Another boom followed. The monsters around him suddenly became agitated. Some ran away. Others looked toward the same direction. Izuku understood immediately. They're afraid. His eyes narrowed. Whatever is coming is stronger than them. A massive shadow moved between the trees. Branches snapped. Cracked. A creature emerged. It was several times larger than the wolves. Its body resembled a giant boar, but dark crystals protruded from its back. Its eyes glowed red. The system appeared. Monster detected. Species. Crystal tusk boar. Threat level. High. Physical strength. Very high. Defense. High. Weakness. Lower abdomen. Izuku stared at the information. Lower abdomen. The boar lowered its head. Its enormous tusks pointed directly at him. Izuku raised his dagger. All right. The boar charged. Boom. The ground shook beneath its feet. Izuku waited. 10 meters. 8. 6. 5. The boar accelerated. Izuku moved at the final moment. Whoosh. The tusks passed beside him. Izuku jumped onto the creature's back. The crystal armor immediately reacted. A sharp spike emerged. Izuku twisted away. That was close. The boar bucked violently. Izuku nearly fell. His tail wrapped around one of the creature's crystal protrusions. He held on. Okay. He looked down. How am I supposed to reach its stomach from here? The boar slammed itself against a tree. Boom. Izuku jumped away. He landed on another branch. The boar turned. Izuku smiled. I have an idea. He threw his dagger. The weapon flew through the air and struck the ground directly in front of the boar. The creature stopped. Its attention shifted toward the weapon. Izuku inhaled. His dragon vein began circulating. Red energy gathered around his legs. Dragon dash. Whoosh. He launched himself forward. The boar reacted. Its head swung upward. Izuku slid beneath it. His body passed between its legs. He reached for the dagger. The weapon flew back into his hand. Izuku immediately thrust upward. Slash. The blade struck the exposed lower abdomen. The boar roared. Roar. The creature collapsed. The impact shook the forest. Boom. Izuku rolled away and stood. The red glow around his dagger disappeared. The system appeared. Crystal tusk boar defeated. Experience gained. Dragon vein synchronization increased. Dagger proficiency increased. New skill unlocked. Dragon sense. Description. Enhances perception of hostile intent, mana flow, and biological weak points. Izuku blinked. Another skill. He looked toward the remaining monsters. His vision changed. Faint red lines appeared across their bodies. Weak points. Izuku stared. So that's dragon sense. The remaining monsters began retreating. Izuku didn't chase them. He lowered his dagger. Good. He turned toward the village. They should be safe now. The village gates opened as Izuku approached. The villagers stared at him. Several guards had watched the battle from a distance. The elder stepped forward. You defeated the beast. Izuku nodded. Yes. Alone. Mostly. The elder looked toward the forest. The monsters are retreating. Izuku looked at the villagers. They won't attack tonight. The elder released a breath. Thank you. Izuku smiled. You're welcome. A little boy stepped forward. He stared at Izuku's horns. Then his tail. Are you a dragon? Izuku crouched. Sort of. Can you breathe fire? Izuku paused. I don't know. The boy's eyes widened. Really? Izuku laughed nervously. I haven't tried. The boy smiled. You're cool. Izuku smiled. Thanks. For the first time since arriving in this world, Izuku felt slightly more comfortable. Then a system window appeared. Dragon Demi-Human reputation increased. Village reputation. Friendly. Izuku looked at the notification. Apparently the system likes this village. The elder looked confused. System. Izuku shook his head. Nothing. That night, Izuku stayed in the village. He was given a small room near the inn. He sat beside the window and examined his dagger. The weapon had changed. Small red patterns now covered the blade. Izuku touched them. You absorbed energy from that monster. The dagger pulsed. And your power increased. Another pulse. Izuku smiled. We're going to work well together. He placed the weapon beside him. Then he looked at his reflection in the window. Green hair. Reptilian eyes. Small horns. Sharp teeth. Faint scales around his neck and arms. A dragon demi-human. He still wasn't used to it. His hand touched one of the scales. I wonder what happened to everyone back home. His mother. His classmates. All Might. Everyone he knew. He didn't know whether time moved differently between worlds. He didn't even know if returning was possible. Izuku looked toward the night sky. I'll find a way eventually. A sound came from outside. Footsteps. Izuku immediately turned. His enhanced hearing detected several people. Then he heard a familiar voice. Izuku. Izuku opened the door. The elder stood outside. What happened? Someone has arrived. Who? The elder hesitated. Another hero. Izuku immediately became alert. Which one? The shield hero. Izuku hurried toward the village entrance. A carriage stood outside. Naofumi was sitting near the front. His expression looked completely different from when Izuku had met him at the palace. His face was tired. His clothes were dusty. His eyes were cold. Izuku walked toward him. Naofumi. Naofumi looked at him. You came here. You said you were going to the palace. I did. Izuku noticed the expression on his face. What happened? Naofumi didn't answer. Izuku looked toward the carriage. There was no royal escort. No nobles. No companions. Just Naofumi. Where's everyone else? Gone. Izuku frowned. What does that mean? Naofumi jumped down from the carriage. The kingdom believes I committed a crime. Izuku stared at him. What crime? Naofumi's expression hardened. Something I didn't do. Silence. Izuku didn't immediately respond. He had seen enough deception in his old world to recognize the signs. Naofumi was telling the truth. At least as far as he knew. What are you going to do? Naofumi looked toward the road. Leave. Izuku nodded. Then I'll come with you. Naofumi looked back. What? I'm also leaving Melromarc. Why? Izuku shrugged. Because the kingdom doesn't exactly like me either. Naofumi stared at his horns. You noticed. How could I not? Naofumi almost smiled. Almost. You don't have to come. I know. Izuku stepped beside him. I want to. Naofumi looked at him for several seconds. You're weird. Izuku smiled. I've heard that before. The next morning, they left the village together. Izuku walked beside Naofumi. The carriage moved slowly behind them. For a while, neither spoke. Finally, Izuku broke the silence. So what exactly happened at the palace? Naofumi's hands tightened around the reins. I was accused of attacking the princess. Izuku frowned. And you didn't. Number. Did they investigate? Number. Izuku's expression became serious. Then it was planned. Naofumi glanced at him. That's what I think. Who benefits? Naofumi didn't answer. Izuku continued. The king. Maybe. The church. Possibly. Someone who wants the shield hero isolated. Naofumi looked ahead. Probably. Izuku nodded. Then we shouldn't return to the palace. I wasn't planning to. They reached a small town several hours later. Naofumi stopped the carriage. We need supplies. Izuku nodded. And information. About the waves. Yes. They entered the town. Almost immediately, people began staring at Izuku. Some whispered. Others moved away. Naofumi noticed. You're getting used to that. Not really. Izuku sighed. But I'm learning to ignore it. They reached an equipment shop. The owner looked at Naofumi. Shield hero. Then at Izuku. His expression changed. And you're a demi-human. Izuku nodded. Dragon demi-human. The owner stepped backward. Get out. Naofumi's expression darkened. We're customers. I don't sell to demi-humans. Izuku looked at the shelves. You sell weapons. Not to you. Izuku was silent. Then he turned around. Fine. Naofumi grabbed his arm. Wait. He looked at the shopkeeper. We'll pay double. Number. Triple. I said number. Naofumi's expression became angry. Izuku stopped him. Let's go. Outside. Naofumi looked irritated. You shouldn't just accept that. Izuku shook his head. Getting angry won't change his mind. Then what will? Izuku looked toward the street. Showing people that we're not what they think we are. Naofumi stared at him. You're more optimistic than I expected. Izuku smiled. I've been training for this. Training. Long story. They eventually found another shop willing to sell them supplies. Izuku bought several throwing knives. The moment he touched them, the system appeared. Dagger compatible weapon detected. Absorption option available. Merge with Vassal weapon. Yes, no. Izuku froze. What? Naofumi looked at him. What's wrong? Izuku stared at the knives. Nothing. He selected number. Not yet. The system disappeared. Izuku wondered what would happen if he selected yes. He wasn't ready to find out. That evening, the two heroes camped outside town. Naofumi prepared food while Izuku studied the map. The next wave should be in this region. Naofumi looked over. You're certain? Not completely. Izuku pointed at several locations. But the pattern matches. How soon? Less than 2 weeks. Naofumi nodded. Then we need to get stronger. Izuku closed the map. Agreed. The dagger suddenly pulsed. Izuku looked down. A faint red light emerged from the blade. Then a notification appeared. New objective. Prepare for the next wave. Recommended level. 20. Current level. 8. Izuku stared. Level 8. Naofumi looked at him. What? Izuku looked up. We have a lot of work to do. Naofumi nodded. Then tomorrow, we train. Izuku smiled. Tomorrow. He stood. Why wait? Naofumi looked at him. It's already dark. Izuku drew his dagger. The blade glowed red. Exactly. Naofumi sighed. You're definitely weird. Izuku stepped toward the forest. Come on. Naofumi followed. The two heroes disappeared into the darkness. Neither noticed the figure watching them from a distant hill. A hood covered the stranger's face. A small communication crystal glowed in their hand. The shield hero has joined the dagger hero. A distorted voice answered through the crystal. Then keep watching them. The figure looked toward the forest. Especially the dragon. The crystal went dark. Far inside the forest, Izuku's eyes suddenly opened wide. His dragon sense detected something. Someone was watching them. He turned toward the hill. Nothing was there. Izuku tightened his grip around the dagger. Naofumi. What? We're not alone. Naofumi immediately raised his shield. Where? Izuku stared into the darkness. I don't know. The dagger began glowing. Whoosh. A faint red aura surrounded Izuku's body. The hunt had begun. The forest became completely silent. Izuku stood beside the campfire with his dagger in hand. The red glow around the blade had faded, but his dragon sense remained active. His reptilian eyes scanned the trees. Nothing. No movement. No breathing. No footsteps. Yet he knew someone had been watching them. Naofumi kept his shield raised. Are you sure? Izuku nodded. Yes. Where? Northwest. Naofumi turned toward the direction. There's nothing there. They're gone. Naofumi lowered his shield slightly. Then why did you? A branch snapped. Crack. Both heroes turned. A small animal jumped from the bushes and disappeared into the darkness. Naofumi sighed. False alarm. Izuku shook his head. Not entirely. He crouched beside the ground. There were footprints. Human. Fresh. Izuku touched one of them. Whoever it was left about 30 seconds ago. Naofumi looked at the footprints. They were watching us. Yes. Then we should move. Izuku nodded. Agreed. They quickly extinguished the campfire and packed their supplies. The two continued through the forest. Izuku kept looking behind them. His dragon senses picked up several animals, but no humans. After nearly an hour, they reached a small clearing. Naofumi stopped. We can rest here. Izuku nodded. He sat against a tree. The dagger rested across his knees. A status window appeared. Level 8. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 14%. Dagger Proficiency. 19%. Skills. Dragon Dash. Dragon Flame Dagger. Dragon Sense. Izuku stared at the numbers. I'm getting stronger. Naofumi sat nearby. How fast? Faster than I expected. That's good. Izuku nodded. But I still don't understand Dragon Vein. He closed his eyes. The energy is there. He focused on his breathing. Slowly. In. Out. He tried to guide the energy toward his hands. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. Naofumi watched him. Maybe you're trying too hard. Izuku opened one eye. What do you mean? You keep forcing it. Izuku looked at his hands. Then how should I use it? Naofumi shrugged. I don't know. Izuku sighed. Great advice. You're welcome. Izuku almost laughed. He closed his eyes again. This time, he stopped trying to force the energy. Instead, he simply observed it. Something changed. A faint warmth appeared in his chest. Then traveled through his arms. His scales began glowing. Izuku opened his eyes. There. Red energy flowed around his fingers. Naofumi stared. You did it. Izuku smiled. Dragon Vein. The energy gathered around his hand. A small flame appeared. Whoosh. Izuku immediately lost concentration. The flame vanished. Okay. He looked at his hand. I can control it. Another notification appeared. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 17%. Basic Dragon Mana Manipulation unlocked. Izuku smiled. Progress. The following days became a routine. Travel, training, monster hunting, and studying. Izuku discovered that his dragon body became stronger every time he defeated monsters. His dagger also continued changing. After absorbing the energy of several monsters, its blade became slightly longer. The red markings became brighter. A small scale-like pattern appeared around the handle. The system displayed another notification. Vassal Dagger Evolution available. Conditions met. Monster energy absorbed. Sufficient. Dragon Affinity. Sufficient. Evolution now available. Izuku stared. Already. Naofumi looked over. What happened? My dagger can evolve. Naofumi raised an eyebrow. Then do it. Izuku selected the option. The dagger began shaking. Red energy erupted from the weapon. Izuku held it firmly. The blade changed shape. The black metal became darker. Red lines spread across its surface. The edge became sharper. Small dragon scale patterns formed near the base. Then the energy disappeared. Vassal Dagger evolved. Dragon Fang Dagger acquired. Attack power increased. Dragon Vein compatibility increased. New skill unlocked. Dragon Fang Strike. Izuku stared at the weapon. Dragon Fang Dagger. He swung it once. Whoosh. The air itself seemed to split. Naofumi looked at the blade. That's powerful. Izuku nodded. And it feels lighter. He tested another swing. Slash. A nearby branch fell. Izuku blinked. I barely used any force. Naofumi looked toward the forest. Then let's test it. They found a group of monsters shortly afterward. This time, Izuku didn't rush. He observed them. 5 wolves. 2 armored boars. 1 larger creature. His dragon sense displayed weak points. The wolves are fast. Izuku pointed. The boars are heavy but slow. He looked at the larger creature. That one is controlling them. Naofumi raised his shield. Then I'll hold the front. Izuku nodded. I'll go around. The monsters charged. Naofumi stepped forward. Shield prison. A barrier formed. Boom. The first wolf crashed against it. Izuku moved. Whoosh. He disappeared from the battlefield. 1 wolf looked around. Izuku appeared behind it. Slash. Another. Slash. The wolves couldn't react. The larger monster roared. Roar. It released a wave of magical energy. Izuku jumped backward. The attack passed beneath him. Magic. He landed. His eyes narrowed. The creature began charging another attack. Izuku raised his dagger. Red energy gathered around the blade. Dragon Fang strike. Whoosh. He vanished. A red streak crossed the battlefield. Slash. The creature's attack stopped. Izuku appeared behind it. The monster collapsed. The remaining beasts fled. Naofumi lowered his shield. That was fast. Izuku looked at his dagger. Dragon Fang strike is stronger than Dragon Flame dagger. Then use it. Izuku nodded. I will. Their journey continued. Several days later, they reached a large town. The moment they entered, Izuku noticed something unusual. People were gathering around a public notice board. Naofumi walked over. Izuku followed. A large announcement had been posted. Notice: monster activity has increased throughout the Western Territories. Several villages have requested assistance. Adventurers are advised to avoid isolated regions. Izuku read the notice twice. That's unusual. Naofumi nodded. The monsters are becoming more aggressive. Izuku looked at the map. And the locations are moving closer together. He pointed. Here. Naofumi leaned closer. That's the village we visited. Izuku's expression changed. Then the activity is spreading. A faint pulse came from his dagger. The system appeared. Wave activity detected. Distance: approximately 180 kilometers. Estimated time until wave: 6 days. Izuku stared. 6 days. Naofumi's expression became serious. Then we need to move. They left the town immediately. On the road, they encountered several merchants fleeing in the opposite direction. One merchant stopped them. Don't go that way. Izuku stepped closer. What happened? Monsters. How many? Hundreds. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Where? Near the eastern villages. Izuku looked at Naofumi. We need to check. The merchant shook his head. You'll die. Izuku didn't answer. He simply continued walking. By evening, they reached the outskirts of another village. Smoke rose from several houses. People were running. Monsters were attacking. They're already here. Naofumi raised his shield. Let's go. Izuku drew his Dragon Fang dagger. Red energy surrounded the blade. Whoosh. They charged. A giant wolf jumped toward a group of villagers. Izuku appeared between them. Slash. The wolf was thrown aside. A second monster attacked. Naofumi blocked it. Boom. Behind you. Izuku turned. 3 monsters approached. He moved. Slash. 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 All 3 collapsed. A child cried nearby. Izuku immediately turned. A monster was approaching the child. Move. The child froze. Izuku launched himself forward. Whoosh. He grabbed the child and jumped away. The monster's claws struck the ground. Crack. Izuku landed safely. He placed the child behind a wall. Stay here. The child nodded. Izuku turned back. His eyes had changed. The vertical pupils glowed faintly. His scales shimmered. The dragon vein surged through his body. Dragon dash. Whoosh. Izuku charged. The monster barely had time to react. Slash. It fell. The battle lasted nearly an hour. Naofumi protected the villagers. Izuku moved between the streets, eliminating monsters before they could reach the houses. Eventually, the final creature disappeared into the forest. Silence returned. Izuku stood in the middle of the road. His breathing was steady. The dagger was covered in faint red energy. Then, boom. The ground shook. Everyone froze. Izuku looked toward the horizon. Another boom. This time, much louder. Naofumi raised his shield. That wasn't a monster. Izuku shook his head. Number. He looked at the sky. Dark clouds had gathered unnaturally fast. Red lightning appeared within them. Crack. A massive circular shape appeared high above the clouds. The system appeared in front of Izuku. Critical warning. Wave of calamity detected. Arrival confirmed. Estimated time. 72 hours. Location. Eastern Melromarc. Izuku's expression became serious. 3 days. Naofumi stared at the sky. Then this is it. Izuku tightened his grip around the dragon fang dagger. The first wave. Another red flash illuminated the clouds. For a moment, something enormous could be seen behind them. Then it vanished. The villagers began panicking. Izuku turned toward them. Everyone. The villagers looked at him. Start reinforcing the village. The elder stepped forward. What? The wave is coming. The elder's face went pale. How do you know? Izuku pointed toward the sky. Because it's already here. That night, Izuku and Naofumi stood on the village wall. The sky remained dark. The strange red clouds had not disappeared. Naofumi looked toward him. Are you afraid? Izuku considered the question. Yes. Naofumi glanced at him. You don't look afraid. Because there's no time for it. Izuku looked at his dagger. We have 3 days. Naofumi nodded. Then we'll prepare. Izuku smiled. Together. The dragon fang dagger glowed. Far away, beyond the horizon, another rumble echoed. Boom. The first wave was coming. And this time, Izuku Midoriya would be there waiting for it. The village had changed overnight. Wooden barricades surrounded the main road. Farmers had stopped working in the fields and were carrying supplies into storage buildings. The guards had doubled their patrols. Even the children had been told to stay indoors. Everyone knew the same thing. The wave was coming. Izuku stood on top of the village wall, looking toward the eastern horizon. The red clouds were still there. They had grown darker since yesterday. His dragon sense picked up strange fluctuations in the air. Mana. Lots of it. But something about it felt wrong. Izuku narrowed his eyes. The energy is getting stronger. Naofumi stood beside him. Can you tell how much? Not exactly. Izuku placed a hand against his chest. But I can feel it. A faint warmth moved through his body. His dragon vein. It had become much easier to sense since his battle against the monsters. Naofumi looked at him. You said your dragon mana was still dormant. It was. Izuku looked at his hand. Red sparks appeared between his fingers. Now it's waking up. Izuku spent the morning training outside the village. He stood in an empty field with his dragon fang dagger drawn. The weapon's dark blade reflected the morning sunlight. Izuku inhaled slowly. He closed his eyes. Instead of forcing his mana outward, he followed its movement. The energy began in his chest, then traveled through his shoulders, down his arms, into his hands. Finally, it reached the dagger. Whoosh! Red flames appeared along the blade. Izuku opened his eyes. Dragon flame dagger. The flames became brighter. He swung. Slash! A red arc flew through the air. It struck a large training target. Boom! The wooden target split apart. Izuku stared at it. The range increased. He raised the dagger again. Let's try something stronger. He concentrated. The red flames changed. They became darker, almost crimson. Small sparks surrounded his arm. His scales began glowing. The system appeared. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 21%. Dragon Mana Output. Increased. Dragon Flame Dagger Efficiency. 34%. Warning. Excessive output may cause physical strain. Izuku stopped. Physical strain. He looked at his arm. Nothing hurt. How much is excessive? He decided to find out. The energy increased. The flames spread from the dagger to his forearm. Whoosh. His eyes widened. The fire wasn't burning him. Instead, it felt warm. Powerful. Controlled. Izuku grinned. So the dragon mana doesn't just enhance the weapon. He raised his arm. It enhances the body too. He stepped forward. Whoosh. His body accelerated. He crossed the field in an instant. He stopped. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Crack. Izuku looked down. That's new. He continued experimenting. Dragon mana increased his acceleration. It strengthened his muscles. It sharpened his senses. It even reinforced his scales. But controlling it wasn't easy. Whenever he pushed too much energy through his body, the flames became unstable. On his fifth attempt, boom, a burst of red energy exploded around him. Izuku was thrown backward. He landed on his back. Okay. He stared at the sky. Too much. Naofumi approached from the edge of the field. You all right? Izuku sat up. Yeah. Naofumi looked at the smoking patch of ground. What happened? I pushed too much dragon mana through my body. Naofumi glanced at his dagger. And it didn't like that. The dagger. My body. Izuku stood. My dragon vein is stronger than I thought, but I don't know how much it can handle. Naofumi nodded. Then don't force it. Izuku looked at him. You're saying that again. Because you keep doing it. Izuku smiled. Fair enough. The village elder approached them later that afternoon. The preparations are complete. Izuku looked toward the barricades. How many fighters? 32 guards and 11 adventurers. Izuku frowned. Not enough. I know. Then we need another strategy. The elder sighed. What do you suggest? Izuku walked toward the village map. We don't fight the wave everywhere. He pointed toward the eastern entrance. We concentrate the defense here. Then he pointed toward the fields. Evacuate the farmers from this area. Another point. Move the wounded and children here. Finally, he pointed toward the forest. And leave this route open. The elder looked confused. Why leave an opening? Because if the monsters have nowhere to go, they'll attack the walls continuously. Izuku traced a line on the map. We give them a path. Toward the forest. Yes. Then what? Izuku looked at Naofumi. He holds them here. Naofumi nodded. And you? Izuku pointed toward the forest. I attack their rear. The elder stared. Alone. Izuku smiled. I'm faster than most of them. Naofumi added. And I'll make sure nothing gets through the front. The elder slowly nodded. Then we'll follow your plan. As evening approached, Izuku walked through the village. He checked every barricade, every evacuation route, every defensive position. His analytical mind worked constantly. He had no military experience in his old world. But he had spent years studying hero battles. Now he finally had the opportunity to apply everything. He noticed a weak point in one of the wooden walls. This needs reinforcement. A guard immediately called for workers. Izuku moved to another section. Move these barrels. The villagers followed his instructions. Naofumi watched from a distance. You're getting comfortable giving orders. Izuku looked back. Someone has to. Naofumi nodded. You're good at it. Izuku smiled. Thanks. Night arrived. Izuku sat alone on the village wall. The dragon fang dagger rested beside him. The red clouds covered half the sky. He could feel the wave. Not directly, but through the dragon vein. Something was pulling on the energy inside his body. Izuku closed his eyes. There. A pulse. Then another. Thump. 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 His dragon vein responded. Red energy flowed through his chest. Izuku opened his eyes. It's calling to me. Naofumi approached. What is the wave? Izuku placed his hand over his chest. There's mana inside it. Naofumi looked toward the sky. Can you use it? Maybe. Maybe. Izuku shrugged. I've never fought something like this before. Naofumi smiled faintly. Neither have I. Izuku laughed. Great. The next morning, the first sign appeared. A crack opened in the sky. Crack. The sound echoed across the village. Everyone looked upward. The red clouds began rotating. Wind rushed through the streets. Whoom. The village walls shook. Izuku immediately stood. Everyone to your positions. The guards ran. Naofumi raised his shield. The adventurers drew their weapons. Izuku pulled his dragon fang dagger. The blade ignited. Whoosh. Red flames wrapped around the edge. Then the sky opened. A massive red portal appeared above the horizon. Something came through. One monster. Then 10. Then 50. Then hundreds. Creatures of different shapes poured from the portal. Wolves. Insects. Reptiles. Birds. Humanoid monsters. The ground trembled beneath their combined movement. Boom. Izuku stared at the approaching horde. That's the wave. The system appeared. Wave of Calamity. Phase 1. Hostile entities. 427. Boss entity. Undetected. Recommended action. Defend the settlement. Izuku tightened his grip. Phase 1. Naofumi raised his shield. What does that mean? Izuku looked at the system. I don't know. The first monsters reached the barricades. Boom. The impact shook the entire wall. Naofumi stepped forward. Shield prison. A barrier formed. The monsters crashed into it. Boom. 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 The barrier held. Izuku jumped from the wall. Naofumi looked after him. Midoriya. Izuku landed in front of the barricade. His eyes glowed. I'm going around. He crouched. Dragon mana surged through his legs. Red energy wrapped around his body. The scales along his arms became brighter. The system appeared. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 27%. Dragon Dash Enhanced. New ability available. Dragon Step. Effect. Temporarily enhances acceleration and evasion. Izuku smiled. Perfect. He disappeared. Whoosh. He moved through the horde. One monster. Slash. Another. Slash. Three more. Slash. His dagger moved faster than his eyes could track. Red arcs flashed through the battlefield. The monsters couldn't keep up. Izuku reached the rear of the formation. He turned around. Hundreds of monsters were still approaching. There are too many. He raised his dagger. Then I'll make it easier. He concentrated. Dragon mana gathered around the blade. The flames expanded. Larger. Hotter. Brighter. Izuku swung. Dragon flame arc. Whoosh. A massive red crescent crossed the battlefield. Boom. Dozens of monsters were thrown backward. The villagers stared. One guard whispered, "What kind of magic is that?" Izuku didn't hear him. His attention was elsewhere. The system had changed. Boss entity detected. Distance. 1.8 kilometers. Threat level. Very high. Direction. East. Izuku's expression became serious. There you are. A huge roar echoed through the forest. Roar. The monsters around him suddenly stopped. Then they moved aside. Something massive was approaching. Trees fell one after another. Boom. 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 Izuku tightened his grip on the dragon fang dagger. The red flames around the blade grew stronger. All right. He lowered his stance. Let's see what the boss looks like. The trees ahead exploded outward. Boom. A gigantic monster emerged. It was covered in black armor like scales. Two massive horns curved from its head. Its mouth opened. Roar. A wave of heat swept across the battlefield. Izuku's eyes widened. That's not a normal monster. The system appeared. Boss monster identified. Species. Wave Dragon. Threat level. Catastrophic. Dragon affinity. Extremely high. Warning. Target possesses Dragon Vein energy. Izuku stared at the final message. Dragon Vein. The monster's eyes locked onto him. Its roar shook the ground. Roar. Izuku's Dragon Vein suddenly reacted violently. Red energy erupted from his body. His horns glowed. His scales brightened. His pupils narrowed. The Dragon Fang dagger began vibrating. Izuku gritted his teeth. Why is my body reacting to it? The wave dragon lowered its head. Izuku raised his dagger. The two dragon energies collided. Boom. A shockwave swept across the battlefield. The villagers were thrown backward. Naofumi planted his shield into the ground. Izuku remained standing. Barely. His body was shaking. The system flashed repeatedly. Dragon Vein resonance detected. Synchronization increasing. 31%. 34%. 39%. Izuku stared at the numbers. It's absorbing the wave's energy. The wave dragon charged. Boom. Izuku's eyes widened. Too fast. He activated Dragon Step. Whoosh. The monster's claws missed him by inches. Izuku appeared beside its head. His dagger burned brighter than before. He struck. Slash. The blade bounced off the monster's scales. Izuku was thrown backward. Boom. He crashed into the ground. He immediately rolled away. That defense. The dragon turned. Izuku stood. Blood wasn't visible. His scales had absorbed most of the impact. He looked at the dagger. Then at the monster. If physical attacks aren't enough. Red energy gathered around his arm. Then I'll use dragon mana. The wave dragon roared. Roar. Izuku charged. Whoosh. The dragon charged too. Both collided. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted across the battlefield. The first clash had begun. Boom. The collision sent a shockwave across the battlefield. Izuku was thrown backward. His boots carved two long lines through the dirt before he managed to stop himself. The wave dragon remained standing. Its black scales were barely scratched. Izuku stared at it. That hurt. The dragon lowered its head. Roar. A burst of heat exploded from its mouth. Izuku jumped sideways. The fire swept across the ground where he had been standing. The grass ignited. Izuku landed behind a broken tree. Fire resistance doesn't mean fire immunity. He glanced toward his arms. His scales had protected him, but the heat still reached his skin. The dragon charged again. Boom. Izuku jumped. The creature's horn smashed through the tree. Crack. Wood exploded everywhere. Izuku landed on its back. Dragon Step. Whoosh. He accelerated along the monster's spine. His dragon fang dagger burned crimson. He searched for a weak point. Dragon Sense activated. Red lines appeared across the creature's body. Most of them were faint. One was brighter. Near the base of its neck. Izuku's eyes widened. There. He raised the dagger. Slash. The blade struck. This time, the dragon reacted. Roar. Its body twisted violently. Izuku was thrown into the air. He tried to regain his balance. The dragon's tail came toward him. Boom. Izuku was struck and sent flying. He crashed into the ground. Crack. Izuku. Naofumi's voice came from behind the barricade. Izuku pushed himself up. I'm fine. His body hurt, but nothing was broken. He looked at the dragon. Its neck is a weak point. Naofumi raised his shield. Can you reach it again? Yes. Then I'll create an opening. Izuku looked at him. How? Naofumi stepped forward. Watch. The wave dragon charged toward the village. Naofumi stood directly in its path. Everyone behind me. The guards moved away. The dragon lowered its horns. Boom. It charged. Naofumi planted his feet. Shield prison. A barrier appeared. The dragon crashed into it. Boom. The barrier shook. Naofumi gritted his teeth. It's stronger than I expected. The dragon pushed harder. Boom. Cracks appeared across the barrier. Izuku watched carefully. The monster was completely focused on Naofumi. Its neck was exposed. Izuku smiled. Perfect. He crouched. Dragon mana surged through his legs. Red energy surrounded his body. Dragon dash. Whoosh. Izuku disappeared. The dragon didn't notice. He moved around the battlefield. Behind it. Then above it. Then toward the neck. The dragon suddenly turned. Its eyes locked onto him. You noticed. Its jaws opened. A wave of fire erupted. Izuku twisted in midair. The flames passed beside him. His scales became hot. Too close. He continued moving. The dragon's tail swung. Izuku ducked. The tail passed over his head. He reached the neck. Dragon fang strike. Slash. The dagger pierced between two scales. The dragon roared. Roar. Black energy erupted from its body. Izuku was thrown backward. What? The monster's scales began glowing. The wound closed. Izuku landed. Regeneration. Naofumi shouted. Can you stop it? Izuku looked at the dragon. Maybe. The system appeared. Wave dragon. Regeneration detected. Dragon vein energy detected. Weakness. Internal core. External attacks ineffective. Recommended strategy. Disrupt dragon vein circulation. Izuku stared. Internal core. Naofumi looked toward him. What does that mean? We can't defeat it by attacking the outside. Izuku pointed at the dragon. There's something inside controlling its regeneration. Naofumi nodded. Then how do we reach it? Izuku looked at his dagger. I don't know yet. The dragon roared again. Roar. A shockwave spread outward. Izuku and Naofumi both braced themselves. The villagers behind them fell to the ground. Izuku's expression changed. We don't have much time. The dragon suddenly turned toward the village. Izuku realized what it was doing. It's going for the civilians. Naofumi raised his shield. I'll stop it. Number. Izuku grabbed his arm. You can't hold it forever. Then what do you suggest? Izuku looked toward the monster. We split up. Naofumi frowned. Explain. You keep its attention. Izuku pointed toward the forest. I'll lure it away from the village. Naofumi shook his head. That's dangerous. So is letting it attack the village. Naofumi stared at him. Izuku smiled. Trust me. After a brief pause, Naofumi nodded. Fine. Izuku turned toward the dragon. He raised his dagger. Hey. The dragon's head turned. Izuku pointed the blade toward it. Come get me. The dragon roared. Roar. Izuku ran. Whoosh. The wave dragon followed. Boom. Trees fell behind Izuku. He sprinted through the forest. His dragon sense tracked every movement. The dragon was getting closer. Too close. Izuku jumped over a fallen tree. The dragon smashed through it. Crack. Izuku accelerated. Dragon dash. Whoosh. The distance increased. He looked back. The dragon was still following. Good. He smiled. Just a little farther. The forest opened into a rocky valley. Izuku stopped. The dragon entered behind him. Boom. The creature's feet crushed several rocks. Izuku turned. This should work. The dragon roared. Roar. It charged. Izuku waited. 5 meters. 3, 2, now. He jumped upward. The dragon passed underneath him. Izuku landed on its back. He drove his dagger into one of the gaps between its scales. Slash. The dragon roared. Izuku held on. Dragon sense. His vision changed. Red lines spread through the creature's body. He followed them. The energy moved from the dragon's chest toward its neck. Then back again. A circular pattern. Izuku's eyes widened. The core is in the chest. The dragon twisted. Izuku nearly fell. He jumped away. The monster turned. Izuku stared at its chest. I need to get inside. The dagger pulsed. A new system window appeared. Vassal Dagger ability detected. Dragon Fang Dagger. Special function. Penetration. Condition. Dragon Vein synchronization above 40%. Current synchronization. 43%. Ability unlocked. Dragon Fang Piercer. Izuku's eyes widened. Perfect. The dragon charged. Izuku lowered his stance. Red energy gathered around his dagger. The blade became surrounded by a thin layer of crimson light. Dragon Fang Piercer. Whoosh. He launched forward. The dragon opened its jaws. Izuku dodged the bite. He moved beneath the creature. Then upward. The dagger struck the chest. Slash. The blade pierced through the scales. The dragon screamed. Roar. Izuku pushed harder. The dagger penetrated deeper. Red energy spread through the wound. The monster's regeneration stopped. Izuku saw it. A glowing black-red core inside the dragon's chest. There. The core pulsed. Boom. A shockwave exploded from the dragon. Izuku was thrown backward. He rolled across the ground. It rejected me. The dragon's chest closed. The core disappeared. Izuku stood. I need more power. Back at the village, Naofumi was struggling. The remaining monsters had surrounded the barricades. Shield prison. Boom. Another group crashed into the barrier. Naofumi's arms shook. There are too many. A guard shouted. The shield hero can't hold them. Naofumi gritted his teeth. He looked toward the forest. Izuku. Then a red light appeared in the distance. Whoosh. Izuku returned. He landed beside Naofumi. How bad? Bad. Izuku looked at the approaching monsters. Then let's finish this. Naofumi nodded. What did you discover? The dragon has an internal core. Can you destroy it? Yes. Izuku looked toward his dagger. But I need an opening. Naofumi understood. Then I'll make one. The two heroes moved simultaneously. Naofumi stepped forward. Shield prison. The barrier expanded. Dozens of monsters became trapped. Izuku ran around the perimeter. Slash. 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 He eliminated the creatures one by one. The remaining monsters tried to attack him. Naofumi blocked them. Boom. Left. Izuku moved. Naofumi blocked another attack. Right. Izuku turned. Slash. Their movements became synchronized. Shield. Dagger. Defense. Attack. The villagers watched in amazement. The shield hero protected the front. The dagger hero attacked from every direction. Within minutes, the battlefield began clearing. Izuku landed beside Naofumi. Almost done. Naofumi nodded. Then the ground shook. Boom. Both looked toward the forest. The wave dragon returned. Its black scales were covered with red energy. Izuku's expression became serious. It's stronger. Naofumi raised his shield. Then we'll hit it harder. Izuku smiled. That's the plan. The dragon charged. Naofumi moved first. Shield prison. The barrier trapped the dragon's front legs. The creature roared. Roar. It struggled. Izuku ran. Whoosh. He jumped onto Naofumi's shield. Naofumi looked up. What are you doing? Launch me. Naofumi understood. Fine. He lowered the shield. Then released the stored force. Shield cannon. Boom. Izuku was launched into the air. He flew directly toward the dragon. The creature looked upward. Its jaws opened. Izuku raised his dagger. Dragon Fang Piercer. Whoosh. He struck the same point on its chest. Slash. The blade pierced the scales. The internal core became visible. Izuku pushed the dagger forward. Red energy entered the core. The dragon screamed. Roar. The core began cracking. Crack. Izuku's eyes widened. It's working. The dragon thrashed violently. Izuku held on. The dagger glowed brighter. Break. Crack. The core shattered. Boom. A massive wave of energy exploded from the dragon. Izuku was thrown into the air. The dragon collapsed. Silence spread across the battlefield. Then the system appeared. Wave dragon defeated. Boss entity eliminated. Experience gained. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 51%. Dragon Fang Dagger Proficiency increased. New skill unlocked. Dragon Vein Burst. Izuku fell. Naofumi looked upward. Izuku. He raised his shield. Izuku landed on it. Boom. The shield absorbed the impact. Izuku slowly stood. Thanks. Naofumi lowered the shield. You're welcome. The red clouds above the village began disappearing. The monsters that remained faded into particles of light. The villagers slowly emerged from their shelters. Some cheered. Others simply stared. The elder approached the two heroes. You saved our village. Izuku shook his head. We both did. He looked at Naofumi. Naofumi nodded. The system appeared one final time. First wave boss defeated. Settlement saved. Party synchronization increased. New party skill available. Shield and dagger formation. Effect. Increased defense and attack coordination. Izuku stared. Party skill. Naofumi looked at the window. I can actually see that one. Izuku blinked. You can. Naofumi nodded. Yes. Izuku smiled. Interesting. The two heroes looked at each other. Their weapons began glowing simultaneously. The shield. The Dragon Fang Dagger. A faint red and blue aura surrounded them. Far away, the remaining heroes watched the red clouds disappear. The sword hero lowered his weapon. The wave is over. The bow hero looked toward the distant village. Who defeated the boss? The spear hero laughed. Probably me. The sword hero frowned. You weren't there. The spear hero shrugged. Then it was probably one of the others. None of them knew what had actually happened. Two heroes who had been pushed aside by the kingdom had just defeated the strongest creature of the first wave together. And their partnership had only just begun. The village had finally become quiet. The damage from the first wave was still visible everywhere. Broken fences lay beside the road, several houses had damaged roofs, and deep marks covered the ground where the monsters had attacked. Yet the villagers were alive. Izuku stood near the eastern gate, examining his Dragon Fang Dagger. The blade had changed again. Faint crimson patterns now ran along its edge, pulsing whenever he moved Dragon Vein mana through his body. He turned it over in his hand. Dragon Vein Burst. The newly unlocked skill still bothered him. It was powerful, but he had no idea how much energy it required. Naofumi approached with his shield equipped. You've been staring at that dagger for 10 minutes. Izuku looked up. I'm trying to understand how it works. You always analyze everything. Usually. Naofumi sighed. Makes sense. Izuku closed the system window. What about you? What about me? Your shield. Naofumi looked down at it. It's been absorbing monster materials since the beginning. Izuku nodded. Then we should test what changed after the wave. Naofumi raised an eyebrow. Right now. Why not? We just finished fighting a wave. Exactly. Naofumi stared at him. Izuku smiled. We know we're alive. That's a good starting point. They left the village several hours later. Their destination was a small monster hunting ground outside the main road. The first monster appeared almost immediately. A large horned rabbit jumped from the bushes. Izuku moved. Slash. The creature dropped. A notification appeared. Monster defeated. Experience gained. Izuku looked at Naofumi. Your turn. Naofumi raised his shield. The next monster charged. Boom. It struck the shield. Naofumi barely moved. That's stronger. Izuku nodded. Your defense improved. Another monster attacked. Naofumi blocked it. The shield emitted a faint glow. Shield ability activated. Air Strike Shield. A burst of energy pushed the monster backward. Izuku's eyes widened. That's useful. Naofumi looked at the shield. It wasn't there before. The wave changed both of our weapons. Izuku examined his own dagger. Maybe the weapons evolve according to what we fight. Naofumi nodded. Then we need to keep testing them. They spent several days traveling between villages. The news about the first wave spread quickly. Many people claimed that the three cardinal heroes had defeated it. Very few knew that Naofumi and Izuku had actually eliminated the strongest monster. The two didn't bother correcting anyone. They had more important problems. Money, food, equipment, and information. One afternoon, they arrived at a large town. The moment they entered, Izuku noticed several people staring at Naofumi. Whispers followed them. That's the shield hero, the traitor, and the other one, the dragon Demi-Human. Izuku ignored them. Naofumi's expression remained cold. They entered an inn. The owner immediately pointed toward the door. No Demi-Humans. Izuku stopped. Naofumi's expression darkened. We're paying customers. I don't care. Izuku looked around. Then we'll find another place. Naofumi grabbed his arm. Wait. Izuku looked at him. What? Naofumi stared at the owner. We shouldn't have to keep doing this. Izuku nodded. I know. He turned toward the door. But we're not going to waste time fighting every person who hates us. Naofumi followed. Outside, Naofumi sighed. This country is unbelievable. Izuku looked at the road. It's worse than I expected. You're a demi-human. Yes. And you're still defending this kingdom. Izuku thought for a moment. I'm not defending the kingdom. He looked at Naofumi. I'm protecting the people who live here. Naofumi was silent. Then he nodded. Fair enough. Later that evening, they heard a commotion near the central plaza. Izuku and Naofumi approached. A group of soldiers had surrounded someone. The person in the middle was wearing a red cloak. A spear rested in his hand. Izuku recognized him immediately. Motoyasu Kitamura. Naofumi's expression changed. The spear hero. Motoyasu turned. His eyes immediately landed on Naofumi. You. He raised his spear. Shield hero. Naofumi stepped forward. What do you want? Motoyasu's expression became angry. You know exactly what I want. Izuku stepped between them. Let's not do this here. Motoyasu looked at him. His expression changed. Who are you? Izuku pointed toward himself. Izuku Midoriya. Motoyasu stared at his horns. You're a demi-human. Dragon demi-human. Motoyasu tightened his grip. So you're working with him? Yes. Motoyasu's eyes narrowed. Then you're also an enemy. Izuku sighed. That's not how this works. Motoyasu raised his spear. Move. Izuku didn't. Number. The soldiers surrounding them began backing away. Motoyasu took a step forward. The shield hero is a criminal. Izuku looked at him. Based on what evidence? Motoyasu hesitated. The princess said. That's not evidence. Motoyasu's expression hardened. You don't understand. Then explain it. Motoyasu pointed his spear. The shield hero attacked the princess. Izuku looked toward Naofumi. Naofumi's expression remained unchanged. Izuku looked back. Did you witness it? Number. Did you investigate? The kingdom confirmed it. Izuku shook his head. That's not investigation. Motoyasu became angry. You've been manipulated by him. Izuku's eyes narrowed. And you've been manipulated by someone else. The plaza became silent. Motoyasu's face darkened. Take that back. Number. Motoyasu suddenly charged. Boom. His spear struck. Izuku dodged. Whoosh. The weapon passed beside his head. Izuku stepped backward. Motoyasu attacked again. Slash. Izuku blocked the shaft with his dagger. The impact pushed him backward. He stared. Strong. Motoyasu smiled. Now you understand. Izuku lowered his stance. Not really. Motoyasu attacked again. Izuku moved. 1 step. 2. 3. His dragon sense activated. The spear's trajectory became visible. Izuku could see the angle of every thrust. He twisted around the weapon. Slash. His dagger struck the spear shaft. Motoyasu's eyes widened. Fast. Izuku moved behind him. Motoyasu spun. The spear swept across the ground. Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He landed several meters away. Your attacks are powerful. Motoyasu charged. And you're annoying. Izuku smiled slightly. That's what I hear. The fight intensified. Motoyasu's spear created shockwaves with every thrust. Boom. Izuku dodged. Slash. His dagger struck. Motoyasu blocked. Clang. Izuku moved again. Motoyasu turned. Their weapons collided repeatedly. Clang. 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 The spectators could barely follow them. Naofumi remained at the edge of the plaza. He didn't interfere. Izuku understood why. This was his fight. Motoyasu suddenly changed his stance. Venom Spear. The tip of the spear became surrounded by purple energy. Izuku's dragon sense immediately warned him. Poison detected. He jumped backward. The spear struck the ground. Crack. Purple energy spread across the stones. Izuku stared. Poison. Motoyasu smiled. You can't block that. Izuku looked at his dagger. Red energy flowed through the blade. I don't need to. He vanished. Whoosh. Motoyasu thrust. Izuku slipped past the attack. Another thrust. Izuku ducked. Another. He moved sideways. Motoyasu's attacks became faster. But Izuku's dragon sense kept predicting them. Then Izuku saw an opening. The spear extended too far. Izuku stepped inside its range. His dagger touched Motoyasu's wrist. Motoyasu froze. Izuku stopped the blade a centimeter from his skin. You're defeated. Motoyasu stared. What? Izuku lowered his dagger. If this were a real battle, your hand would already be injured. Motoyasu's expression changed. He stepped backward. You. Izuku turned away. We're done. Motoyasu wasn't satisfied. He raised his spear again. Naofumi stepped forward. Enough. The shield appeared. You lost. Motoyasu gritted his teeth. Then a woman's voice came from the crowd. Motoyasu. A blonde girl ran toward him. Izuku immediately recognized her. The princess. His dragon sense activated automatically. Something felt wrong. The system appeared. Unknown individual detected. Hostile intent. Low. Deception probability. High. Izuku stared at the notification. Interesting. The girl looked toward Naofumi. Her expression changed dramatically. Shield hero. She pointed toward him. He attacked me again. Naofumi's expression became furious. That's a lie. Izuku stepped between them. Everyone stop. The princess looked at him. You were fighting the spear hero. Yes. Then you attacked him. Number. Izuku pointed at the damaged plaza. He attacked me first. The soldiers looked uncertain. Motoyasu stepped forward. I was defending the princess. Izuku stared at him. She wasn't even here when we started. Motoyasu froze. The soldiers exchanged glances. Izuku continued. We were already fighting before she arrived. The princess's expression tightened. That doesn't prove anything. Izuku smiled. Actually, it does. He pointed toward the ground. Look at the footprints. The soldiers looked. Izuku continued. Motoyasu's footprints start from that direction. He pointed toward the street. The princess arrived from the opposite direction. One soldier looked confused. So, Izuku nodded. She wasn't here when the fight started. The princess became visibly nervous. Izuku noticed. Naofumi noticed too. Motoyasu looked between them. Multi. The princess forced a smile. It doesn't matter. Izuku's eyes narrowed. It matters. The situation became increasingly tense. Before anyone could speak again, a royal messenger arrived. The queen has issued an order. Everyone became silent. The messenger unrolled a scroll. The shield hero and dagger hero are to cease hostilities with the other heroes and remain available for future wave operations. Naofumi frowned. The queen. Yes. Izuku glanced at Naofumi. That's interesting. Naofumi nodded. The messenger continued. The queen also requests that both heroes travel to Castle Town. Naofumi crossed his arms. Why? She wishes to speak with you personally. Izuku looked at the princess. Then at Motoyasu. Then at the messenger. Too many pieces were moving at once. His dragon sense activated. No immediate threat, but something was wrong. Naofumi. Yeah, we should go. Naofumi looked surprised. You're willing to meet the queen? Yes. Why? Izuku looked at the royal messenger. Because she's one of the few people in this country who has actually acknowledged our existence. Naofumi thought about it, then nodded. Fine. The next morning, they left the town. Motoyasu and the other heroes traveled in another direction. Before leaving, Motoyasu looked back at Izuku. This isn't over. Izuku nodded. I know. Motoyasu turned away. Izuku watched him disappear. Naofumi approached. You could have beaten him. Izuku shook his head. Not necessarily. You had the advantage. Because I didn't use Dragon Vein Burst. Naofumi looked at him. Why not? Because if I had, someone could have been seriously injured. Naofumi nodded. Good decision. Izuku smiled. I'm learning. They continued walking. After several hours, Izuku stopped. Naofumi looked back. What? Izuku stared toward the road ahead. His dragon sense had detected something. A carriage, several armed men, and something else. A faint magical presence. Izuku's hand moved toward his dagger. Someone is coming. Naofumi raised his shield. Enemy. Izuku watched the carriage approach. I don't know. The carriage stopped. A tall man stepped down. Behind him were several soldiers. Then a familiar voice came from inside. Are you the shield hero? Naofumi narrowed his eyes. Who's asking? The carriage door opened. A young woman stepped out. She wore elegant clothing and carried herself with authority. Someone who would like to speak with both of you. Izuku's dragon sense activated. The system appeared. Individual identified. Royal affiliation detected. Hostile intent. None. Authority level. High. Izuku relaxed slightly. The woman looked at him. And you must be the dagger hero. Izuku nodded. Izuku Midoriya. She smiled. Then perhaps we should speak. Naofumi looked at Izuku. Izuku nodded. The two approached the carriage. Neither knew that their meeting with the queen would completely change their position within Melromarc. And neither knew that the next wave was already beginning to form beyond the horizon. The carriage continued toward the next town. Izuku sat across from Naofumi while the royal carriage moved along the stone road. Neither of them spoke for several minutes. The woman who had stopped them earlier had already introduced herself as a royal representative, but she had deliberately avoided discussing the details of her mission. Izuku found that suspicious. His dragon sense remained active. No hostile intent. No immediate danger. But there were several hidden magical signatures nearby. Naofumi. What? There are people following us. The royal representative looked toward him. You noticed. Izuku nodded. 4 people. She smiled. 5. Izuku blinked. There's another one. Inside the carriage. Izuku looked at her. She laughed softly. Your senses are impressive. Naofumi frowned. Who are they? Guards. Why hide them? Because the queen prefers to avoid unnecessary attention. Naofumi leaned back. You could have said that earlier. Would you have believed me? Probably not. Izuku smiled. Neither would I. The carriage eventually reached a large city. Unlike the villages they had visited, this place was crowded. Merchants filled the streets. Adventurers moved between shops. Demi-humans could be seen among the population, although most kept their heads lowered while walking. Izuku immediately noticed the difference. Some wore collars. Others were being escorted by armed men. His expression became serious. Naofumi. I see them. They passed a large building with a wooden sign. Izuku slowed down. The sign displayed a symbol he didn't recognize. Then he heard a cry from inside. Please. Izuku stopped. The royal representative looked back. What is it? That building. What about it? There are demi-humans inside. Naofumi's expression hardened. How many? Izuku closed his eyes. His dragon sense spread outward. At least 20. He opened his eyes. Most are children. The representative sighed. It's a slave market. Izuku stared at the building. His hands tightened. Slavery is legal here, under certain conditions. I don't care about the conditions. His voice became colder. They're being treated like property. The representative watched him carefully. What are you planning to do? Izuku looked toward Naofumi. Naofumi already understood. We're going inside. The slave market was larger than Izuku expected. Several cages lined the walls. Demi-humans sat inside them. Some looked exhausted. Others barely reacted to the customers passing by. Izuku's dragon senses immediately detected fear throughout the building. His hands tightened around his dagger. Naofumi placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't lose control. Izuku nodded. I won't. A merchant approached. Welcome, heroes. His smile was wide. Perhaps you're looking for a companion. Naofumi looked at him. Maybe. The merchant's eyes moved toward Izuku. And you must be the dragon demi-human. Izuku stared at him. Yes. Interesting. The merchant smiled. We have several demi-human slaves with dragon blood. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Show me. Naofumi glanced at him. He understood immediately. They needed information first. The merchant led them deeper into the building. We have beast folk, fox demi-humans, wolf demi-humans, and several rare species. Izuku looked into each cage. His dragon sense reacted differently to every person. Some had strong mana, some had unusual physical abilities. Then he noticed someone in the corner. A small demi-human girl. She had brown hair and animal-like ears. She sat quietly with her knees pulled toward herself. Izuku stopped. The system appeared. Individual detected. Species. Tanuki demi-human. Physical condition. Weakened. Mana capacity. Moderate. Combat potential. High. Age. Juvenile. Izuku's expression changed. Her. The merchant smiled. Excellent choice. Izuku stepped closer. The girl looked up. Her eyes met his. She immediately looked away. Izuku crouched outside the cage. What's your name? The girl hesitated. Raphtalia. Izuku smiled gently. Nice to meet you, Raphtalia. She looked at his horns. You're a demi-human too. Yes. Then why are you with a human? Izuku glanced at Naofumi. He's my friend. Naofumi crossed his arms. And partner. Raphtalia looked confused. Izuku continued. We're looking for someone who can travel with us. The merchant immediately interrupted. She's a good choice. Izuku looked at him. Why? She has excellent potential. Raphtalia lowered her head. Izuku noticed the way she reacted whenever the merchant spoke. She was afraid of him. His dragon sense confirmed it. Izuku stood. How much? The merchant named a price. Naofumi frowned. That's expensive. She's a rare demi-human. Izuku looked at Raphtalia again. Then at the other cages. We'll buy her. Naofumi looked at him. Are you sure? Izuku nodded. Yes. The transaction was completed. The merchant handed the contract to Naofumi. Izuku immediately noticed Raphtalia staring at the document. Her expression was complicated. Izuku crouched beside her. You don't have to be afraid of us. Raphtalia looked at him. What happens now? Izuku paused. You travel with us. And if I can't fight? Then we teach you. Raphtalia blinked. And if I'm too weak? Then you get stronger. And if I fail? Izuku smiled. Then we try again. Raphtalia stared at him. For the first time, her expression softened. You're strange. Naofumi sighed. She's not the first person to say that. Izuku smiled. It's becoming a pattern. They left the market. Raphtalia walked several steps behind them. Izuku noticed. You can walk beside us. She hesitated. Then moved closer. Naofumi looked at her. Do you know how to fight? Raphtalia shook her head. Not very well. Then we'll train. Izuku nodded. First, we'll find out what you're good at. Raphtalia looked at him. Why? Because everyone has something. She looked toward her hands. I don't think I do. Izuku shook his head. You do. His dragon sense activated. He could see the flow of mana around her. There was something unusual. A faint concentration around her arms. You have good mana circulation. Raphtalia looked surprised. Really? Yes. Naofumi glanced at Izuku. You can tell that. Dragon sense. Right. The next morning, training began. Izuku started with basic movement. Don't swing the sword with your entire body. Raphtalia held the practice weapon awkwardly. Like this. Not exactly. Izuku demonstrated. Keep your balance centered. He stepped forward. Your feet should move first. Raphtalia copied him. Like this. Better. She tried again. This time, her movement was smoother. Izuku nodded. Good. Naofumi watched from nearby. She learns quickly. Izuku smiled. I told you. Raphtalia's ears moved. She seemed pleased. After several hours, Izuku noticed something. Raphtalia was exhausted. But she hadn't stopped. He approached her. That's enough. Raphtalia shook her head. I can continue. You can. Izuku smiled. But you shouldn't. She looked confused. Why? Because getting stronger isn't about destroying yourself. Naofumi looked toward Izuku. You should listen to your own advice. Izuku froze. Fair. Raphtalia smiled. That evening, the three traveled toward the next town. Izuku walked beside Raphtalia. She was quieter than usual. Finally, she asked, Why did you buy me? Izuku looked at her. Because you needed help. That's all. Yes. Raphtalia looked surprised. You didn't want a servant. Number. Then what am I? Izuku thought for a moment. An ally. Raphtalia's ears lifted. Ally. Yes. Naofumi looked over. That works. Raphtalia smiled. Then I'll become strong enough to help. Izuku nodded. That's the spirit. They reached the edge of town shortly before sunset. A group of armed men stood on the road. Naofumi immediately raised his shield. Izuku drew his dagger. Raphtalia stepped behind them. One of the men shouted. The shield hero. Naofumi frowned. What do you want? Hand over the Demi-Human. Izuku stepped forward. Number. The man pointed his weapon at him. She belongs to the merchant. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The contract belongs to Naofumi. The man laughed. You don't understand how things work here. Izuku's dragon pupils narrowed. Then perhaps you should learn how things work with us. The man charged. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. He appeared behind him. The dagger stopped against the man's armor. One warning. The man froze. Izuku lowered the weapon. Leave. The others hesitated. Naofumi raised his shield. You heard him. The group retreated. Raphtalia stared at Izuku. That was fast. Izuku sheathed his dagger. I didn't want to fight. Naofumi nodded. Good. Later that night, the group camped near a river. Raphtalia sat beside the fire. Izuku was studying his system. Party members. 3. Naofumi Iwatani. Raphtalia. Izuku Midoriya. Party synchronization. 18%. Formation skills available. Shield and dagger formation. Dragon Guard. Requirements incomplete. Izuku frowned. Dragon Guard. Naofumi looked over. What? Another party skill. What does it do? I don't know. Izuku selected the information. Dragon Guard. Effect. Temporarily transfers a portion of the dagger hero's dragon vein energy to an allied defensive target. Condition. High party synchronization. Izuku smiled. That's useful. Naofumi nodded. We'll work on it. Raphtalia looked at them. What are you two talking about? Izuku showed her the system. Raphtalia stared. I can see it too. Izuku blinked. Really? She nodded. Naofumi looked at the window. Then the system recognizes the whole party. Izuku closed the display. That's good. The next morning, a messenger arrived. He carried the Queen's seal. The Queen requests your presence immediately. Naofumi looked at Izuku. Again. Izuku nodded. Something must have happened. The messenger looked serious. There are reports of unusual monster activity. Izuku's dragon sense reacted. He felt it too. A faint pulse. Far away. Another wave. Not yet, but coming. Izuku looked toward the horizon. We'll go. The messenger nodded. As the group prepared to leave, Raphtalia stepped beside Izuku. Are we going to fight another wave? Izuku smiled. Probably. Raphtalia tightened her grip around her sword. Then I'll help. Izuku nodded. That's why you're with us. The three began walking toward the capital. Behind them, the slave market stood in the distance. Izuku didn't look back. He had no intention of returning. But he had already made one decision. If he encountered another demi-human being treated like property, he would not simply walk past. His dragon eyes turned toward the road ahead. The journey continued. The road toward Melromarc's capital was unusually quiet. Izuku walked at the front of the group, his dragon fang dagger secured at his waist. Behind him, Raphtalia practiced her footwork while Naofumi drove the carriage. Left foot first, Izuku said. Raphtalia stepped forward. Like this. Yes. Now turn your hips when you swing. Raphtalia raised her sword. Slash. The practice target shook. Izuku nodded. Better. Raphtalia smiled. I'm getting stronger. You are. Naofumi glanced back. She's improved a lot in just a few days. Izuku nodded. Her mana circulation is improving too. Raphtalia looked confused. Mana. You have it. You're just not used to controlling it. Can you teach me? Of course. Izuku stopped walking. He held out his hand. Close your eyes. Raphtalia did so. Now breathe slowly. She inhaled. Don't force anything. Feel the energy inside you. Raphtalia remained still. A few seconds passed. Then a faint green glow appeared around her fingers. Her eyes opened. I did it. Izuku smiled. Good. Naofumi looked at her. That's faster than I expected. Izuku nodded. She has talent. Raphtalia stared at the glow. What kind of magic can I use? We'll find out. They continued toward the capital. By midday, Izuku's dragon sense detected something unusual. He stopped. Naofumi noticed. What? Izuku looked toward the road ahead. Something is following us. Raphtalia immediately reached for her sword. Monsters. Number. Izuku closed his eyes. People. Naofumi stopped the carriage. How many? 3. A moment later, 3 adventurers appeared from behind the trees. One wore a red cloak. Another carried a bow. The third held a large axe. The man with the bow raised his weapon. Shield hero. Naofumi frowned. What do you want? The archer pointed toward him. We were told you were traveling with a dragon demi-human. Izuku stepped forward. That's me. The adventurer looked surprised. You're the dagger hero. Yes. The man lowered his bow slightly. We weren't told there were 2 heroes. Naofumi sighed. Apparently nobody bothers giving people accurate information. Izuku glanced at the adventurers. Who sent you? The 3 exchanged looks. The Adventurers Guild. Izuku relaxed slightly. Then show us your identification. The archer produced a guild card. Izuku examined it. The dragon sense detected no deception. They're telling the truth. Naofumi lowered his shield. What does the guild want? They've received reports of monsters appearing near the capital. Izuku's expression became serious. How many? Too many to count. Izuku looked toward the horizon. Then we're dealing with another outbreak. The archer nodded. That's what we think. They reached the capital 2 days later. The gates were crowded. Soldiers inspected everyone entering the city. The moment Izuku approached, several guards became tense. One whispered, Dragon Demi-Human. Another reached for his weapon. Izuku stopped. Naofumi stepped forward. He's the Dagger hero. The guard froze. The Dagger hero. Izuku nodded. The guard immediately bowed. My apologies. Izuku waved his hand. It's fine. The gate opened. As they entered, Izuku noticed something. The city was preparing for war. Soldiers carried weapons through the streets. Shops were running out of supplies. Mages were reinforcing defensive barriers. And several adventurers were gathering near the central plaza. Izuku frowned. Something happened. Naofumi nodded. Looks like it. The Queen's representative was waiting for them. Heroes. She bowed. Thank you for coming. Naofumi crossed his arms. What's happening? Reports of monster activity have increased throughout the kingdom. Izuku looked at the map she carried. Where? She pointed toward several locations. Izuku immediately recognized the pattern. They're forming a route. The representative looked surprised. You noticed. The monsters aren't appearing randomly. Izuku traced the locations with his finger. They're moving toward the capital. Naofumi frowned. Why? Izuku stared at the map. Something is driving them. The representative's expression became serious. That is what we fear. They were taken to a private chamber inside the palace. Izuku immediately recognized the atmosphere. Too many nobles. Too many guards. Too many eyes watching him. Naofumi looked equally uncomfortable. A royal official stood before them. The kingdom has decided to establish a temporary alliance between the Shield Hero and Dagger Hero. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Temporary. Until the next wave is defeated. Naofumi crossed his arms. And the other heroes. They have been assigned separate territories. Izuku frowned. That's a mistake. The official looked annoyed. Why? Because the wave isn't behaving normally. Izuku pointed at the map. If the monsters are being directed toward one location, separating the heroes makes no sense. One noble scoffed. You're only a newly summoned hero. Izuku looked at him. And I predicted the monster movement before your scouts did. The room went silent. Naofumi almost smiled. A door opened. A woman entered. Everyone immediately bowed. Izuku recognized her from the royal insignia. The Queen. Morelia Q. Melromarc. She looked at Naofumi first. Then at Izuku. Then at Raphtalia. Rise. Everyone stood. The Queen approached. Shield Hero. Naofumi nodded. Your Majesty. Then she turned toward Izuku. Dagger Hero. Izuku bowed. Your Majesty. The Queen studied his horns and scales. I have heard much about you. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Hopefully good things. Mostly. Naofumi raised an eyebrow. Mostly. The Queen smiled. Your reputation is growing rapidly. Izuku scratched his cheek. That's not necessarily a good thing. Perhaps not. The Queen looked toward Raphtalia. And this is your companion. Raphtalia bowed. Raphtalia, Your Majesty. The Queen nodded. Welcome. The meeting continued. The Queen explained that several villages had reported monsters with unusual characteristics. Some had been stronger than their expected levels. Others had possessed strange magical abilities. Izuku listened carefully. Then she showed them a crystal. It contained a small fragment of dark red material. This was recovered from one of the monsters. Izuku's dragon sense immediately reacted. His eyes narrowed. Dragon energy. The Queen's expression changed. You recognize it? Yes. Izuku reached toward the crystal. The moment his finger touched it. Red energy exploded from the crystal. Izuku staggered. His dragon vein surged violently. Raphtalia stepped back. Naofumi raised his shield. Izuku. Izuku grabbed his chest. Wait. The crystal floated. Red energy began flowing into his body. His scales glowed. His eyes became brighter. The dagger at his waist began vibrating. The system appeared. Dragon vein resonance detected. Foreign dragon energy identified. Source. Unknown. Compatibility. 87%. Absorption possible. Warning. Forced absorption may cause overload. Izuku stared. This energy is compatible with me. The queen immediately ordered, remove the crystal. A mage stepped forward. Izuku raised his hand. Wait. He could feel the energy. It wasn't attacking him. It was responding to him. I think this is connected to the wave dragon. Naofumi looked at him. The boss from the first wave. Izuku nodded. Yes. The crystal pulsed. Boom. The dagger suddenly flew from his waist. Izuku caught it. Red energy surrounded the weapon. The blade began changing. Small black scales formed along its surface. The red patterns became brighter. Izuku gritted his teeth. It's absorbing the crystal. The queen watched carefully. Should we stop it? Izuku shook his head. Number. The energy flowed into the dagger. Whoosh. The weapon became surrounded by a dark crimson aura. Then everything stopped. Silence. Izuku looked at the blade. The system appeared. Vassal weapon evolution. Dragon Fang dagger. Dragon core resonance. Complete. New form acquired. Dragon Emperor's Fang dagger. Attack power. Greatly increased. Dragon vein compatibility. Greatly increased. New skill unlocked. Dragon armor. New skill unlocked. Dragon breath. Izuku stared. Dragon Emperor's Fang dagger. Naofumi looked at the weapon. It changed completely. Izuku nodded. The dagger now possessed a darker blade with crimson patterns and a scale-like guard. He could feel something else. A connection. The weapon was no longer simply responding to his dragon vein. It was connected directly to it. The queen approached. What exactly happened? Izuku looked at her. My weapon absorbed the dragon energy. And the result? Izuku raised the dagger. Red energy flowed around his arm. It evolved. The queen ordered everyone to leave the chamber. Only Izuku, Naofumi, Raphtalia, and the queen remained. Morelia looked at the dagger. Tell me everything you know. Izuku explained what had happened during the first wave. The wave dragon, the dragon vein energy, the internal core, and the strange resonance he had felt. The queen listened carefully. When he finished, she asked, "Do you believe another dragon is involved?" Izuku looked at the crystal. Possibly. Why? Because this energy didn't feel like ordinary monster mana. He touched his chest. It felt like mine. Naofumi frowned. What does that mean? I don't know yet. The queen looked at Izuku. Then perhaps your new abilities should be tested. Izuku nodded. Agreed. They moved to a large training courtyard. Izuku stood in the center. The queen watched from a balcony. Naofumi and Raphtalia stood nearby. Izuku drew his new dagger. Dragon armor. Red-black energy exploded around him. Scales spread across his arms and shoulders. Dark armor formed over his chest. His eyes glowed blue-green. Small horns became more pronounced. A thin layer of dragon scales covered his legs. The transformation lasted only seconds. Then the energy stabilized. Izuku looked down. This is different. Naofumi stared. You look stronger. Izuku moved his arm. The armor followed naturally. It feels like a second skin. He swung the dagger. Whoosh. A crimson shockwave crossed the courtyard. Boom. A stone training pillar split in half. Raphtalia's eyes widened. That's amazing. Izuku looked at the weapon. And I didn't use much power. The queen ordered a second test. Several magical targets appeared. Izuku raised his dagger. Dragon breath. He inhaled. His dragon vein surged. Then he exhaled. A concentrated stream of crimson energy blasted across the courtyard. The targets disappeared. The stone wall behind them cracked. Crack. Izuku immediately stopped. That's stronger than expected. Naofumi looked at the damaged wall. You think? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I'm still learning. The queen smiled. That much is obvious. Later that evening, the queen called them back into the chamber. Her expression was more serious. We have received another report. Izuku looked up. Another wave. Not yet. The Queen placed a document on the table. But something has appeared near the eastern border. Izuku read the report. His expression changed. Another dragon. The Queen nodded. Possibly. Izuku's dagger began pulsing. The same resonance he had felt before returned. Thump, thump, thump. His dragon vein responded. The system appeared. Dragon resonance detected. Distance. 312 kilometers. Direction. East. Source. Unknown. Compatibility. 94%. Izuku stared at the notification. 94%. Naofumi frowned. That's higher than the crystal. Izuku nodded. Much higher. Raphtalia looked worried. What does it mean? Izuku looked toward the eastern window. It means whatever is out there. His dragon eyes narrowed. Is closely connected to me. The Queen stood. Then we have our next destination. Izuku secured the Dragon Emperor's fang dagger. Naofumi raised his shield. Raphtalia tightened her grip on her sword. The three heroes looked toward the eastern horizon. Somewhere beyond the kingdom, something answered the dragon vein inside Izuku. And it was getting closer. 3 days had passed since Izuku's dagger evolved. The eastern border had become the center of attention. Reports arrived every few hours. Monster sightings, strange magical disturbances, missing patrols, and finally, the most concerning report of all. The second wave was approaching. Izuku stood inside the war room with Naofumi and Raphtalia. A large map covered the table. Several colored markers showed the locations of monster attacks. The Queen stood across from them. The wave will appear tomorrow. Izuku studied the map. Where? The Queen pointed toward a coastal region. Calamity Island. Naofumi frowned. That's far from the capital. Yes. Izuku moved closer to the map. Then why are we here? The Queen looked at him. Because the other three heroes are already there. Izuku's expression changed. Motoyasu, Ren, and Itsuki. Correct. Naofumi crossed his arms. And you want us to join them? I want all 4 heroes fighting together. Izuku looked at the map again. That could become a problem. Why? Because they're not cooperating. Naofumi nodded. Especially Motoyasu. Izuku sighed. And Ren and Itsuki aren't much better. The Queen looked serious. Then make them cooperate. Izuku stared at her. That's easier said than done. You've already fought the spear hero. And he tried to stab me. Which is why I believe you are qualified to speak with him. Naofumi gave Izuku a tired look. Good luck. Izuku looked at him. You're coming too. I know. The journey to Calamity Island took several hours. A royal ship carried the group across the sea. Izuku stood near the front deck. The wind moved through his green hair. His dragon senses extended across the ocean. Something was bothering him. The eastern sky was too quiet. He could feel mana beneath the water. Not normal mana. Wave energy. Raphtalia approached. What are you looking at? The sea. She looked over the railing. Do you sense something? Yes. Izuku touched his chest. The dragon vein is reacting. Raphtalia frowned. Again. Yes. Naofumi approached from behind. How strong? Izuku closed his eyes. Stronger than the first wave. Naofumi immediately became serious. How much stronger? Izuku opened his eyes. I don't know. A system window appeared. Wave energy detected. Source. Calamity region. Wave intensity. Increasing. Estimated arrival. 11 hours. Boss signature. Unknown. Izuku frowned. The boss signature is being concealed. Naofumi looked toward the ocean. Then we should assume the worst. Izuku nodded. Agreed. Calamity Island finally appeared on the horizon. The island was filled with adventurers. Many had gathered because of the wave. Some were preparing weapons. Others were setting up temporary camps. Izuku immediately spotted 3 familiar figures near the harbor. Motoyasu. Ren. Itsuki. Motoyasu noticed him first. His expression immediately changed. You. Izuku sighed. Hello again. Motoyasu pointed his spear. Why are you here? Naofumi stepped forward. Because the queen ordered us to come. Ren looked at Naofumi. Then this is the team we're supposed to fight alongside. Itsuki adjusted his bow. Interesting. Izuku looked at the three. We're here to work together. Motoyasu scoffed. I don't need your help. Izuku nodded. Fine. Motoyasu blinked. What? Then don't ask for it. Naofumi almost smiled. Ren looked away. Itsuki laughed quietly. Motoyasu became irritated. You think you're funny? Not really. Izuku shrugged. I'm serious. The heroes moved to a temporary command center. A large map of the island was placed on the table. Ren pointed toward the northern region. The monsters usually appear there. Itsuki pointed toward the southern coast. But the last reports came from here. Motoyasu slammed his hand onto the table. Then we split up. Izuku shook his head. Number. Motoyasu glared at him. Why? Because the wave doesn't follow normal monster behavior. Izuku pointed toward the map. Look at the attacks. Ren leaned closer. Izuku traced several points. They form a spiral. Itsuki's eyes narrowed. Toward the center. Exactly. Izuku pointed toward the middle of the island. Something is going to appear here. Motoyasu crossed his arms. You're wrong. Izuku looked at him. Possible. Motoyasu seemed surprised. Izuku continued. That's why we prepare both locations. Ren nodded. Reasonable. Itsuki agreed. We can place smaller teams around the perimeter. Motoyasu sighed. Fine. Naofumi looked at Izuku. You're taking command. Izuku shook his head. Number. He pointed at Naofumi. He handles defense. Then at Ren. You take the western side. Then Itsuki. You take the southern side. Finally. He looked at Motoyasu. You take the northern side. Motoyasu frowned. And you. Izuku smiled. The center. The wave arrived at sunset. The sky turned red. A massive circular distortion formed above the ocean. Wind exploded across the island. Whoom. Ships rocked against the docks. People screamed. Izuku stood on a cliff overlooking the sea. His Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger was already drawn. The system appeared. Second wave of Calamity. Arrival confirmed. Phase 1. Hostile entities. 1284. Boss entities. 3. Wave duration. Unknown. Izuku's eyes widened. 3 bosses. The first monsters emerged from the portal. Massive beasts. Winged creatures. Armored soldiers. Sea monsters. They poured onto the island. Boom. The battle began. Ren moved first. His sword flashed. Slash. One monster fell. Itsuki fired 3 arrows. Whoosh. 3 targets collapsed. Motoyasu charged into the horde. Spiral spear. Boom. A group of monsters was thrown backward. Izuku watched. Their individual power was impressive. But their coordination was terrible. The monsters began surrounding Motoyasu. Izuku shook his head. He's overextended. He disappeared. Whoosh. He reached Motoyasu. Slash. A monster fell behind him. Motoyasu turned. I had that. You were surrounded. I could handle it. Izuku looked at the approaching monsters. Then handle these. He stepped aside. Motoyasu charged. Fine. Izuku moved away. Motoyasu attacked. Boom. The spear destroyed several monsters. Izuku smiled. See. Motoyasu looked satisfied. Then another group attacked from behind. Izuku sighed. You really don't watch your back. Slash. He eliminated them. Motoyasu stared. Thanks. You're welcome. The battle continued. Naofumi's position became the strongest defensive point on the island. His shield blocked wave after wave. Boom. 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 Shield prison. A massive barrier formed. Dozens of monsters crashed into it. Naofumi held his ground. Everyone behind me. Adventurers gathered behind the shield. Izuku watched from a distance. The formation was working. But something was wrong. The system suddenly flashed. Boss movement detected. Boss 1. Approaching western sector. Boss 2. Approaching southern sector. Boss 3. Approaching central sector. Izuku's eyes narrowed. They're splitting us. He immediately sent a message through the royal communication crystal. Ren, Itsuki, fall back toward the center. The response came quickly. Understood. Another voice followed. Already moving. Motoyasu's voice came last. Why? Because the bosses are targeting each sector. Then I'll handle mine. Number. What? Izuku's voice became firm. Fall back. Motoyasu hesitated. Then the ground shook. Boom. Something enormous emerged from the forest. Motoyasu stared. All right. The first boss appeared. It was a gigantic armored beast with 4 legs and a massive horn. Ren faced it. The second boss appeared near Itsuki. A flying monster with 6 wings. The third emerged in front of Izuku. A humanoid creature covered in black armor. Izuku stared. His dragon sense activated. The system appeared. Boss entity. Species. Wave executioner. Threat level. Extreme. Attribute. Unknown. Mana signature. Distorted. Weakness. Unknown. The creature raised its sword. Izuku drew his dagger. Unknown weakness. The executioner attacked. Whoosh. Izuku dodged. The sword struck the ground. Boom. A crater appeared. Izuku jumped backward. Strong. The executioner attacked again. Izuku activated dragon armor. Dark scales covered his arms and chest. The sword struck. Clang. Izuku blocked with his dagger. The impact pushed him backward. His feet dug into the ground. That's ridiculous. The executioner swung again. Izuku ducked. He countered. Slash. The dagger struck its armor. No damage. Izuku frowned. Physical resistance. The executioner kicked him. Boom. Izuku crashed into a tree. Crack. He immediately stood. His dragon armor had absorbed most of the impact. Okay. He wiped dirt from his face. Then I'll try something else. Dragon vein energy surged. The dagger began glowing crimson. Dragon breath. Izuku inhaled. The executioner charged. Izuku exhaled. A concentrated stream of dragon fire struck the creature. The battlefield disappeared behind flames. When the fire cleared, the executioner was still standing. Izuku stared. That didn't work either. The system appeared. Boss resistance detected. Fire resistance. Extreme. Physical resistance. Extreme. Magical resistance. High. Recommended strategy. Identify energy core. Izuku smiled. There you are. His dragon sense expanded. The creature's body became transparent to his perception. Mana flowed through its armor. Then he saw it. A dark core inside its chest. Found you. The executioner raised its sword. Izuku crouched. Dragon mana surged through his legs. Dragon dash. Whoosh. He disappeared. The executioner swung. Izuku passed beneath the blade. He reached the chest. Dragon fang piercer. Slash. The dagger struck. Crack. The armor fractured. The executioner staggered. Izuku's eyes widened. That worked. He attacked again. Slash. Another crack. The creature roared. Roar. A shockwave blasted Izuku away. Boom. He rolled across the ground. The executioner charged. Izuku stood. Not enough. He looked toward the center of the battlefield. Naofumi was fighting dozens of monsters. Ren was struggling against his boss. Itsuki was firing arrows continuously. Motoyasu was barely holding his position. Izuku gritted his teeth. We need to finish these bosses quickly. The battlefield suddenly changed. A massive energy pulse spread across the island. Every monster stopped. The 3 bosses simultaneously released a wave of energy. The red sky became darker. The system appeared. Phase 2 initiated. Boss entities synchronized. Wave difficulty increased. Warning. 3 boss entities are sharing energy. Izuku's eyes widened. They're connected. The executioner's damaged armor began repairing itself. Ren's boss regenerated. Itsuki's target regained its wounds. Motoyasu's opponent became stronger. Naofumi shouted from across the battlefield. Izuku. Izuku turned. What? We need to break their connection. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He looked at the 3 bosses. Then at the energy lines connecting them. I see it. Red lines of energy crossed the island. One passed through his position. Another connected to Ren. Another connected to Itsuki. Izuku smiled. Then we don't need to defeat them. Naofumi understood. We cut the connection. Izuku raised his dagger. Exactly. Izuku activated Dragon Vein Burst. Crimson energy exploded around his body. His dragon armor expanded. Dark scales spread across his shoulders. His eyes glowed brightly. The Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger vibrated. The system appeared. Dragon Vein Burst activated. Power output increased. Movement speed increased. Dagger resonance increased. Duration. 18 seconds. Izuku charged. Whoosh. The executioner swung. Izuku slipped past. He jumped. The dagger struck the energy line. Slash. The connection broke. The entire island shook. Boom. The executioner staggered. Izuku landed. 1. He vanished. Whoosh. 2. Another slash. The second energy line shattered. 3. He reached the final connection. The boss attempted to intercept him. Izuku accelerated. Too slow. Slash. The final connection broke. A massive explosion erupted above the island. Boom. The 3 bosses were separated. Their regeneration stopped. The system appeared. Boss synchronization interrupted. Shared energy network disabled. Boss entities weakened. Naofumi raised his shield. Now. Ren charged. Itsuki fired. Motoyasu attacked. All 4 heroes struck simultaneously. Boom. The bosses were overwhelmed. Izuku reached the executioner last. He raised his dagger. Dragon Fang Strike. Slash. The dark armor shattered. The core became visible. Izuku thrust the dagger forward. Crack. The core broke. The executioner collapsed. The other 2 bosses fell moments later. The monsters began disappearing. The red portal in the sky started shrinking. The second wave was ending. Izuku landed beside Naofumi. His dragon armor faded. He breathed heavily. That was harder. Naofumi nodded. Much harder. Ren approached. Your strategy saved us. Itsuki nodded. Without breaking that connection, they would have kept regenerating. Motoyasu arrived last. He looked at Izuku. Good job. Izuku smiled. You too. Motoyasu looked away. Don't get used to it. Izuku laughed. The system appeared one final time. Second wave boss entities defeated. Party coordination increased. Dragon Vein synchronization. 63%. Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger. Enhanced. New skill unlocked. Dragon God's Pursuit. Description. Temporarily increases movement speed and allows the user to track a target through its mana signature. Izuku stared at the new skill. Dragon God's Pursuit. Naofumi looked over. Another skill. Yes. Izuku closed the window. I'll test it later. Then he looked toward the disappearing portal. Something had changed. The dragon resonance he had felt before was stronger now. Much stronger. His dagger pulsed. Thump. Izuku looked toward the distant horizon. It's there. Naofumi frowned. What? The thing connected to my dragon vein. His dragon eyes narrowed. It's getting closer. The last fragment of the wave portal disappeared. The battlefield became quiet, but Izuku knew the real mystery had only begun. The morning after the second wave was unusually quiet. Calmira Island had finally stopped shaking. The remnants of the wave portal had disappeared from the sky, leaving behind only scattered traces of magic that slowly faded with the rising sun. Adventurers moved through the streets, repairing damaged buildings and collecting materials left behind by defeated monsters. Izuku stood near the edge of the island, staring at his dagger. The Dragon Emperor's fang dagger had changed again. Dark scales covered the guard, while crimson lines ran across the blade like veins. He rotated it slowly in his hand. The resonance is still there. Naofumi stood beside him. The dragon energy. Izuku nodded. It's stronger than before. Raphtalia approached with 2 cups of water. Here. Izuku accepted one. Thanks. She sat beside them. Are you worried? Izuku looked toward the sea. Yes. Naofumi crossed his arms. About the next wave. Partly. Izuku tapped the dagger against his palm. Something about that energy doesn't match the monsters we fought. Raphtalia tilted her head. What do you mean? The energy inside my dagger is similar to my dragon vein, but it's not identical. Naofumi frowned. So what is it? I don't know. Izuku opened his status window. Dragon Emperor's fang dagger. Weapon type. Vassal dagger. Dragon vein compatibility. 63%. Dragon core resonance. Active. Skills. Dragon armor. Dragon breath. Dragon vein burst. Dragon god's pursuit. Unknown skill. Locked. Izuku stared at the final line. There's still something locked. Naofumi looked at the window. Can you unlock it? Probably. How? Izuku shook his head. The system hasn't told me. Raphtalia leaned closer. Maybe you need to become stronger. Izuku nodded. That's what I think too. Later that day, the heroes were called to a training field. The other 3 cardinal heroes had gathered. Motoyasu was leaning against his spear. Ren was checking his sword. Itsuki was adjusting his bow. Naofumi walked toward them with Izuku and Raphtalia. Motoyasu looked at Izuku. You've been training since sunrise. Izuku nodded. Yes. Why? Because there's always room to improve. Motoyasu laughed. You're too serious. Izuku smiled. Maybe. Ren glanced toward the dagger. That's a new weapon. It evolved during the second wave. Itsuki looked interested. What does it do? Izuku raised the dagger. Mostly dragon-based abilities. Motoyasu smirked. Then show us. Naofumi sighed. Don't encourage him. Motoyasu ignored him. Come on. Let's see what the dagger hero can really do. Izuku looked at the training field. Fine. Several practice monsters were released. They weren't ordinary training targets. They were enhanced mana beasts captured by adventurers. The first was a large armored wolf. The second was a giant lizard. The third was a bird-like monster covered in hard scales. Izuku studied them. His dragon sense activated. The system appeared. Combat analysis. Target 1. Armored wolf. Weakness. Joints. Target 2. Scaled lizard. Weakness. Throat. Target 3. Winged beast. Weakness. Wing joints. Izuku smiled. All right. He lowered his stance. The first monster charged. Whoosh. Izuku moved. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he stepped to the side and watched the creature. The wolf turned. Izuku moved again. The creature followed. Izuku continued moving. Raphtalia watched. He's not attacking. Naofumi shook his head. He's studying it. The wolf suddenly lunged. Izuku disappeared from its path. Whoosh. He appeared beside its rear leg. Slash. The dagger struck the joint. The monster stumbled. Izuku spun around it. Slash. Another strike. The wolf collapsed harmlessly into the training barrier. The spectators became silent. Motoyasu raised an eyebrow. Fast. Ren nodded. He barely wasted any movement. Izuku looked at the second monster. The giant lizard roared. Roar. It charged. Izuku waited. The monster swung its tail. Whoosh. Izuku ducked. The tail passed above him. He stepped forward. Slash. His dagger struck the armored scales. Clang. The attack bounced off. Izuku frowned. Too much armor. The lizard attacked again. Izuku jumped backward. Then he noticed the faint mana concentration around its throat. There. He disappeared. Whoosh. The dagger struck. The lizard staggered. Izuku stepped away. The monster fell unconscious. Motoyasu stared. You didn't even use your dragon abilities. I didn't need them. Motoyasu grinned. Then let's see what happens when you do. Izuku looked at him. You want me to use them? Yes. Naofumi sighed. This is going to become a competition. Izuku laughed. Probably. The third monster entered the arena. It was much larger than the previous two. Its wings stretched across the entire training field. The creature screeched. Izuku immediately felt the difference. His dragon vein reacted. The system appeared. High-level mana beast detected. Attribute. Fire. Resistance. Physical. Resistance. Fire. Weakness. Poison. Recommended ability. Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. Izuku stared. Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. Naofumi looked at him. New skill. Yes. Izuku raised the dagger. A second blade of crimson energy appeared in his opposite hand. Raphtalia's eyes widened. You have 2 daggers now. Apparently. The creature attacked. Whoosh. Izuku dashed forward. The monster's claws struck the ground. Boom. Izuku jumped over the attack. The crimson daggers ignited. Whoom. Flames wrapped around both blades. Izuku spun through the air. Slash. 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 3 precise strikes landed against the creature's wings. The monster screeched and tried to retreat. Izuku landed. Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. He moved again. Whoosh. His body became a blur. 1 strike. 2. 3. 5. 10. The flames left crimson trails through the air. The monster couldn't follow him. Izuku appeared beneath its wings. Slash. A concentrated flame strike hit the weak point. The creature crashed onto the ground. Boom. The flames disappeared. Izuku stood several meters away. His breathing remained steady. The crowd erupted into cheers. Raphtalia smiled. That was amazing. Izuku looked at the dagger. The skill uses more mana than the others. Naofumi nodded. But it's effective. Izuku looked at the defeated monster. The fire isn't the strongest part. What is? The movement. Naofumi raised an eyebrow. Izuku demonstrated the motion with his hand. The skill lets me change direction during an attack without losing speed. Ren nodded. So it's designed for continuous movement. Exactly. Itsuki looked impressed. That fits your fighting style. Izuku smiled. That's what I was thinking. The training continued until afternoon. Izuku tested the new technique against several monsters. Each time, he changed the pattern. Sometimes he attacked from the front. Sometimes from above. Sometimes he moved around the target and attacked several weak points in sequence. The flames became more controlled with every attempt. Then the system displayed another notification. Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. Mastery. 18%. Dragon Vein Efficiency. Increased. Additional effect available. Venom Infusion. Requirement. Poison type mana source. Izuku stared. Venom Infusion. Raphtalia looked over. What is it? An additional effect. Naofumi crossed his arms. Can you use it now? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. He looked at the system. I need a poison type mana source. They found one several hours later. A large serpent monster had appeared near the edge of the island. The adventurers had been unable to approach it because of its poisonous mist. Izuku immediately volunteered. Naofumi looked at him. Alone? Yes. Why? Because the system specifically mentioned poison. Naofumi sighed. Fine. Raphtalia stepped forward. I'm coming too. Izuku smiled. All right. The serpent was hiding inside a cave. A green mist covered the entrance. Izuku stopped several meters away. His dragon senses analyzed the air. The poison is concentrated near the ground. Raphtalia pulled her scarf over her mouth. Can you resist it? Mostly. Naofumi raised his shield. Then stay behind me. Izuku nodded. They entered. The cave became darker. Water dripped from the ceiling. Drip, drip, drip. Then, hiss. The serpent appeared. Its eyes glowed yellow. Raphtalia raised her sword. Izuku's dragon pupils narrowed. The system appeared. Poison serpent. Threat level. High. Poison resistance. Extreme. Physical resistance. Moderate. Weakness. Dragon energy. Izuku smiled. That's convenient. The serpent attacked. Whoosh. Izuku dodged. Its body slammed against the wall. Boom. Rocks fell. Raphtalia moved to the side. Izuku. I'm fine. The serpent opened its mouth. A cloud of poison rushed toward him. Izuku activated dragon armor. Dark scales covered his body. The poison struck. The armor glowed. Izuku remained standing. Dragon armor works. Naofumi raised his shield. Don't get careless. The serpent lunged again. Izuku dashed forward. Whoosh. His dagger ignited. Dragon flame dagger dance. He struck. Slash. The serpent recoiled. Izuku continued moving. Slash. 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 The serpent tried to follow him. It couldn't. Izuku's movement speed kept increasing. Then the serpent released another wave of poison. Izuku jumped above it. His dragon vein surged. Dragon vein burst. Crimson energy exploded around him. He descended. Slash. The dagger pierced the monster's magical barrier. The serpent collapsed. Silence returned to the cave. Izuku's dagger began glowing green. The system appeared. Poison-type mana source detected. Venom infusion available. Activate. Izuku selected yes. Green energy flowed into the dagger. The crimson flames changed. Red and green energy wrapped around the blade. The system appeared again. Venom infusion acquired. Dragon flame dagger dance enhanced. New effect. Paralysis. New effect. Poison resistance. Izuku looked at the dagger. Now that's useful. Raphtalia approached. What does it do? It can combine dragon flame with poison. Naofumi looked at the blade. Dangerous. Very. Izuku carefully dismissed the energy. I'll only use the poison effect when necessary. The group returned to the training grounds. The other heroes were waiting. Motoyasu immediately noticed the new energy around Izuku's dagger. You learned another skill. Izuku nodded. Yes. Motoyasu sighed. You're collecting abilities too quickly. Ren looked at Izuku. How many skills does that dagger have? Izuku opened his status window. I'm not sure. Itsuki laughed. That's probably a bad sign. The Queen's messenger arrived before they could continue. Heroes. Everyone turned. We've received an urgent report. The messenger handed the document to the Queen's representative. She read it. Her expression changed. Another wave. The messenger shook his head. Not yet. Izuku frowned. Then what? Monster outbreaks. The messenger looked toward Izuku. But they're different. Izuku stepped forward. How? They're appearing around locations where the heroes fought during the second wave. Izuku's expression became serious. The monsters are following the residual wave energy. Naofumi nodded. That makes sense. Izuku looked at his dagger. The dragon vein began pulsing again. Thump, thump, thump. The system appeared. Dragon resonance detected. Source direction. East. Distance. 287 kilometers. Resonance strength. Increasing. Izuku's eyes narrowed. It's moving. Naofumi looked at him. The dragon energy. Yes. Raphtalia tightened her grip on her sword. Toward us. Izuku nodded. Slowly. The Queen's representative looked concerned. What do you think it is? Izuku closed the system window. I don't know. He looked toward the eastern horizon. But whatever it is, it's getting closer. That evening, Izuku trained alone. He stood near the beach. The sun was disappearing beneath the horizon. He drew the Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger. Dragon Flame Dagger dance. Crimson flames appeared. Then green energy mixed with them. The two colors rotated around the blade. Izuku moved. Whoosh. He crossed the beach in an instant. Slash. A wooden target split. He turned. Another target. Slash. Another. He accelerated. Whoosh. Slash. 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 The final target was destroyed. Izuku stopped. His breathing was heavier now. The system appeared. Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. Mastery. 31%. Venom Infusion. Stable. Dragon Vein Efficiency. Improved. New potential detected. Dual Dragon Blades. Izuku stared. Dual Dragon Blades. A second dagger materialized in his left hand. It looked almost identical to the Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger. He tested the weight. Perfect. So that's the next step. He swung both weapons. Whoosh. Two crimson-green trails crossed the air. Izuku smiled. I'll have to practice this. Behind him, Naofumi watched from a distance. Raphtalia stood beside him. He's getting stronger. Naofumi nodded. Too quickly. Raphtalia looked concerned. That's bad. Not necessarily. Naofumi looked toward Izuku. But if his power keeps growing like this, something is going to notice. Far away, beyond Calamity Island, a faint red light appeared in the night sky. Izuku's dragon vein reacted immediately. He turned. His eyes narrowed. The system appeared. Dragon resonance. Source confirmed. Distance. 281 kilometers. Unknown dragon entity detected. Izuku gripped both daggers. The crimson and green energy around the blades flickered. It's coming. Naofumi raised his shield. Raphtalia drew her sword. The three stood together as the strange light slowly disappeared beyond the horizon. The next battle would not be another ordinary monster hunt. The strange red light disappeared beyond the eastern horizon. Izuku remained on the beach for several seconds, both daggers still in his hands. The dragon vein inside his body continued to pulse. Thump, thump. Then it stopped. He dismissed the weapons. Naofumi approached with Raphtalia. Did you figure out what it was? Izuku shook his head. The resonance vanished before I could identify it. Naofumi frowned. But you know it's connected to you. Yes. How? Izuku touched his chest. My dragon vein reacted before I could even sense the energy normally. Raphtalia looked toward the horizon. Could it be another dragon? Maybe. Izuku glanced at his dagger. But I don't think it's a normal dragon. Naofumi sighed. We'll deal with it when it shows up. Izuku nodded. For now, we need to get stronger. The next morning, the heroes began their training around Calamity Island. The second wave had left behind countless monsters and valuable materials. Adventurers quickly organized hunting parties across the island. Izuku decided to use the opportunity differently. Instead of simply fighting every monster he encountered, he began recording their abilities. He carried a small notebook. Raphtalia followed him through the forest. What are you writing? Monster behavior. She looked at the pages. They were filled with drawings, attack patterns, mana concentrations, movement speeds, and weaknesses. Raphtalia blinked. You write all of this down. If I fight the same type of monster later, I'll already know what to expect. But there are so many. That's why I'm organizing them by species. Raphtalia smiled. You really like analyzing things. Izuku nodded. It helps. They reached a clearing. 3 monsters emerged from the bushes. Izuku immediately recognized them. Rock apes. Raphtalia raised her sword. What's their weakness? Their knees. How do you know? I fought one yesterday. The first ape charged. Izuku pointed. Don't attack its arms. Raphtalia moved to the side. The ape swung. Whoosh. She ducked. Izuku called out. Wait. Raphtalia waited. The ape's leg stepped forward. Now. Raphtalia dashed. Slash. Her sword struck the knee. The ape dropped. Raphtalia's eyes widened. It worked. Again. The second ape attacked. Raphtalia moved around it. She waited for the right moment. Slash. The second monster collapsed. The third tried to escape. Izuku moved. Whoosh. He appeared in front of it. Not so fast. The dagger flashed. Slash. The monster fell. Raphtalia looked at Izuku. You're letting me fight more. Yes. Why? Because you need experience. Raphtalia nodded. Izuku continued. I can defeat most of these monsters quickly, but that won't help you learn. Raphtalia smiled. Then I'll keep practicing. By noon, they reached a rocky valley. Naofumi was already there. Philo was running around him, chasing several small monsters. Philo. The bird-like girl stopped. Yes. Don't run too far. Okay. She immediately ran in the opposite direction. Naofumi sighed. She doesn't listen. Izuku laughed. She's fast. That's the problem. Philo suddenly returned. Izuku. What? Look. She pointed toward a massive rock. There's something behind it. Izuku's dragon sense activated. Something large. Naofumi raised his shield. The rock exploded outward. Boom. A giant monster emerged. It resembled a lizard covered in stone plates. Its mouth opened. Roar. Philo immediately transformed and charged. Philo. Wait. She ignored him. The monster swung its tail. Whoosh. Philo jumped over it. Izuku watched. Its tail is slow. Naofumi nodded. But its armor is thick. Izuku studied the monster. The system appeared. Rock Tyrant. Threat level. High. Physical resistance. Extreme. Fire resistance. High. Weakness. Water. Mana core. Chest cavity. Movement speed. Low. Izuku smiled. Water. Naofumi looked at him. You have a water attack. Not yet. He looked at Raphtalia. Do you? Raphtalia blinked. I can use water magic. Izuku nodded. Perfect. The monster charged. Naofumi stepped forward. Shield. Boom. The creature slammed into him. Naofumi held his ground. Now. Raphtalia raised her hand. Water blade. A stream of water formed around her sword. She slashed. Whoosh. The water struck the monster's stone armor. The outer layer cracked. Izuku's eyes widened. Again. Raphtalia attacked. Slash. Another crack appeared. Izuku moved. Whoosh. He reached the exposed section. Both daggers appeared in his hands. Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. Crimson flames covered the blades. He struck the opening. Slash. 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 The monster staggered. Then Philo charged. Philo strike. Boom. The monster fell. Izuku landed beside Raphtalia. Good combination. Raphtalia smiled. Your plan worked. Izuku shook his head. All three of you made it work. Naofumi lowered his shield. That's what teamwork is supposed to look like. Philo raised both arms. We won. Their training continued for several days. Izuku focused on three things. Movement, dragon vein control, and teamwork. He also discovered that the Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger could create a second blade without requiring a separate weapon. The second dagger disappeared whenever he stopped using it. The system called the technique Dual Dragon Blades. Izuku practiced it constantly. The first attempts were clumsy. The second dagger occasionally appeared at the wrong angle. Once, it nearly slipped from his hand. Naofumi watched from a distance. You're supposed to be good with daggers. Izuku rubbed his hand. Two are different from one. Obviously. Izuku tried again. This time, both daggers appeared correctly. Crimson energy surrounded them. He moved. Whoosh. Slash. Slash. He spun. Slash. Slash. The attacks connected smoothly. The system appeared. Dual Dragon Blades. Mastery. 42%. Coordination. Stable. Dragon Vein consumption. Moderate. New combination available. Venom and Flame. Izuku stopped. Another combination. Naofumi approached. What now? Venom and Flame. Green energy mixed with crimson fire around both blades. Izuku stared at them. The flames remained stable. The poison doesn't interfere with the dragon flame. Naofumi stepped back. That's probably dangerous. Very. Izuku dismissed the energy. I'll only use it against monsters that can withstand normal attacks. One afternoon, the group entered a deeper section of the island. The forest there was much quieter. Too quiet. Izuku stopped. Something's wrong. Naofumi looked around. What? No monsters. Raphtalia frowned. There should be some. Izuku nodded. His dragon senses expanded. He detected faint traces of mana. They're hiding. Philo looked confused. Why? Because something scared them. A deep sound came from ahead. Boom. The ground shook. Another sound followed. Boom. Raphtalia tightened her grip. What is that? Izuku's dragon pupils narrowed. Large. A massive creature emerged from the trees. It had the body of a wolf but the scales of a dragon. Two horns protruded from its head. Its eyes glowed red. Izuku's system immediately appeared. Unknown monster detected. Species. Draconic beast. Threat level. Extreme. Dragon attribute detected. Analysis incomplete. Warning. Dragon vein resonance. Izuku froze. The same sensation from the eastern horizon returned. His dragon vein surged. Thump. 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 The creature stared directly at him. It didn't attack. Instead, it lowered its head. Izuku slowly approached. Naofumi raised his shield. Careful. Izuku nodded. I know. He extended his hand. The creature sniffed it. Then the Dragon Emperor's fang dagger began glowing. Red energy spread through the forest. The creature suddenly roared. Roar. Izuku staggered. A strange image flashed through his mind. A vast black dragon. A crimson sky. A gigantic crystal. Then the image disappeared. Izuku grabbed his head. Raphtalia rushed toward him. Izuku. I'm fine. He looked at the creature. The draconic beast was staring at his dagger. You recognize this? The creature growled softly. Izuku's system appeared again. Dragon resonance confirmed. Compatibility. 97%. Origin. Unknown. Possible connection. Dragon Emperor. Additional information unavailable. Izuku's eyes widened. Dragon Emperor. Naofumi approached. What does that mean? I don't know. Izuku looked at the creature. But I think this monster is connected to the energy inside my dagger. The draconic beast suddenly turned toward the forest. Its ears moved. Izuku followed its gaze. Something is coming. Naofumi raised his shield. Enemy. Izuku's dragon sense expanded. This time, he detected several magical signatures. Monsters. Dozens of them. Then hundreds. Raphtalia raised her sword. Another outbreak. Izuku looked at the draconic beast. The creature lowered itself. Ready to attack. Izuku smiled. Looks like we found ourselves a temporary ally. The forest erupted. Roar. Dozens of monsters charged from between the trees. Wolves. Goblins. Large insects. Armored beasts. Philo transformed. Philo will handle the flying ones. She launched herself into the air. Whoosh. Naofumi raised his shield. Everyone stay behind me. A defensive barrier appeared. Boom. The first wave of monsters collided with it. Raphtalia moved beside Izuku. What's the plan? Izuku drew both daggers. Crimson and green energy appeared. We break through the center. Raphtalia nodded. And the dragon? Izuku looked at the draconic beast. Let's see if it follows us. The creature roared. Roar. It charged. Izuku smiled. Apparently it does. The three moved forward. Izuku activated dragon armor. Dark scales formed over his arms and shoulders. Dragon vein burst. Crimson energy exploded around him. He vanished. Whoosh. Slash. A monster fell. Slash. Another. Raphtalia followed. Her water magic wrapped around her sword. Slash. Philo attacked from above. Boom. Naofumi held the rear. The draconic beast tore through the remaining monsters with incredible speed. Within minutes, the forest became quiet again. Izuku stood among the defeated creatures. His breathing was heavier. The system appeared. Party experience acquired. Dragon Vein synchronization. 71%. Dual Dragon Blades mastery. 51%. New skill condition fulfilled. Dragon Companion resonance. Activation unavailable. Requirement. Establish Dragon Bond. Izuku stared. Dragon Companion. Naofumi walked over. Another skill. Yes. Raphtalia looked at the draconic beast. Maybe it's connected to that monster. Izuku nodded. He approached it. The creature didn't move. Izuku placed his hand against its head. Red energy flowed between them. The system appeared. Dragon Bond detected. Bond compatibility. 98%. Temporary resonance established. Dragon Companion skill unlocked. Izuku's eyes widened. The creature lowered its head. Izuku smiled. Looks like we're partners. The draconic beast gave a quiet growl. Roar. Naofumi stared. You just made friends with a dragon. Izuku looked at him. Apparently. Raphtalia smiled. That's actually pretty impressive. Izuku looked toward the horizon. The strange resonance had become much clearer. And this time, it wasn't coming from far away. It was coming from the dragon standing beside him. The mystery of the Dragon Emperor had just gained another piece. The strange dragon remained beside Izuku as the group returned to the main camp at Calamity. It followed without resistance. The adventurers they passed stared at the creature, but nobody dared approach. Naofumi kept looking back at it. Are you sure that's safe? Izuku nodded. It hasn't shown any hostility. Yet, that's why I'm watching it. The draconic beast walked silently behind them. Raphtalia glanced at it. Does it have a name? Izuku looked at the creature. Not that I know of. Philo raised her hand. Can we name it? Naofumi immediately answered. Number. Philo lowered her hand. Why? Because we don't even know what it is. Izuku laughed. He has a point. The creature suddenly stopped. Izuku stopped too. His dragon vein pulsed. Thump. The system appeared. Dragon resonance detected. External dimensional energy detected. Warning. Foreign wave signature approaching. Izuku's expression changed. Everyone, stop. Naofumi immediately raised his shield. What happened? Something's coming. The ocean behind them suddenly became completely still. No wind. No waves. Even the birds disappeared. Raphtalia tightened her grip around her sword. That's not normal. Izuku stared at the horizon. A thin crack appeared in the air. Crack. Purple light leaked through. Then the crack expanded. A massive dimensional portal opened above the sea. A woman stepped through. She wore a dark outfit and carried several strange weapons. Her expression was calm. Izuku's system immediately reacted. Foreign hero detected. Origin. Unknown world. Wave traveler confirmed. Threat level. Extreme. Identity. Glass. Izuku's eyes widened. Glass. Naofumi looked at him. You know her. Number. Izuku gripped his daggers. The system does. Glass looked down at the island. Her eyes immediately settled on the four heroes. Then she noticed Izuku. Her expression changed slightly. Another one. Izuku stepped forward. Who are you? Glass didn't answer. Instead, she raised one of her weapons. A fan-shaped weapon opened in her hand. Naofumi moved in front of the others. Don't. Glass looked at him. Shield hero. Naofumi frowned. How do you know me? Your reputation has reached our world. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Our world. Glass finally looked at him. You aren't supposed to be here. Izuku's expression hardened. Neither are you. A faint smile appeared on her face. Interesting. Glass moved. Whoosh. She disappeared from her position. Izuku's dragon senses screamed. Naofumi. Clang. Naofumi raised his shield just before glass appeared in front of him. The impact sent him sliding backward. Izuku immediately moved. Whoosh. He appeared beside glass. Slash. She blocked the dagger with her fan. Clang. Izuku's eyes widened. Fast. Glass spun. The fan struck his chest. Boom. Izuku was thrown backward. He landed on his feet. His dragon armor appeared automatically. Dark scales covered his torso. Raphtalia rushed forward. Izuku. I'm fine. Glass looked at his armor. Dragon Demi-Human. Izuku raised both daggers. You know what I am. I know enough. Glass attacked again. Whoosh. Izuku dashed forward. Their weapons collided. Clang. Glass struck from the left. Izuku blocked. Clang. From the right. Clang. Above. Izuku ducked. Whoosh. He countered. Slash. Glass twisted away. The dagger barely missed. She landed several meters away. Izuku stared. She was fast. Very fast. But her movement wasn't like a normal fighter. Every motion was precise. No wasted movement. Izuku analyzed her stance. You're using dimensional energy. Glass paused. You can see it. Not clearly. Izuku's dragon pupils narrowed. But I can sense the distortion. Glass's expression became serious. Then you're more troublesome than the others. Glass raised both fans. Purple energy surrounded her. The air distorted. Izuku's dragon vein reacted violently. Thump. 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 His system flashed. Foreign energy detected. Energy type. Wave dimensional magic. Danger level. Extreme. Recommended response. Avoid direct contact. Izuku immediately moved. Everyone, spread out. A massive energy slash crossed the battlefield. Whoosh. The ground split apart. Boom. Naofumi protected Raphtalia with his shield. Izuku jumped over the attack. The draconic beast roared and charged. Roar. Glass turned. She released another attack. The dragon dodged. Izuku appeared beside it. Don't attack her directly. The creature growled. Izuku pointed toward the forest. Protect Raphtalia. The creature hesitated. Then obeyed. Glass noticed. You've already established a bond. Izuku looked at her. What? With the dragon. She raised her fan. That's unusual. Izuku frowned. Why? Glass didn't answer. She attacked again. Izuku activated Dragon Vein Burst. Crimson energy exploded around him. He vanished. Whoosh. Glass blocked his first strike. Clang. Izuku spun. Slash. She blocked again. Izuku changed direction. Slash. Glass stepped back. Izuku continued. Slash. 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 The attacks came from multiple angles. Glass defended every strike. Izuku gritted his teeth. She's reading my movements. He changed his rhythm. One slow strike. Then two rapid attacks. Glass blocked the first. Izuku disappeared. Dragon God's pursuit. Whoosh. He appeared behind her. Slash. Glass barely turned in time. The dagger struck her shoulder guard. Crack. The armor fractured. Glass stepped backward. Izuku landed. Got you. Glass looked at the damaged armor. Then at Izuku. That technique tracks mana. Yes. Then I'll simply hide mine. Purple energy surrounded her. Her presence vanished. Izuku froze. His dragon senses found nothing. What? Glass appeared behind him. You rely too much on detection. Clang. Izuku blocked the attack. The impact sent him sliding across the ground. Glass followed. Slash. Izuku ducked. Slash. He blocked. Slash. He jumped. Glass's fan cut through the air beneath him. Izuku landed. She's suppressing her energy. His eyes narrowed. Then I'll stop tracking her. Glass attacked. Izuku closed his eyes. Raphtalia shouted. Izuku. He listened. Footsteps. Wind. The movement of air. The slight shift of the ground. He opened his eyes. Glass was already beside him. Izuku moved. Clang. Their weapons collided. Glass's eyes widened. You predicted me. Izuku smiled. I don't need mana to see you. The duel accelerated. Izuku moved through the battlefield with both daggers. Glass used her fans. Clang. Slash. Clang. Whoosh. Neither gained a decisive advantage. Izuku switched between attacks constantly. Glass remained calm. Then she suddenly changed her stance. Izuku sensed danger. Back. He jumped away. A massive purple sphere formed between Glass's hands. The sphere expanded. The system appeared. High-level dimensional attack. Impact radius. Extreme. Survival probability without defense. Low. Naofumi stepped forward. Everyone behind me. His shield expanded. Air strike shield. A massive barrier appeared. Boom. Glass's attack collided with it. The entire island shook. Crack. Naofumi's feet dug into the ground. NGH. Izuku looked at him. Naofumi. I'm fine. The barrier began breaking. Izuku immediately moved. Dragon armor. Dark scales covered his body. He raised both daggers. Venom and flame. Crimson fire mixed with green energy. The blades glowed. Izuku struck the dimensional attack. Slash. The energy split. One half passed over the island. The other vanished into the sea. Boom. A massive column of water erupted. Glass stared. You cut through it. Izuku looked at his daggers. Barely. Glass suddenly disappeared. Izuku looked around. Where? A voice came from above. This battle is pointless. Glass descended. We don't need to kill each other. Izuku lowered his daggers slightly. Then why attack us? Because the heroes of this world are obstacles. Naofumi raised his shield. Who sent you? Glass looked at him. The same force that brought me here. Izuku frowned. The waves. Glass nodded. The waves connect worlds. Raphtalia looked confused. Why? Glass looked toward the sky. Because our worlds are colliding. Izuku's expression became serious. And you're trying to stop that? Yes. By killing us. If necessary. Izuku tightened his grip. Then we're not finished. Glass sighed. I expected that answer. The draconic beast suddenly roared. Roar. Everyone turned. A huge dimensional crack appeared behind Glass. Another wave of energy began pouring through. Glass looked back. Her expression changed. That's impossible. Izuku's dragon vein reacted. Thump. The same mysterious resonance returned. Much stronger. The dragon beside Izuku began glowing. The system appeared. Dimensional resonance detected. Dragon Emperor signature detected. Compatibility. 100%. Warning. External dragon entity approaching. Izuku stared. Dragon Emperor. Glass looked at him. You can hear it too. Izuku nodded. What is it? Glass's expression became grim. Something that shouldn't have awakened. The dimensional crack expanded. A huge shadow moved behind it. Izuku could only see part of the creature. A massive eye opened. The dragon's gaze fell directly on him. The Dragon Emperor's fang dagger began shaking. Thump, thump, thump. Izuku raised it. The blade answered with crimson light. Glass stepped backward. We have to leave. Naofumi frowned. You're running. Yes. Glass looked at Izuku. Because that thing isn't your ally. Izuku stared at the dragon. Then what is it? Glass answered quietly. Your inheritance. The dimensional crack suddenly collapsed. Boom. The shadow disappeared. Glass vanished through a smaller portal before anyone could stop her. Silence returned. Izuku stood motionless. Naofumi approached. What did she mean? Izuku looked at his dagger. The crimson glow slowly faded. I don't know. Raphtalia stepped beside him. But you sensed something. Izuku nodded. Yes. He looked toward the sky. And whatever it is, his eyes narrowed. It knows me. That evening, the group returned to camp. Glass had disappeared. The second confrontation had ended without a clear victor. But Izuku's status had changed. Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 82%. Dimensional Resonance. Active. Dragon Emperor Signature. Confirmed. New title acquired. Dragon Heir. New skill condition fulfilled. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Status. Locked. Unlock requirement. Unknown. Izuku stared at the final line. Another locked skill. Naofumi sighed. You collect those. Izuku smiled. Apparently. Raphtalia looked toward the dark sea. Will Glass come back? Izuku closed the system. Probably. And the Dragon Emperor? Izuku looked at his dagger. Definitely. The draconic beast beside them lowered its head. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Izuku placed one hand against its scales. We'll find out what this connection means. Far beyond Calmira, another dimensional crack opened. Something on the other side watched the island. And this time, the Dragon Emperor's presence did not disappear. The morning after the battle with Glass, Calmira was unusually quiet. The adventurers had already begun repairing the damage caused by the dimensional attack. Broken trees were being removed from the roads. Damaged buildings were being reinforced. Mages were clearing the remaining traces of wave energy. Izuku stood on a hill overlooking the island. His Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger rested at his waist. The draconic beast stood several meters behind him. Its eyes remained fixed on the sea. Izuku opened his status window. Dragon Demi-Human. Level 43. Vassal Weapon. Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 82%. Skills. Dragon Armor. Dragon Breath. Dragon Vein Burst. Dragon God's Pursuit. Dragon Companion Resonance. Dual Dragon Blades. Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. Venom Infusion. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash Locked. Izuku stared at the final skill. Still locked. Naofumi approached. You're still trying to unlock it. Yes. Maybe it requires something from that Dragon Emperor. Izuku nodded. That's what I think. Raphtalia joined them. What will happen now? Izuku closed the window. We return to Melromarc. Naofumi looked toward the sea. And Glass. We'll probably meet her again. You sound certain. She wasn't trying to defeat us at the end. Izuku remembered her expression when the Dragon Emperor appeared. She was afraid of something. Naofumi frowned. Glass. Yes. Then whatever that thing is must be serious. Izuku nodded. Very. A royal ship arrived that afternoon. The Queen's insignia was displayed on the sails. A messenger approached the group. Heroes. Her Majesty requests your immediate return to Melromarc. Naofumi sighed. We just finished. The messenger bowed. The Queen understands. Izuku looked at the ship. There's another reason. The messenger hesitated. Yes. Izuku's dragon eyes narrowed. What happened? Reports have reached the capital concerning the dimensional attack. Naofumi crossed his arms. And, the Queen wishes to hear your account directly. Izuku nodded. Then let's go. The journey back to Melromarc took several days. During the trip, Izuku spent most of his time training. He practiced switching between 1 and 2 daggers. He experimented with dragon armor. He also tried to improve Dragon Vein Burst without exhausting himself. One afternoon, he stood on the deck. Dragon Vein Burst. Crimson energy surrounded his body. The aura expanded, then contracted. Izuku immediately dismissed it. He opened his status window. Dragon Vein Burst. Duration. 24 seconds. Previous duration. 18 seconds. Energy efficiency. Improved. Izuku smiled. Better. Raphtalia watched from nearby. You're improving it. Yes. How long until you can use it without getting tired? I don't know. Naofumi walked over. Probably when you're much stronger. Izuku laughed. Probably. Another notification appeared. Dragon Companion Resonance. Bond Synchronization. 17%. Temporary Dragon Communication available. Izuku froze. Communication. The draconic beast was lying near the ship's rear. Izuku looked at it. Can you understand me? The creature lifted its head. Izuku concentrated. The dragon vein pulsed. Thump. A strange sensation entered his mind. Not words. An image. A vast mountain. A dark cave. A giant red crystal. Then another image. A battlefield. A white dragon fighting something enormous. Izuku staggered. What was that? The connection disappeared. The creature lowered its head. Raphtalia rushed over. Are you okay? Yes. Naofumi looked concerned. What happened? Izuku explained what he had seen. Naofumi frowned. The dragon showed you a memory. Maybe. Of the Dragon Emperor. Izuku nodded. I think so. Raphtalia looked at the creature. Can you communicate with it again? Not yet. Izuku looked at his dagger. But now I know it can show me things. The ship eventually reached Melromarc. The capital was already waiting. Soldiers lined the harbor. Nobles stood behind them. Several priests watched from a distance. Izuku immediately noticed their expressions. Some looked suspicious. Others looked hostile. One priest whispered something to another. Izuku's dragon sense picked up the conversation. Dragon Demi-Human. The dagger hero shouldn't exist. The church will not accept this. Izuku frowned. Naofumi noticed. What? Nothing. That's not your nothing face. Izuku sighed. The church is unhappy that I'm here. Naofumi laughed quietly. Welcome to the club. The heroes were escorted directly to the palace. The queen was waiting. Morellia stood at the end of the chamber. Welcome back. Naofumi bowed slightly. Izuku did the same. Your Majesty. The queen looked at Raphtalia. Then at the dragon companion. I see you've acquired another companion. Izuku nodded. It followed us after the battle. And it is connected to your dragon vein. Yes. The queen's expression became serious. Then we have much to discuss. The meeting began. Izuku described everything. The second wave. The three bosses. The synchronized energy. The appearance of glass. The dimensional portal. And finally, the Dragon Emperor's presence. The room remained silent. When he finished, the queen looked toward her advisors. Leave us. The nobles exchanged glances. Your Majesty. All of you. They reluctantly left. Soon, only the queen, the heroes, Raphtalia, and a few trusted guards remained. Morellia looked at Izuku. What exactly did Glass say? Izuku repeated her words. She said the Dragon Emperor was my inheritance. The queen frowned. Your inheritance? Yes. And you have no idea what that means. Number. The queen looked toward the dagger. May I see your weapon? Izuku hesitated, then handed it over. The queen carefully examined the blade. The crimson markings immediately began glowing. The queen quickly returned it. That weapon is reacting to you. Izuku nodded. It always does. Number. The queen looked at him. This is different. She pointed toward the blade. It's reacting to something inside you. Izuku became silent. The queen brought out an ancient book. Its cover was damaged and covered in strange symbols. She opened it. This was recovered from an ancient library. Izuku leaned closer. The pages showed illustrations of dragons. Some were red, some blue, some black. One particular image caught his attention. A dragon surrounded by crimson energy. Beneath it was an ancient symbol. Izuku's dagger immediately pulsed. Thump. The queen closed the book. That's enough. Izuku looked at her. Why? Because I don't know what that symbol means. Izuku frowned. Then why show it to me? Because the previous owner of this book disappeared after researching it. Naofumi's expression hardened. Disappeared. Yes. Izuku stared at the closed book. How long ago? Approximately 300 years. Izuku looked at his dagger. And this dragon was referred to as the Dragon Emperor. Izuku's eyes widened. The queen continued. According to the records, the Dragon Emperor wasn't simply a powerful dragon. Izuku listened carefully. It was believed to possess an unusual connection to the world's energy. Naofumi frowned. Like Izuku. Perhaps. Izuku asked. What happened to it? The queen shook her head. The records end abruptly. No corpse. None. No battle record. Nothing. Izuku crossed his arms. Then it might still exist. The queen nodded. That is my concern. The door suddenly opened. A soldier rushed inside. Your Majesty. The queen turned. What happened? The church has gathered outside. Naofumi sighed. Of course. The soldier continued. They demand that the dagger hero surrender his weapon. Izuku blinked. What? The soldier looked nervous. They claim the Vassal dagger is an illegitimate weapon. Naofumi's expression darkened. They're trying this again. The queen stood. How many? Several hundred. The queen's expression became cold. They have no authority over the Vassal heroes. The soldier nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. The queen looked at Izuku. Stay here. Izuku shook his head. Number. Naofumi looked at him. Izuku. If they're angry because I'm a dragon demi-human, hiding won't change anything. The queen studied him. Then what will you do? Izuku looked toward the palace doors. Talk to them. The palace courtyard was packed. Priests, knights, nobles, citizens. The crowd became silent when Izuku appeared. The dragon demi-human walked forward without armor. His dagger remained secured at his waist. A high priest stepped forward. Dagger hero. Izuku stopped. Yes, you are an abomination. The crowd murmured. Izuku remained calm. The priest continued. The sacred weapons belong only to the chosen heroes recognized by the church. Izuku pointed toward his dagger. Then asked the weapon. The priest frowned. What? If it doesn't recognize me, it can leave. The priest became angry. You mock the faith. Izuku shook his head. Number. He looked at the crowd. I'm asking a simple question. The priest raised his staff. Remove the dagger. Several knights moved forward. Naofumi immediately raised his shield. Touch him and you'll deal with me. Izuku stepped forward. Naofumi. What? Let me handle this. Naofumi hesitated. Then lowered his shield. The knights surrounded Izuku. One reached for the dagger. The moment his hand touched the weapon. Boom. A crimson shockwave erupted. The knight was pushed backward. The dagger flew into Izuku's hand. The system appeared. Vassal weapon recognition. Current wielder. Izuku Midoriya. Unauthorized removal. Rejected. Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger. Bond. Absolute. The courtyard fell silent. Izuku looked at the dagger. Then at the priest. The weapon already answered. The priest's face turned pale. The queen stepped forward. The dagger hero is officially recognized by the crown. She looked toward the priests. Any attempt to seize his vassal weapon will be considered an attack against a royal hero. The priests backed away. The crowd began whispering. Some looked frightened. Others looked impressed. Raphtalia smiled. Naofumi crossed his arms. Well, that went better than expected. Izuku laughed softly. I thought so too. Later that evening, the queen summoned Izuku privately. You handled yourself well. Izuku bowed. Thank you. You could have attacked. I didn't need to. The queen smiled. That answer is why I trust you. Izuku looked surprised. You trust me more than most heroes. Izuku didn't know what to say. The queen continued. Therefore, I will make an official declaration. Izuku looked up. What declaration? You are no longer considered a foreign irregular hero. She placed a document on the table. You are recognized as the Vassal Dagger hero of Melromarc. Izuku stared at the document. Officially, Officially, she continued. You are also granted freedom of movement throughout the kingdom. Izuku smiled. Thank you. There is one more matter. The queen looked serious. The next wave. Izuku's smile disappeared. Already? Not yet. The queen pointed toward a map. But the wave energy has begun appearing in locations beyond our world. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Other dimensions. Yes. Naofumi entered the room. Then Glass was telling the truth. The queen nodded. And that means the conflict will not remain limited to Melromarc. Izuku looked at his dagger. The dragon vein pulsed. Thump. A faint crimson light appeared along the blade. Izuku closed his hand around it. Then we need to prepare. Outside the palace, Raphtalia waited. When Izuku emerged, she immediately approached. What happened? Izuku smiled. We're officially recognized. Raphtalia's ears lifted. Really? Yes. Naofumi joined them. And we're being sent on another mission soon. Raphtalia sighed. Already? Izuku laughed. Apparently. The three walked through the palace courtyard. The dragon companion followed behind them. For the first time since his arrival in this world, Izuku didn't feel like an outsider. He still didn't know why the dagger had chosen him. He still didn't know what the Dragon Emperor was. And he still didn't understand why the waves were connected to other dimensions. But he now had allies. A weapon that had accepted him. And a place where he could fight without pretending to be someone else. Far above the capital, a faint distortion appeared in the night sky. Izuku's dragon vein immediately reacted. Thump. He stopped. Naofumi looked back. What? Izuku stared upward. The wave. The distortion disappeared. But the sensation remained. Something had noticed him. And this time, it was much closer than Glass had been. The warning from the queen came before sunrise. Izuku was still asleep when someone knocked on the door of the guest room. Knock, knock, knock. He opened his eyes. Come in. The door opened. Naofumi stood outside. We have a problem. Izuku immediately sat up. The wave. Worse. Izuku stood. His dragon senses were already reacting. A faint pressure filled the entire palace. It wasn't ordinary mana. It wasn't the dimensional energy he had sensed from Glass. It was something much larger. Something ancient. Izuku's dragon pupils narrowed. Where? The queen is waiting. The royal war room was already crowded when Izuku arrived. The queen stood beside a massive map. Several commanders surrounded the table. Raphtalia and Philo stood beside Naofumi. Ren and Itsuki had also arrived. Motoyasu entered last. The atmosphere was tense. The queen pointed toward the eastern territories. 3 villages have gone silent. Ren frowned. Monsters. No survivors have returned. Itsuki looked at the map. How large is the affected area? Growing. The queen placed another marker on the map. Yesterday, the disturbance was here. She placed another. This morning, it reached here. Another marker. The movement is heading directly toward the capital. Motoyasu tightened his grip around his spear. Another wave. The queen shook her head. Number. Everyone became silent. Then what is it? Naofumi asked. The queen looked at Izuku. We believe the spirit tortoise has awakened. Izuku froze. His dragon vein immediately pulsed. Thump. The system appeared. Ancient entity detected. Designation. Spirit tortoise. Classification. Guardian beast. Status. Awakening. Estimated threat level. Catastrophic. Energy source. Spirit energy. Distance. 612 kilometers. Izuku stared at the notification. That's not a monster. The queen nodded. Correct. Naofumi frowned. Then what is it? One of the 4 guardian beasts. Izuku looked toward the eastern horizon. And it's moving. The queen nodded. Yes. The war room doors opened. A soldier rushed inside. Your Majesty. Everyone turned. The soldier was breathing heavily. The eastern fortress has fallen. The queen's expression hardened. How? Something emerged from beneath the ground. How large? The soldier swallowed. Larger than the fortress. Silence. Izuku looked at the map. The spirit tortoise. The soldier nodded. We could see its shell from several kilometers away. Motoyasu stepped forward. Then let's go kill it. Izuku looked at him. How? Motoyasu frowned. What do you mean? It's larger than a fortress. So, we need a strategy. Motoyasu tightened his grip. I'm a hero. Izuku stared at him. So am I. Motoyasu paused. Izuku continued. Being a hero doesn't make us immune to getting crushed. Naofumi nodded. He's right. The queen looked at the four heroes. Your mission is not simply to defeat it. She pointed toward the map. You must stop its advance and protect the population. The army was mobilized immediately. Thousands of soldiers began moving east. Mages prepared barriers. Healers gathered supplies. Adventurers joined the operation. Izuku traveled with Naofumi's group at the front. The dragon companion followed them. Its size had increased slightly since the bond was established. It was still smaller than a true dragon, but its scales had become darker. Izuku occasionally felt its presence through the bond. Fear, anger, recognition. The creature was afraid of the spirit tortoise. Izuku noticed. You're scared. The dragon looked at him. Izuku placed a hand against its head. Don't worry. The creature growled softly. Roar. We'll handle it. Naofumi looked at him. You're talking to it again. Trying. Does it answer? Not with words. Raphtalia approached. What does it feel? Izuku closed his eyes. It remembers something. What? The spirit tortoise. The army reached the first ruined village. There was no fighting. No monsters. No soldiers. Only enormous footprints. Each one was deeper than a house. Izuku crouched beside one. His dragon sense activated. The energy remaining inside the footprint was immense. It passed through here. Naofumi looked ahead. How long ago? Izuku touched the ground. Less than an hour. The commander paled. Then it's close. The ground suddenly shook. Boom. Everyone stopped. Another tremor. Boom. The trees moved. Birds flew from the forest. Izuku stood. It's coming. The horizon changed. At first, it looked like a mountain. Then the mountain moved. An enormous shell emerged above the trees. Izuku's eyes widened. The spirit tortoise was massive. Its shell was covered in ancient markings. 4 enormous legs carried its body forward. Each step caused the ground to shake. Boom, boom, boom. Soldiers stared. Some dropped their weapons. Motoyasu raised his spear. That's our target. Izuku stared at the creature. Yes. Naofumi raised his shield. How do we stop that? Izuku opened his system. Spirit tortoise. Energy core. Unknown. Physical defense. Extreme. Spirit energy. Catastrophic. Weakness. Unknown. Recommended strategy. Locate internal core. Izuku's eyes narrowed. We can't defeat it from outside. Naofumi looked at him. Why? Its shell is too strong. Izuku pointed toward the enormous creature. We need to get inside. The army attacked. Mages fired spells. Arrows filled the sky. Boom. Fire magic struck the shell. Nothing happened. The spirit tortoise continued walking. Another barrage followed. Boom. 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 The shell remained intact. The creature lifted one foot. Then slammed it down. Boom. A shockwave spread across the battlefield. Soldiers were thrown backward. Izuku immediately activated dragon armor. Dark scales covered his body. He grabbed Raphtalia. Hold on. Dragon vein burst activated. Whoosh. He carried Raphtalia out of the shockwave. Naofumi raised his shield. Air strike shield. A barrier protected several soldiers. The spirit tortoise continued forward. Izuku looked at the damage. Ordinary attacks aren't working. Naofumi nodded. Then what's next? Izuku looked at the creature. We need to find a way inside. A group of adventurers attempted to climb the shell. The spirit tortoise shook its body. Several adventurers were thrown into the air. Izuku caught 2 before they hit the ground. Are you okay? One nodded. Yes. Izuku looked at the shell. There has to be an opening. His dragon sense expanded. He searched the creature's body. Nothing. The spirit energy was too dense. It distorted his perception. I can't see through it. Raphtalia looked at him. Then what can we do? Izuku looked at his dragon companion. The creature was staring at the spirit tortoise. Its eyes glowed. A strange pulse traveled through the bond. Izuku suddenly saw an image. A huge shell. A crack. A dark chamber. Then a massive glowing core. Izuku opened his eyes. I saw it. Naofumi looked at him. What? The inside. Izuku pointed. There's an opening beneath the shell. The Queen's commander approached. Where? Near the rear leg. The commander looked at the enormous creature. That's impossible to reach. Izuku smiled. Not for me. Izuku crouched. Dragon vein energy gathered around his legs. Dragon dash. Whoosh. He launched himself forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Crack. He accelerated toward the spirit tortoise. The creature moved. Boom. One massive foot descended. Izuku changed direction. Whoosh. He passed beneath it. The air pressure alone nearly knocked him away. He reached the rear leg. His dragon sense detected the opening. There. He drew both daggers. Venom and flame surrounded the blades. Dual dragon blades. Crimson and green energy wrapped around his body. He struck the shell. Slash. Crack. The outer layer fractured. Izuku attacked again. Slash. Another crack. Then, boom. The shell released a burst of spirit energy. Izuku was thrown backward. Whoosh. He crashed into the ground. Crack. Raphtalia ran toward him. Izuku. He stood. I'm fine. Naofumi approached. You found an entrance. Yes. Izuku looked at the damaged shell. But there's a barrier. The Queen's commander looked at him. Can you break it? Izuku stared at the spirit tortoise. Not from here. The spirit tortoise suddenly raised its head. A massive beam of energy began forming in its mouth. Izuku's eyes widened. Everyone move. The beam fired. A gigantic stream of spirit energy crossed the battlefield. Boom. The ground exploded. Soldiers fled in every direction. Naofumi planted his shield. Everyone behind me. The shield barrier appeared. Boom. The beam struck. Naofumi's arms shook. NGH. Izuku ran toward him. Naofumi. I've got it. The shield began cracking. Crack. Crack. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He activated dragon armor. Then dragon vein burst. Crimson energy surrounded him. He placed both daggers against the shield. Dragon guard. A new barrier formed. The pressure decreased. Naofumi stared. You transferred your dragon energy into my shield. Yes. The system appeared. Dragon guard activated. Shield hero defense increased. Dragon vein consumption. High. Duration. 12 seconds. Izuku gritted his teeth. 12 seconds. Naofumi shouted. Then make them count. The beam continued. Izuku pushed harder. The dragon vein inside his body burned. 5 seconds. 6. 7. The beam weakened. 8. 9. 10. The attack stopped. Silence returned. Izuku fell to one knee. Raphtalia caught his shoulder. Are you okay? Yes. He breathed heavily. Just exhausted. Naofumi lowered his shield. That skill saved everyone. Izuku nodded. Then we'll need it again. The army regrouped. The spirit tortoise had stopped moving. Its shell glowed faintly. The Queen's commanders prepared another assault. Izuku looked toward the creature. We don't have much time. Naofumi nodded. What's the plan? Izuku pointed toward the shell. I'll enter through the opening. Raphtalia's expression changed. Alone? Yes. That's dangerous. I know. Naofumi looked at Izuku. I'm coming. Izuku shook his head. You need to protect the army. And you. I can move faster alone. Naofumi frowned. You're not invincible. Izuku smiled. I know. He looked at Raphtalia. Stay with Naofumi. Raphtalia nodded reluctantly. Be careful. I will. The dragon companion stepped forward. It stood beside Izuku. The creature lowered its head. Izuku looked at it. You want to come? The dragon growled. Roar. Izuku smiled. All right. Naofumi looked surprised. You're taking it? Yes. Why? Izuku placed his hand on the dragon's head. Because it knows something about the spirit tortoise. The dragon's eyes glowed. A faint red aura surrounded both of them. The system appeared. Dragon Companion Resonance. Synchronization. 31%. Shared Dragon Sense available. Duration. 60 seconds. Izuku stared. Shared Dragon Sense. The dragon's vision suddenly appeared in his mind. Everything became clearer. He could see spirit energy flowing beneath the tortoise's shell. And there, a massive opening. Izuku's eyes widened. I can see the entrance. Naofumi nodded. Then go. Izuku activated dragon armor. Dark scales covered his body. Both daggers appeared. Crimson and green flames surrounded them. Dragon dash. Whoosh. Izuku launched forward. The dragon followed. They crossed the battlefield. The spirit tortoise raised one leg. Izuku accelerated. Whoosh. He passed beneath it. The opening appeared directly ahead. A wall of spirit energy blocked it. Izuku raised both daggers. Venom and flame. The blades ignited. He struck. Slash. The barrier cracked. Izuku attacked again. Slash. Crack. A third strike. Boom. The barrier shattered. The opening widened. Izuku and the dragon entered. Inside the spirit tortoise, everything was different. The walls were covered in glowing symbols. Spirit energy flowed through channels beneath the surface. The sound of the creature's heartbeat echoed through the enormous chamber. Boom. 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 Izuku stared. It's like a dungeon. The dragon growled. Izuku looked ahead. You know where to go. The creature moved forward. Izuku followed. The passage became darker. Then his system appeared. Spirit tortoise internal structure. Location. Lower core chamber. Distance. 2.7 kilometers. Hostile entities detected. Count. 186. Izuku drew both daggers. Looks like we're not alone. The dragon lowered its head. Roar. Izuku smiled. Let's go. They charged into the darkness. Whoosh. The first wave of creatures emerged. Izuku disappeared. Slash. 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 The dragon attacked beside him. Boom. More creatures appeared. Izuku activated Dragon Flame Dagger Dance. Crimson fire and green venom swept through the chamber. Slash. 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 The monsters fell. The path ahead opened. Izuku looked toward the distant glow. The spirit core was close. But another presence waited between them. Something far stronger than the monsters. Izuku stopped. His dragon vein pulsed. Thump. Thump. The system appeared. High-level hostile entity detected. Classification. Unknown. Spirit energy. Extreme. Distance. 800 meters. Warning. Entity is guarding the core. Izuku tightened his grip around the daggers. So that's the real battle. The dragon beside him growled. Roar. Izuku stepped forward. Then let's finish this. Deeper inside the spirit tortoise, something opened its eyes. The darkness inside the spirit tortoise became heavier with every step. Izuku walked slowly. The dragon companion stayed beside him. Its claws barely made a sound against the stone-like floor. Boom. Another heartbeat echoed through the chamber. The walls vibrated. Izuku looked ahead. 800 meters. The system remained open in front of him. Target distance. 792 meters. Hostile entity. Approaching. Spirit energy. Extreme. Core chamber. Protected. Izuku closed the window. It's coming toward us. The dragon lowered its head. A deep growl escaped its throat. Roar. Izuku drew both daggers. Crimson flames appeared around one blade. Green energy surrounded the other. Stay close. The dragon nodded instinctively. A shadow moved at the end of the passage. Then another. Then dozens. Izuku narrowed his eyes. They're not the guardian. The creatures rushed forward. Whoosh. Izuku moved. Slash. The first creature fell. He turned. Slash. Another. The dragon charged beside him. Boom. Its body collided with several monsters and sent them rolling across the chamber. Izuku jumped over them. Whoosh. He landed behind the group. Dragon flame dagger dance. Crimson flames erupted. Slash. 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 Green energy followed every strike. The creatures staggered. Izuku moved between them before they could recover. Slash. Slash. Another group fell. The dragon roared. Roar. A wave of energy erupted from its mouth. Boom. The remaining creatures were pushed against the walls. Izuku finished the last few with rapid strikes. The chamber became quiet. Izuku looked at the system. Hostile entities defeated. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 86%. Dual Dragon Blades Mastery. 64%. Dragon Companion Resonance. 38%. Izuku took a breath. We're getting closer. The dragon looked ahead. Its eyes suddenly glowed. Izuku felt the same sensation through their bond. Fear. Anger. Recognition. He stopped. You know what's ahead. The dragon lowered its head. Izuku placed his hand against its scales. Then show me. The shared dragon sense activated. The world changed. The walls disappeared. Izuku saw the inside of the spirit tortoise as if the entire creature had become transparent. Massive channels of spirit energy flowed through its body. At the center was a gigantic chamber. And inside that chamber, a brilliant core. But something stood in front of it. A humanoid figure covered in white armor. Izuku opened his eyes. That's the guardian. The vision disappeared. They continued forward. The passage became wider. Strange symbols appeared along the walls. Izuku touched one. The symbol reacted. A faint image appeared. A giant spirit beast. Several warriors standing before it. And a glowing seal. Izuku stared. This place was built. The dragon growled. Izuku looked at it. Not naturally. He studied the symbols. Someone modified the spirit tortoise. Another image appeared. A group of people surrounding a massive crystal. Then the image vanished. Izuku stepped back. Someone used this creature for something. The dragon gave a low growl. But what? No answer came. Then, boom. The entire passage shook. Izuku immediately drew his daggers. It's here. The guardian emerged from the darkness. It was humanoid. White armor covered its body. 6 glowing marks appeared across its chest. It carried a massive blade made entirely from spirit energy. Izuku's system opened. Guardian Entity. Designation. Spirit Tortoise Core Guardian. Level. Unknown. Spirit Energy. Extreme. Physical Defense. Extreme. Weakness. Unknown. Core Protection Directive. Absolute. Izuku studied its stance. You're protecting the core. The guardian didn't answer. It raised its weapon. A wave of spirit energy spread through the chamber. The dragon stepped forward. Izuku stopped it. Wait. The guardian attacked. Whoosh. Izuku jumped backward. The blade struck the floor. Boom. The chamber shook. Izuku landed. Fast. The guardian attacked again. Slash. Izuku blocked with both daggers. Clang. The force pushed him backward. His boots scraped across the floor. Izuku looked at his weapons. That's strong. The guardian attacked again. Izuku moved sideways. Whoosh. He countered. Slash. The dagger struck the armor. Nothing happened. Too durable. The guardian swung again. Izuku ducked. The blade passed above his head. He moved toward its side. Slash. Nothing. He struck the same location again. Slash. Still nothing. Izuku retreated. Ordinary attacks won't work. The dragon charged. Roar. It struck the guardian from the side. Boom. The guardian barely moved. It turned. A pulse of energy struck the dragon. Whom? The dragon was thrown backward. Izuku's eyes widened. Hey! He dashed toward it. Dragon dash. Whoosh. He caught the dragon before it hit the wall. Crack. Izuku landed hard. Are you hurt? The dragon stood again. It shook its head. Izuku looked at the guardian. His expression became serious. All right. He placed the dragon behind him. I'll handle this. Izuku closed his eyes. He stopped looking at the guardian as an opponent. Instead, he analyzed every movement. The shoulders moved first, then the right foot. The weapon followed. He opened his eyes. The guardian attacked. Whoosh. Izuku moved before the blade arrived. He stepped under it. Slash. His dagger struck the joint. Crack. A small fracture appeared. Izuku's eyes widened. There. The guardian turned. Izuku moved again. Slash. Another strike. Crack. The armor fractured further. The guardian released a pulse. Boom. Izuku was thrown away. He rolled across the floor. That's the weak point. He stood. The guardian charged. Izuku waited. 5 meters. 4, 3, 2, now. Whoosh. He disappeared beneath the attack. Slash. The right knee cracked. The guardian stumbled. Izuku spun. Slash. The left knee. The guardian dropped to one side. Izuku jumped. Dragon flame dagger dance. Crimson flames surrounded both daggers. Slash. 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 The damaged armor shattered. The guardian's movement slowed. Izuku landed. The dragon rushed forward. Roar. Its claws struck the exposed section. Boom. The guardian staggered. Izuku immediately attacked. Slash. 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 The guardian's armor broke apart. The spirit energy surrounding it dispersed. The figure collapsed. Silence returned. Izuku stared at the defeated guardian. His system appeared. Core guardian defeated. Spirit energy acquired. Dragon vein synchronization. 91%. New skill available. Dragon sense. Core vision. Effect. Allows identification of energy pathways within large entities. Izuku blinked. Core vision. He activated it. The entire spirit tortoise suddenly became transparent in his perception. He could see every energy channel, every barrier, every movement. Then he saw the core. His expression changed. There. The dragon looked toward him. Izuku pointed. We're almost there. They continued deeper. The passage became enormous. The walls opened into a vast chamber. Izuku stopped. The spirit tortoise's core floated in the center. It was enormous. Golden white energy rotated around it. The entire chamber pulsed with every heartbeat. Boom. 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 Izuku stared. That's the core. The dragon lowered its head. Izuku looked at the system. Spirit tortoise core. Energy output. Catastrophic. Core stability. 71%. External influence detected. Foreign energy detected. Origin. Unknown. Izuku frowned. Foreign energy. The dragon growled. A black mark appeared across the surface of the core. Izuku's eyes widened. That wasn't there before. The mark spread. Crack. The chamber shook. Boom. Izuku stepped backward. Something is controlling it. The system flashed. Warning. Core corruption detected. Estimated collapse. Unknown. Recommended action. Remove foreign energy. Izuku looked at his daggers. So that's why the spirit tortoise is attacking. The dragon growled. Izuku nodded. It's being forced to move. Another tremor shook the chamber. Boom. The core became brighter. Izuku raised both daggers. Then we have to remove whatever is controlling it. He approached the core. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure became. His dragon armor appeared automatically. Dark scales covered his arms. The dragon followed. Izuku reached the edge of the core chamber. A massive barrier appeared. He touched it. The barrier pushed him backward. Too strong. He activated Dragon Vein Burst. Crimson energy surrounded him. He pushed forward. The barrier resisted. Izuku gritted his teeth. Come on. The dragon stepped beside him. Its energy joined his. The barrier weakened. Izuku's system appeared. Dragon Companion Resonance. Synchronization. 52%. Shared energy available. Dragon Bond skill activated. Dragon Resonance. Crimson energy spread across the chamber. The dragon's power flowed into Izuku. The barrier cracked. Crack. Izuku pushed harder. Crack. Another fracture appeared. Then, boom. The barrier shattered. Izuku and the dragon entered the core chamber. The black mark on the core immediately reacted. A dark tendril of energy shot toward Izuku. Whoosh. He jumped aside. The energy struck the floor. Boom. Izuku looked at it. That's the foreign energy. The dark energy moved again. This time, it formed several creatures. Izuku's eyes narrowed. More enemies. Dozens of shadow-like beings emerged around the core. The dragon roared. Roar. Izuku raised both daggers. Then we clear the room. The creatures attacked. Whoosh. Izuku disappeared. Slash. One fell. Slash. Another. The dragon attacked from the opposite side. Boom. 3 creatures were knocked away. Izuku activated Venom Infusion. Green energy mixed with crimson flames. Venom and flame. The daggers glowed. He spun. Slash. 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 The creatures began losing their form. The dark energy couldn't maintain them. Izuku accelerated. Whoosh. Slash. 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 The last creature vanished. The black mark remained. Izuku approached it. You're the source. The mark pulsed. Boom. A voice echoed through the chamber. Leave. Izuku froze. The dragon growled. The voice continued. This world is not yours. Izuku raised his daggers. Who are you? Silence. Then, the one who opens the waves. Izuku's eyes widened. You control them. The black mark expanded. The waves are only doors. Izuku tightened his grip. Then you're behind the dimensional attacks. Yes. The dragon roared. Roar. The black energy surged. Boom. Izuku was thrown backward. He landed near the dragon. The core began destabilizing. The system flashed repeatedly. Critical warning. Spirit core stability. 43%. Collapse imminent. External corruption spreading. Izuku stood. We don't have time. The dragon looked at him. Izuku nodded. We have to destroy the corruption. He raised both daggers. Crimson and green energy gathered. Dragon God's pursuit. Whoosh. Izuku rushed toward the black mark. The energy attacked from every direction. He dodged. Left. Right. Above. Below. Slash. One tendril vanished. Slash. Another. The black mark expanded. Izuku accelerated. Dragon flame dagger dance. Crimson flames filled the chamber. Green venom mixed with them. Izuku became a blur. Slash. 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 The black mark cracked. The voice screamed. Stop. Izuku struck again. Crack. The corruption fractured. The spirit core began shining brighter. Izuku shouted. Now. The dragon released its energy. Roar. A crimson blast struck the corruption. Boom. The black mark shattered. The chamber went silent. The spirit core stabilized. Izuku dropped to one knee. His breathing was heavy. The dragon stood beside him. The system appeared. Foreign energy removed. Spirit tortoise core stabilized. Dragon vein synchronization. 100%. Dragon companion resonance. 67%. Major condition fulfilled. New skill unlocked. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Skill status. Available. Izuku stared at the final notification. Finally, the dragon looked at him. Izuku smiled. We did it. But before he could stand, another notification appeared. Unknown dimensional signature detected. Origin. Outside current world. Status. Approaching. Estimated arrival. Imminent. Izuku's smile disappeared. He looked toward the ceiling. Another one. The dragon growled. Roar. The spirit tortoise's core suddenly released a massive pulse. Whom? The entire chamber shook. Izuku tightened his grip around the daggers. We're not finished yet. Far above the spirit tortoise, the sky began to split. A new dimensional crack appeared. And something on the other side was already looking through. The sky above the spirit tortoise had split open. A massive dimensional crack stretched across the clouds, glowing with unstable purple energy. Inside the spirit tortoise, Izuku felt the disturbance immediately. His newly awakened skill remained visible before him. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Skill type. Ultimate Dagger Art. Dragon Vein requirement. 100%. Current synchronization. 100%. Activation. Available. Izuku stared at the notification. So this is the skill. The dragon companion growled. Roar. The entire chamber shook again. Boom. Izuku looked toward the spirit core. Its energy remained stable, but the dimensional disturbance outside was getting stronger. We have to get out. The dragon nodded. Izuku turned toward the passage. Then stopped. Something was approaching. Not from outside. From deeper within the spirit tortoise. His dragon sense activated. A massive concentration of energy was moving toward the core. Izuku's eyes narrowed. There's another one. The dragon lowered its body. Izuku summoned both daggers. Crimson fire appeared around the right blade. Green energy surrounded the left. Stay behind me. The dragon growled. Izuku smiled. We'll handle it together. The passage suddenly collapsed. Boom. Rocks fell from above. Izuku jumped backward. A massive figure emerged through the dust. It was larger than the previous guardian. Its body was covered in dark spirit armor. 4 glowing eyes stared at Izuku. The system immediately appeared. High-level spirit entity detected. Designation. Core Executioner. Threat level. Catastrophic. Spirit energy. Extreme. Defense. Extreme. Primary directive. Eliminate intruders. Weakness. Unavailable. Izuku stared at the final line. No weakness. The executioner raised its arm. A giant blade of spirit energy formed in its hand. Whom? The dragon growled. Izuku took a fighting stance. Then I'll find one. The executioner charged. Whoosh. Izuku moved. Clang. The spirit blade collided with his daggers. The force pushed him backward. Crack. His feet left marks across the floor. Strong. The executioner swung again. Izuku ducked. Whoosh. He countered. Slash. The dagger struck the armor. Nothing. The executioner kicked. Boom. Izuku was sent across the chamber. He rolled and immediately stood. Fast too. The executioner appeared in front of him. Izuku barely blocked the next strike. Clang. Another. Clang. Another. Clang. Izuku continued retreating. He couldn't find an opening. The dragon charged from the side. Roar. Its claws struck the executioner's back. Boom. The creature barely moved. Instead, it turned and released a pulse. Whom? The dragon was pushed away. Izuku's eyes narrowed. It's ignoring physical attacks. He studied the armor. The dragon vein energy flowed around it without penetrating. Spirit armor. The system confirmed it. Spirit armor detected. Physical damage reduction. 94%. Elemental damage reduction. 87%. Recommended method. Concentrated energy attack. Izuku smiled. That's the answer. He lowered both daggers. The executioner charged. Izuku waited. 5 meters. 4, 3, 2. He moved. Whoosh. He slipped underneath the spirit blade. The executioner turned. Izuku placed both daggers together. Dragon vein burst. Whom. Crimson energy erupted. The executioner was pushed backward. Izuku didn't stop. He accelerated. Slash. The right dagger struck. Slash. The left followed. The armor finally cracked. Crack. Izuku's eyes widened. There. The executioner roared. Roar. A massive shockwave exploded outward. Boom. Izuku was thrown away. He crashed against the wall. Crack. NGH. He dropped to one knee. The dragon ran toward him. Izuku raised one hand. I'm fine. He stood. The executioner advanced. Izuku looked at the damaged armor. Then at his daggers. One concentrated attack. He opened his status window. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Description. Concentrates dragon vein energy into a sequence of high-speed dagger strikes. Each strike leaves a residual energy blade. Maximum projected strikes. 1000. Effective against high defense targets. Current energy consumption. Extreme. Izuku stared. 1000. The dragon stood beside him. Izuku nodded. We only need one opening. The executioner charged again. Izuku moved. Whoosh. The first strike came from the right. Clang. He blocked. The second came from above. Clang. He blocked. The third came from the side. Clang. He stepped back. The fourth strike came immediately after. Izuku twisted. Whoosh. He avoided it. Then he noticed something. The executioner always returned its right foot to the same position after attacking. Izuku smiled. There. He waited. The executioner attacked. Slash. Izuku dodged. Slash. He stepped aside. The executioner raised its weapon. Izuku prepared himself. Now. Whoosh. He disappeared. The executioner turned. Too late. Izuku was already behind it. He crossed both daggers. Dragon God. The dragon's energy surged into him. Crimson light covered his right arm. Green light covered his left. The entire chamber began shaking. Boom. 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 The spirit core reacted to his power. The executioner turned. Izuku looked directly at it. Thousand Fang Slash. Whom. He disappeared. The first strike landed. Slash. A crimson energy blade remained behind. The second strike followed. Slash. Another energy blade. Third. Slash. Fourth. Slash. Fifth. Slash. The executioner attempted to defend. But Izuku's movement speed continued increasing. 10 strikes. 20. 50. 100. The chamber filled with glowing dagger trails. Slash. 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 The executioner couldn't follow him. Izuku moved around it in every direction. Above. Below. Left. Right. Behind. The residual blades surrounded the spirit armor. The executioner released a shockwave. Boom. Izuku passed through it. He didn't stop. 200. 300. 400. The armor began breaking apart. Crack. The executioner roared. Roar. Izuku accelerated again. 500. 600. 700. The dragon released its own energy. Roar. A crimson wave struck the executioner. Boom. Izuku used the opening. 800. 900. The armor shattered. Crack. The executioner staggered. Izuku appeared directly in front of it. One final energy dagger formed in his hand. The system flashed. Maximum strike sequence reached. Remaining energy. 8%. Final strike available. Izuku raised the dagger. One more. He thrust forward. Slash. The final strike pierced through the remaining spirit armor. The executioner froze. The 1,000 residual energy blades converged. Whom. All of them struck simultaneously. Boom. The spirit armor shattered. The executioner disappeared into a shower of fading spirit particles. Silence returned. Izuku landed. His knees nearly gave out. The dragon caught him with its shoulder. Izuku leaned against it. Thanks. The dragon gave a quiet growl. Roar. The system appeared. Core Executioner defeated. Ultimate Dagger art successfully activated. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Mastery. 7%. Dragon Vein Synchronization. 100%. Dragon Companion Resonance. 74%. New effect acquired. Dragon Vein Recovery. Izuku stared at the final notification. Dragon Vein Recovery. His energy slowly began returning. Not quickly, but enough to stand. That's useful. The dragon looked toward the spirit core. Izuku followed its gaze. The core was glowing brighter. Then a strange sound echoed through the chamber. Crack. Izuku's expression changed. That's not good. Another crack appeared across the spirit core. Crack. Naofumi's voice suddenly came through the communication device. Izuku, can you hear me? Izuku grabbed it. Yes. What happened? We defeated the Guardian. Good. But there's a bigger problem. Naofumi paused. What? The core is unstable again. Silence. Then Naofumi answered. How unstable? Izuku looked at the system. Spirit core stability. 39%. Rapid decline detected. Cuz. Dimensional interference. 39%. Naofumi cursed under his breath. Can you stop it? Maybe. What do you need? Izuku looked at the core. I need to reach the center. Then do it. I'll try. The communication ended. Izuku approached the core. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure became. His dragon armor activated automatically. Dark scales formed across his body. The dragon followed. Izuku placed both hands against the core. A massive amount of spirit energy entered his body. His eyes widened. Too much. The dragon connected through their bond. The pressure decreased. Izuku took a breath. Thank you. He opened his system. Dragon Companion Resonance. Shared energy transfer available. Activate. Izuku selected yes. A crimson stream flowed from the dragon into him. The energy stabilized his body. Izuku reached deeper into the core. Then he saw something. Not a monster. Not a spirit. A memory. A massive battlefield. Several dragons flew through the sky. Warriors fought beneath them. At the center stood a gigantic dragon surrounded by crimson energy. The same dragon he had seen before. The Dragon Emperor. Izuku stared. So you're real. The vision shifted. The Dragon Emperor looked toward someone standing outside the battlefield. The person wore a dark cloak. Their face couldn't be seen. A dimensional portal opened behind them. Then the memory ended. Izuku opened his eyes. The waves. The Dragon Emperor's memory had shown him something. Someone had been opening dimensional portals. Someone had been using the waves to connect worlds. And the Dragon Emperor had fought against them. Izuku looked toward the core. This isn't just a disaster. His eyes narrowed. It's a war. The spirit tortoise suddenly roared. Roar. The entire chamber shook. Boom. Izuku nearly fell. The core began absorbing the remaining corrupted energy. The black mark returned. Izuku's expression hardened. Not again. He drew both daggers. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. The skill activated again. But this time, he didn't attack the core. He attacked the corruption. Whoosh. Slash. 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 Hundreds of energy blades appeared. The black corruption tried to spread. Izuku followed it. Slash. 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 The dragon released its energy. Roar. Crimson power filled the chamber. The corruption began disappearing. Izuku continued. 500 strikes. 600. 700. 800. The black energy became smaller. 900. 950. 990. Izuku raised his dagger. 1000. Slash. The final energy blade struck. Boom. The corruption vanished. The core stabilized. Spirit core stability. 89%. Corruption. 0%. Dragon God. Thousand Fang / Mastery. 19%. Dragon Vein Recovery activated. Dragon Companion Resonance. 81%. Izuku lowered his weapons. Done. The dragon growled softly. Roar. Then the spirit tortoise's voice echoed through the chamber. Not words. A massive pulse of energy. The entire creature began glowing. Izuku looked upward. What's happening? The system answered. Spirit Guardian response detected. Spirit Tortoise has recognized external assistance. Guardian energy transfer available. Accept. Izuku hesitated. Then selected yes. A massive wave of spirit energy flowed toward him. His body glowed. The dragon vein absorbed part of the energy. The rest surrounded his daggers. The weapons changed. The crimson markings became brighter. The green venom energy became more stable. The system appeared. Dragon Emperor's Fang Dagger. New evolution detected. Spirit Dragon Fang. Attack power increased. Spirit resistance increased. New attribute acquired. Spirit Severance. Izuku stared at the weapons. Spirit Severance. He swung one dagger. A thin arc of energy crossed the chamber. Whoosh. It struck a stone pillar. The pillar remained intact, but the spirit energy surrounding it vanished. Izuku's eyes widened. It doesn't cut matter. He looked at the blade. It cuts energy. The dragon gave a satisfied growl. Outside the spirit tortoise, the army watched as its enormous body began glowing. The queen looked toward the creature. What is happening? A mage stared at the readings. The spirit energy is stabilizing. Naofumi looked relieved. Izuku. Raphtalia smiled. He did it. But then the sky darkened. Everyone looked upward. The dimensional crack had grown larger. Purple lightning spread across the clouds. Crack. The air itself seemed to tear apart. Naofumi raised his shield. That's not normal. The queen looked at the sky. Everyone, prepare. A massive silhouette appeared inside the portal. Izuku's dragon companion suddenly roared from inside the spirit tortoise. Roar. Izuku felt the fear through their bond. His expression became serious. It's here. He looked at the new system notification. Unknown dimensional entity. Classification. Hostile. Origin. Unknown. Power level. Unmeasurable. Target. Spirit tortoise. Secondary target. Dragon heir. Izuku's eyes widened. Secondary target. He looked at his daggers. Then at the dragon. The creature had already understood. Something from beyond their world had come specifically because of their connection to the Dragon Emperor. Izuku tightened his grip. We're getting out of here. The dragon nodded. They turned toward the exit. Behind them, the spirit core released one final pulse. A path opened through the interior. Izuku ran. Whoosh. The dragon followed. As they approached the surface, the voice from the dimensional crack echoed across the sky. Dragon heir. Izuku stopped. His eyes narrowed. Who are you? The voice answered. The one who remembers your blood. Izuku's hand tightened around the dagger. The portal widened. Boom. And a massive shadow began descending toward the battlefield. The dimensional crack above the battlefield continued to expand. Purple lightning crossed the clouds. Crack. The soldiers below froze. Even the spirit tortoise stopped moving. Then the enormous shadow descended. A figure emerged from the portal. It was humanoid, but its body was covered in dark armor. Several crystalline structures extended from its back, glowing with violet energy. Izuku finally reached the surface. He immediately looked upward. The system appeared. Dimensional entity identified. Designation. Void emissary. Origin. Unknown. Threat level. Catastrophic. Primary objective. Spirit tortoise. Secondary objective. Dragon heir. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Dragon heir again. Naofumi ran toward him. Izuku. I'm here. Raphtalia and Philo followed. The queen's soldiers formed a defensive line. The void emissary looked down at them. The dragon blood has awakened. Izuku stepped forward. Who are you? The creature's eyes glowed. Your kind destroyed our passage once. Izuku frowned. My kind. The Dragon Emperor. The name immediately caught everyone's attention. Naofumi raised his shield. What do you know about the Dragon Emperor? The emissary ignored him. Its gaze remained fixed on Izuku. The blood survived. Izuku tightened his grip around his spirit dragon fangs. I don't know what you're talking about. You carry its resonance. The creature raised one hand. Therefore, you must be eliminated. Whom? A massive beam of violet energy fired toward Izuku. Move. Izuku vanished. Whoosh. The beam struck the ground. Boom. The battlefield exploded. Soldiers scattered. Naofumi immediately activated his shield. Air Strike Shield. A barrier appeared around the nearest soldiers. Raphtalia moved beside Izuku. That attack was enormous. Izuku stared at the crater. And it wasn't even aimed at the army. The void emissary floated above them. You cannot escape. Izuku looked at his daggers. I wasn't planning to. Izuku activated dragon armor. Dark scales covered his arms, shoulders, and chest. His eyes changed. His pupils narrowed. His horns extended slightly. The dragon vein surged. Thump, thump, thump. The system appeared. Dragon vein synchronization. 100%. Spirit Dragon Fang. Active. Spirit Severance. Available. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Available. Dragon Companion Resonance. 84%. Izuku lowered his stance. Naofumi. What? Keep everyone away from this thing. Naofumi looked at the emissary. You want to fight it alone. For now. That's a bad idea. Izuku smiled. Then help me make it a good one. Naofumi understood immediately. Fine. He raised his shield. I'll create openings. Izuku nodded. Raphtalia stepped forward. And me. Protect the soldiers. Raphtalia nodded. Understood. Philo transformed. Philo will help too. Naofumi sighed. Just don't get in his way. Okay. Izuku looked upward. The emissary raised both hands. Several violet spheres appeared around it. Here it comes. Whom? The spheres fired. Izuku dashed. Whoosh. The first passed behind him. The second came from the side. He jumped. The third followed. He twisted in midair. Whoosh. The fourth nearly struck his shoulder. Izuku landed. Too predictable. The emissary tilted its head. You are analyzing my attacks. Yes. Izuku smiled. That's what I do. He charged. Whoosh. Izuku crossed the battlefield. The emissary fired another beam. Izuku moved sideways. The beam passed him. He jumped. Another. He ducked. Another. He rolled beneath it. Then he reached the emissary. Slash. The spirit dragon fang struck its armor. Clang. The blade left a glowing mark. The emissary looked at the damaged armor. Spirit Severance. Izuku's eyes widened. You know this ability. That weapon belonged to the Dragon Emperor. Izuku attacked again. Slash. The emissary blocked. Izuku spun. Slash. Blocked. He changed direction. Slash. The emissary moved backward. Izuku continued. Slash. 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 The emissary finally raised its arm. Boom. A shockwave pushed Izuku away. He landed. It knows my weapon. The emissary charged. Whoosh. Izuku barely blocked. Clang. The force pushed him backward. The emissary swung again. Clang. Again. Clang. Again. Izuku's feet slid across the ground. He couldn't counter. The emissary was too strong. Then, boom. Naofumi's shield struck it from the side. Now, Izuku reacted instantly. Whoosh. He dashed forward. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Crimson energy erupted. The first strike landed. Slash. The second. Slash. The third. Slash. The emissary's armor began cracking. Crack. Izuku accelerated. 10. 20, 50. Hundreds of energy blades appeared around the target. The emissary attempted to escape. Naofumi blocked its path. Not so fast. The emissary fired a point-blank blast. Boom. Naofumi was pushed backward, but the opening was enough. Izuku continued. 100, 200, 300. The emissary's armor began breaking apart. Crack, crack. Izuku reached 500 strikes. The dragon companion joined the attack. Roar. A crimson blast struck the emissary. Boom. Izuku used the impact to accelerate. 600, 700, 800. The emissary suddenly vanished. Izuku's eyes widened. Where? The system flashed. Dimensional displacement detected. Target location. Rear. Izuku turned. The emissary appeared behind him. Its hand was already extended. A violet blade formed. Izuku crossed both daggers. Clang. The impact sent him flying. Whoosh. He crashed into the ground. Crack. Izuku. Raphtalia shouted. He stood. His dragon armor had cracked. I'm fine. The emissary floated closer. You have inherited the Dragon Emperor's power. Izuku wiped dust from his face. Then tell me something. What? Why are you afraid of it? The emissary became silent. Izuku noticed. You said the Dragon Emperor destroyed your passage. Yes. Then you aren't hunting me because I'm dangerous. Izuku raised his daggers. You're hunting me because you're afraid I'll become like it. The emissary's eyes glowed brighter. You know nothing. Izuku smiled. Then I was right. The emissary released its full power. Violet energy spread across the entire sky. The clouds began rotating. The soldiers were forced to retreat. Even the spirit tortoise lowered its head. The queen looked upward. Everyone retreat. Naofumi raised his shield. Izuku. Izuku looked at the sky. I know. His dragon vein surged. The dragon companion approached. Izuku placed his hand against its head. Lend me everything. The dragon roared. Roar. Crimson energy flowed from the creature into Izuku. His armor transformed. The dark scales became brighter. Crimson lines appeared across his body. His eyes glowed blue. The spirit dragon fangs floated beside him. The system appeared. Dragon companion resonance. 100%. Temporary state unlocked. Dragon Vanguard. Duration. 90 seconds. Dragon vein output. Maximum. Spirit severance. Enhanced. Izuku looked at the emissary. 90 seconds. He raised both daggers. That's enough. Whoosh. He disappeared. The emissary fired. Izuku passed through the attack. Another. He passed through. Another. He vanished between them. The emissary's eyes widened. Impossible. Izuku appeared directly in front of it. Slash. The spirit dragon fang cut through the armor. This time, the damage was deeper. Crack. The emissary stumbled. Izuku attacked again. Slash. 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 The emissary tried to teleport. Izuku followed. Dragon God's pursuit. Whoosh. The dagger's energy locked onto its dimensional signature. The emissary couldn't escape. You can't run anymore. Izuku accelerated. Slash. 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 The armor shattered across its chest. The emissary released a massive blast. Boom. Izuku flew backward. He recovered in midair. The dragon's power kept him stable. He looked at the emissary. 70 seconds. The emissary raised both hands. Then die. Dozens of dimensional blades appeared. They fired simultaneously. Whoosh. Izuku dashed forward. He moved between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He reached the emissary. Thousand Fang Slash. The ultimate technique activated. Energy blades appeared everywhere. Slash. 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 The emissary's armor began disappearing. 100 strikes. 200. 300. 400. 500. 600. The emissary attempted to open a portal. Izuku's spirit severance cut the portal apart. Crack. Number 700, 800, 900. The emissary screamed, "You are not the Dragon Emperor." Izuku appeared directly in front of it. "I know." He raised his dagger. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." The final strike landed. Slash. All the remaining energy blades converged. Boom. The emissary's armor shattered. The creature was launched backward. Whoosh. It crashed through the dimensional portal. The portal began collapsing. Izuku remained in the air. "And I'm not letting you hurt this world." The portal closed. Crack. Silence. Izuku descended. His dragon vanguard state disappeared. He immediately stumbled. Raphtalia caught him. "Easy." Izuku breathed heavily. "Thanks." Naofumi approached. "You actually forced it back." Izuku nodded. "Not defeated." Naofumi looked at the sky. "It escaped." "Yes." The queen arrived with several soldiers. "What was that creature?" Izuku looked at her. "Something connected to the Dragon Emperor." The queen frowned. "And it called you Dragon Heir." Izuku nodded. "Which means there are things about my transformation that I still don't understand." The queen looked toward the spirit tortoise. "But the guardian beast is stable." Izuku opened his status window. Spirit tortoise. Core stability. 96%. Corruption. 0%. Foreign dimensional influence. Reduced. Izuku smiled. "We succeeded." Naofumi looked at the enormous creature. "For now." Later that evening, the army established a temporary camp. The spirit tortoise remained motionless in the distance. Its enormous body was no longer radiating destructive energy. The crisis had ended, but Izuku couldn't relax. He sat beside the fire. The dragon companion rested nearby. Raphtalia sat across from him. "You're quiet." Izuku looked at the flames. "I'm thinking. About the Dragon Emperor." "Yes." Raphtalia waited. Izuku continued. "The emissary knew my weapon." He looked at the spirit dragon Fang. It also knew about the Dragon Emperor. Naofumi joined them. "And it knew about you." "Yes." Naofumi crossed his arms. "Then we need answers." Izuku nodded. "That's why I'm going somewhere." Raphtalia looked confused. "Where?" Izuku opened the system. A new map had appeared. A small red marker was blinking far beyond the known territory. Dragon Emperor Resonance. Location detected. Dimensional region. Unknown. Distance. Beyond current world. Access requirement. Interdimensional gateway. Izuku stared. "There." Naofumi leaned closer. "That's not on any map." "Because it's not in this world." Raphtalia's eyes widened. "Another dimension." Izuku nodded. "Yes." The dragon companion suddenly lifted its head. Its eyes glowed. The same resonance appeared again. Thump, thump, thump. Izuku looked at it. "You know that place." The dragon gave a low growl. "Roar." Izuku stood. "Then that's where we're going." Naofumi sighed. "I had a feeling you'd say that." Izuku smiled. "We need to find out who the Dragon Emperor was." He looked toward the distant horizon. "And who is opening the waves?" Far away, beyond the boundaries of their world, a shattered dimensional portal slowly reopened. The void emissary emerged. Its armor was damaged. Its breathing was heavy. Another figure stood behind it. A tall silhouette surrounded by black energy. "You failed." The emissary lowered its head. "The dragon heir has awakened." The silhouette remained silent. "Then the bloodline has returned." The emissary looked up. "Should we eliminate him now?" "Number." The figure turned toward a massive dimensional gate. "Let him come." The gate began opening. "Whom?" "The Dragon Emperor's heir will lead us directly to the source." Back on Calamity, Izuku suddenly felt a cold sensation run through his dragon vein. He looked toward the sky. Something was waiting for him beyond the next world. And this time, he intended to go there first. The morning after the battle against the Void Emissary arrived quietly. Calamity was still recovering. The spirit tortoise remained in the distance, its enormous body motionless beneath the morning sky. The corruption that had once spread through its core was gone, and the violent spirit energy surrounding it had finally settled. For the first time since its awakening, the guardian beast appeared peaceful. Izuku stood on a hill overlooking the sea. His spirit dragon Fang rested at his waist. The dragon companion stood beside him. Izuku opened his status window. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Race: Dragon Demi-Human. Level: 47. Title: Dragon Heir. Weapon: Spirit Dragon Fang. Dragon Vein Synchronization: 100%. Dragon Companion Resonance: 100%. Skills: Dragon Armor, Dragon Breath, Dragon Vein Burst, Dragon God's Pursuit, Dual Dragon Blades, Dragon Flame Dagger Dance, Venom Infusion, Dragon Companion Resonance, Dragon Vanguard, Spirit Severance, Dragon God, Thousand Fang Slash. Izuku stared at the list. There were abilities he had never imagined possessing when he first arrived in this world. But there was still one question he couldn't answer. Why had the dagger chosen him? Why had his body transformed into a dragon demi-human? And why did the Dragon Emperor's power react to his blood? Still thinking about it, Naofumi's voice came from behind. Izuku closed the status window. Yes. Naofumi walked beside him. Raphtalia and Philo followed. The queen wants everyone back in Melromarc, Naofumi said. Izuku nodded. Then we should leave soon. Raphtalia looked at the dragon companion. Are you taking it with us? Izuku looked at the creature. Yes. Philo immediately smiled. Good. Philo wants to race it. The dragon looked at Philo. Roar. Philo's eyes sparkled. It accepted. Naofumi sighed. That isn't what it said. The journey back to Melromarc took several days. The army moved carefully through the countryside. The people they encountered had already heard about the spirit tortoise. Some had also heard about the mysterious dragon demi-human fighting alongside the shield hero. Rumors spread quickly. Some called Izuku a monster. Others called him a savior. Many simply called him the Dragon Dagger hero. Izuku didn't pay much attention to the names. He focused on the people. When the group passed through a damaged village, he stopped to help repair a collapsed bridge. When monsters appeared near a settlement, he eliminated them before they could reach the houses. When a group of frightened children saw his horns and scales, he crouched down and spoke to them normally. One little boy stared at his eyes. Are you really a dragon? Izuku smiled. Partly. Can you breathe fire? Izuku hesitated. Yes. The boy's eyes widened. Really? Izuku nodded. But I don't use it around people. The boy grinned. You're cool. Izuku laughed. Thanks. As they walked away, Raphtalia smiled. You handled that well. He was curious. Most people are. Izuku looked at his hands. I'm starting to understand something. Raphtalia tilted her head. What? Being different doesn't automatically mean being dangerous. She smiled. You've known that for a while. Izuku shook his head. Maybe. When they finally reached Melromarc, the capital was already prepared for their arrival. Bells rang throughout the city. Crowds gathered around the streets. Soldiers lined the road. The queen waited at the palace entrance. As Izuku entered the courtyard, the crowd became silent. Then someone shouted, Dragon Dagger Hero. Another voice followed. The Spirit Tortoise Slayer. More voices joined. Dragon Hero. Dagger Hero. Izuku looked uncomfortable. Naofumi noticed. You'll get used to it. I don't think I will. Inside the palace, the queen greeted them. Welcome home. Izuku bowed. Your Majesty. The queen looked at everyone. You have done something few believed possible. She turned toward the window. The spirit tortoise has returned to its dormant state. Naofumi nodded. Thanks to Izuku. Izuku shook his head. We all contributed. The queen smiled. You still refuse to take all the credit. Because it wouldn't be accurate. The Queen looked at him for several seconds. That is precisely why the people trust you. Izuku didn't know how to respond. The Queen continued. However, the battle revealed something far more dangerous. Izuku's expression became serious. The dimensional portals. Yes. The Queen placed several documents on the table. Reports have appeared from other nations. Izuku looked at them. More portals. Yes. Naofumi frowned. How many? 7. Silence filled the room. Izuku studied the documents. Each report described strange dimensional distortions. Some lasted only a few seconds. Others remained open for hours. Several monsters had emerged, but one report was different. Izuku picked it up. This one. The Queen nodded. We received it this morning. The document described an enormous black dragon appearing above an unidentified battlefield. Izuku's dragon vein immediately reacted. Thump, thump, thump. His eyes widened. That's it. The Queen looked at him. You recognize it? Not personally. Izuku touched the illustration. But its energy matches what I've been sensing. The dragon companion suddenly growled. Roar. The entire room became silent. Izuku looked at it. You recognize it too. The creature stared at the image. Its eyes glowed. A red aura surrounded its body. The Queen stepped backward. What is happening? Izuku's dagger began glowing. The image on the paper changed. The dragon disappeared. A new symbol appeared. A circular mark surrounded by several lines. Izuku's system opened. Dragon Emperor resonance detected. Dimensional coordinates acquired. Gateway location confirmed. Destination. Unknown world. Status. Accessible. Izuku stared. The gateway. Naofumi stepped closer. Can you open it? Izuku nodded slowly. I think so. The Queen looked concerned. You intend to cross into another world? Yes. Without knowing what awaits you. Izuku looked at the dragon companion. We've already seen what happens when someone else controls the waves. He looked back at the Queen. If there's someone behind them, we need to find them. The Queen remained silent. Then she nodded. Then you will have my support. 3 days later, the gateway was prepared. The Queen's strongest mages gathered inside an ancient chamber beneath the palace. A massive magic circle covered the floor. At its center stood Izuku. Naofumi stood beside him. Raphtalia and Philo were ready behind them. The dragon companion stood at Izuku's side. The Queen watched from outside the circle. Once the gateway opens, we don't know where it will lead. Izuku nodded. Understood. We also don't know whether you'll be able to return. Izuku looked at Naofumi. Naofumi raised his shield. Then we'll find a way back. Izuku smiled. Right. The Queen looked at him. Dragon Dagger hero. Izuku turned. Yes. Return alive. Izuku nodded. I will. The mages began chanting. Magic circles appeared. The air began vibrating. The dragon companion's scales glowed. Izuku's spirit dragon fang reacted. Crimson energy spread across the chamber. The gateway began opening. Crack. The space in front of them split apart. A dark void appeared. Then stars became visible beyond it. Izuku stared. That's not a normal portal. Naofumi nodded. It's going somewhere far away. The dragon suddenly roared. Roar. Its energy surged. The portal expanded. Izuku felt something pulling on his body. The system appeared. Interdimensional gateway. Destination confirmed. Dragon Emperor resonance. 100%. Wave connection. Active. Warning. Destination contains hostile entities. Izuku smiled. Of course it does. Naofumi laughed. You expected anything else? Not really. They stepped forward. The moment Izuku crossed the gateway, everything disappeared. There was no ground, no sky, only countless streams of light. He could see fragments of different worlds passing around him. Forests, cities, oceans, battlefields, Different creatures. Different civilizations. Different versions of the same stars. Izuku's dragon vein reacted to all of them. Thump, thump, thump. His system flashed repeatedly. Multiple dimensional worlds detected. Wave network identified. World connections. Numerous. Primary source located. Coordinates locked. Izuku's eyes widened. There. A distant point of light became brighter. The dragon companion moved toward it. Izuku followed. Then, boom. Something struck the gateway. Izuku turned. A group of dark creatures emerged from the dimensional darkness. Their bodies were covered in black armor. Their eyes glowed violet. The system appeared. Void Pursuers. Origin. Unknown. Objective. Eliminate dragon heir. Izuku drew both daggers. Were being followed. Naofumi raised his shield. How many? Izuku looked around. Too many to count. Naofumi sighed. Then let's make a path. The first creature attacked. Whoosh. Naofumi blocked. Clang. Izuku moved past him. Slash. The spirit dragon fang cut through the creature's armor. The enemy disappeared. Another attacked. Slash. Another. Slash. The dragon companion charged. Roar. Boom. The dimensional space shook. Raphtalia moved beside Izuku. There are more. Izuku nodded. Keep moving. They fought while traveling through the gateway. The enemies continued appearing. But the group refused to stop. Izuku activated Dragon God's Pursuit. Whoosh. He locked onto the nearest enemy. Slash. Then another. Slash. Then another. The dragon companion released a burst of energy. Boom. Naofumi blocked a group. We're almost there. Izuku looked ahead. The bright point was becoming enormous. I see the exit. He gathered energy into both daggers. Dragon God. Thousand Fang Slash. Whom. Hundreds of energy blades filled the dimensional corridor. Slash. 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 The void pursuers were destroyed. The path cleared. Izuku grabbed Raphtalia. Naofumi grabbed Philo. The dragon companion followed. They crossed the final distance. Whoosh. Izuku landed on solid ground. Crack. He rolled forward and stood. Naofumi landed behind him. Raphtalia recovered beside them. Philo stumbled. Philo's dizzy. Izuku laughed. Same. He looked around. The world was completely different. A vast ruined city stretched before them. Strange towers rose into the sky. Purple energy flowed between the buildings. The sky was dark, but no sun was visible. The dragon companion stared ahead. Its body began trembling. Izuku placed a hand against its head. What's wrong? The dragon looked toward the center of the city. A massive black structure stood there. Izuku's dragon vein pulsed. Thump. Thump. The system appeared. Dragon Emperor Resonance. Source distance. 4.2 kilometers. Source status. Active. Wave source detected. Primary enemy presence detected. Izuku stared at the structure. That's where we're going. Naofumi looked around. This place feels wrong. Raphtalia nodded. There's almost no life. Izuku studied the streets. Someone destroyed this world. Then a voice echoed across the ruined city. Dragon heir. Izuku froze. The same voice from inside the spirit tortoise. He turned. A figure appeared on top of a distant building. Black robes. Violet eyes. The same silhouette that had spoken to the void emissary. Izuku raised both daggers. You. The figure smiled. You finally arrived. Naofumi raised his shield. Who are you? The figure ignored him. Its gaze remained fixed on Izuku. You carry the final fragment. Izuku frowned. Fragment of what? The Dragon Emperor. The dragon companion suddenly roared. Roar. Its entire body glowed crimson. The figure smiled. Yes. Izuku's dagger began vibrating. The spirit dragon fang released a massive pulse. Whom? The ruined city shook. A giant shadow appeared behind the figure. A dragon. Enormous. Black scales. Crimson eyes. 2 massive horns. Izuku stared. His dragon vein reacted violently. Thump, thump, thump. The system appeared. Dragon Emperor detected. Status: dormant. Location: directly ahead. Connection: absolute. Inheritance resonance: 100%. Izuku's eyes widened. That's the Dragon Emperor. The figure raised one hand. Not quite. Izuku tightened his grip. What do you mean? The figure smiled. That is only what remains of it. The black dragon opened its eyes. Boom. A wave of energy swept across the city. Izuku's dragon armor activated automatically. Dark scales covered his body. His horns extended. His eyes became reptilian. The spirit dragon fang glowed crimson. The dragon companion roared beside him. Roar. Izuku stepped forward. Then I'll find out what happened. The figure spread its arms. Come. Dragon air. Behind him, dozens of dimensional portals opened. Monsters emerged from every portal. Izuku looked at Naofumi. Naofumi raised his shield. Ready. Izuku smiled. Always. Raphtalia drew her sword. Philo transformed. The dragon companion lowered its head. Izuku raised both daggers. Let's finish this. The ruined city erupted into battle. Boom. And in a world beyond Melromarc, the legend of the dragon dagger truly began.